Juggalo Gathering 2003.
Dear Joe and Joey, and anybody else listening to this, may I have your attention for a few minutes? The BeastMasteR is my name. The North Shore Juggalo, Torleif James. Relax, this track has no strings attached. Compact disc with a list of side effects. Unless, of course, somehow it turns a profit, then you have no sure to sue me for it. Thoughts in my head needed a vehicle. Thoughts in my head barely conceivable. Needles and pins, it's all been a whirlwind. Don't know the ending, so where do I begin? Circa 78, conceived in the blizzard, as prophesied by a Norwegian wizard. 80s and 90s, so desensitizing. Seeing all these guys dropping like flies in the blink of an eye, I felt a change inside. I'm not gonna let this pass me by. I learned from experience, just trying to give a little back. So listen up or get bitch slapped. In 96, when I was 17, the Browse House Easter Sunday wrestling. Tommy B enthusiastically introduced me to a little something something off the Riddlebox L. Curiosity cracked open Carnival doors when Malenko dropped in and out of record stores. But this was nothing in comparison to witnessing a clown show in person. Ninja's vision of heaven in 97. Paradise, that Boston venue, had no clue what we were getting into. Dead center front row and no barricade. And at the end of the show we ended up on the stage, and the clowns dumped Faygo all over us. Walked out of there feeling like $1,000,000. That adrenaline rush you only know if you know, when you make that switch into a full-blown Juggalo. Lupos, Avalon, Songus, Palladium. All of a sudden, I couldn't get enough of it. Had to fucking have it if it ran with a hatchet. Every EP and Joker's card I could get. Even hard to find tracks surfacing on the internet. And Shockumentary was wicked ironic, cause we acted like it before we even saw it. I'm not narrow-minded, never felt more alive, and we all survived and chanted. Props to Twisted, don't even get me started. Batman raps, that's a whole nother seminar. Kid inside of me, sick of reality. Individual with the Juggalo family. Tommy B holding down the floor of the scene with the cut rate crew ripping, know what I mean? Distance is nothing, unity means strength. A carnival lifeline of infinite length. In the meantime, we all just enjoying the ride till we twist and spin to the other side. All riled up, anticipating the sixth. Trying our best to avoid pissing contests. The Mannahatchee gear that you own is irrelevant. All you really need is clown love to represent. Remember this at the merchandise booth. You only got one life and your death is proof. ICP, thank you for the Joker's cars, Lotus Pod, and for this family of ours. We drop everything for our gatherings. No exaggerating, they're fresher than anything. For the show's going down, rain or shine, it's always raining Faygo inside. We roll with y'all because we believe the Dark Carnival is forever. Like you said in 17, we're in this together. The carnival gets me high like marijuana. Ecstasy, beautiful like Rihanna. Diamonds, all up in a pinata. Hit 'em up if you want quick before you are gone. Think you gotta shine? Take a look at the lives you changed with this carnival surprise. Hell, I gotta shine equally bright. Swear to God I'm not lying, my shine's damn blinding. Just a matter of time, man. Here the unveiling straight up gave us goosebumps. And brother, I promise, he didn't trick us. It's justified, 10 years in one song. Inside, I know I knew it all along. In this complex matrix of technology, I don't need my Joker's card spelled out for me. It's time we told you how great you are. Our carnival unity, always top priority.
I'ma be down, down with the clown till I'm dead in the ground. Look in my crystal ball, it's alright. Sit back, evolve, and I'll be alright. I'm chillin', I'm illin', with my guts all over the ceiling. Home to the monsters, roaming the land. I wanna come home, but you don't understand. Why do we do the things that we do? Wicked rhymes, wicked times, you too. Damn, I wish I could be a ninja. Damn, I wish I could be a ninja. How many souls will fall from the sky? How many souls burn wondering why? We know you hate who we are, but even in Shangri-La.
Paint your face up like a fucking wicked clown. We juggalos and we throw Faygo. Indifferent if you hate or used to be down. We juggalos and we throw Faygo. 1,000,000 memories, a story to go with each. We juggalos and we throw Faygo. All the way from Worcester to Gandy Beach. We juggalos and we throw Faygo. Don't judge a book by its cover, you motherfucker. We juggalos and we throw Faygo. We say fuck the world cause we got each other. We juggalos and we throw Faygo. Does it make you nervous? Think we do it on purpose? We juggalos and we throw Faygo. we throw Faygo. We throw Faygo, that's just how we do. Stand next to a Juggalo, you're gonna get it on you. Your favorite beverage made for family consumption. We fucking huck 'em like we're smashing a pumpkin. Give me a crate of Faygo and a parking lot full of Juggalos, and I'll show you the party spot. Pop, pop, patella pressure release, and I ain't talking about the carbonation up in this piece. We throw Faygo till we're all soaking, hours before the venue doors even open. There go the Faygo fairy dropping off cases, stinging the eyes, dripping wet painted faces. Mini gatherings and ICP concerts, I'm a Faygo fiend, they created a monster. It's all about the Faygo, act like you know. Let me hear you if you're still a fucking Juggalo. Paint your face up like a fucking wicked clown. We Juggalos and we throw Faygo, and different if you hate or used to be down. We Juggalos and we throw Faygo, a million memories, a story to go with each. We Juggalos and we throw Faygo, all the way from Worcester to Candy Beach. We Juggalos and we throw Faygo, don't judge a book by its cover, you motherfucker. We Juggalos and we throw Faygo, we say fuck the world cause we got each other. We Juggalos and we throw Faygo, doesn't make you nervous, think we do it on purpose. We Juggalos and we throw Faygo. We throw Faygo. We throw Faygo cause that shit's fresh when you catch a 2-liter in the pit with the audience. My family, the one that's standing strong behind me when I'm in the front row at a clown show. Every time, every tour, Juggalo's coming back for more. There's a reason, there's a line out the fucking door. The most eclectic motley crew you ever saw. All for one and one for all in a fucking brawl. Standing tall, knocked down for a bit, but picked right back up. Ninja mosh pit etiquette. Come and get awestruck, the energy's awesome. Our glasses all half full with no fucking bottoms. We throw Faygo cause it tastes great. Juggalo shows are off the chain in the Bay State. Maybe through your eyes you think we're all the same when we're going ape shit under the Faygo rain. Spider leg heads all decked out with bandanas. Shake a bottle, crack it open and we go bananas. That's what's up, we don't give a fuck. You want a method to the madness? Shit, you're out of luck. Paint your face up like a fucking wicked clown. We Juggalos and we throw Faygo, and different if you hate or used to be down. We Juggalos and we throw Faygo, a million memories, a story to go with each. We Juggalos and we throw Faygo, all the way from Worcester to Candy Beach. We Juggalos and we throw Faygo, don't judge a book by its cover, you motherfucker. We Juggalos and we throw Faygo, we say fuck the world cause we got each other. We Juggalos and we throw Faygo, doesn't make you nervous, think we do it on purpose. We Juggalos and we throw Faygo, there ain't a put down or insult or joke, poke fun at that we haven't dealt with or had to combat yet. Juggalo to the bone, out of control, I'm coming home, I'm not alone. And we throw Faygo. We throw Faygo. We throw Faygo. BeastMaster's back, it's been a long time coming and I'm fucking wound up, so I'ma hit the ground running. Little controversy, breaking up the monotony of typical and predictable music in our society. We're fucking crazy, it's all in the name. Insane clown posse against the grain. Rapping about death and sex and chicken necks at the edge of our seats waiting for what's next. The whole Juggalo army, this for Juggalos only. Now I pass the axe to my homie. It's our entertainment with something else to it. You say you're down for life, we're gonna prove it. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Once a ninja, always a ninja. Living life every day like it's Halloween, and I got Juggalo posters from the floor to the ceiling. Each and every tour is a seminal performance. The carnival's karma is enormous. Hundreds of Faygo bottles tossed in the crowd. When we clear out, not a single one to be found. Each one's caught, guzzled and dumped over our nuggets, and we ride in the street all wet and sticky from it. Gotta love it, part of something larger than ourselves, and the reason behind it is the power inside it. They say I'm young, dumb, and full of cum, but Juggalos know where I'm coming from, don't you? Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Once a ninja, always a ninja. Got a bad reputation of being illiterate. fanatical, getting a little belligerent. Juggalos cross-face paint is the freshness. I give a fuck what society makes of it, and that's why Juggalos are misunderstood. From every city to suburb, every G in the hood. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And you can play the kid the music, but you can't make him think. I'm not the shit because I listen to ICP. I'm the shit cause I'm me, BeastMaster. You're not the shit just because you're a scrub, but you're the shit if you got clown love. What up, son? Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Once a ninja, always a ninja. In our world, it's hard to differentiate between who's real or fake, even behind the paint. And for some, it's a phase and it's sad but true. Fucking fair weather fans, I got 2 words for you. Suck it. If you're down, be proud, quit your bitching. Joe and Joey paid their dues in my opinion, but opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one and everybody thinks everybody else's stinks. ICP never jumped the shark, making something out of nothing ain't a walk in the park. So if you lower your hatchet and try to save face, you never understood the carnival in the first place. So fuck you. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Once a ninja, always a ninja. Land of the brave on the walls of the cave. Look the wraith in the face and don't be afraid. Whether or not you act your age, whether or not you change, maybe you stay the same. Maybe you serve fast food or you're stuck in a cube. You can't escape in the music that you're listening to. You see, ICP's Joker's cards help me, dealing with the hand that God dealt me. We need our wicked shit and our Juggalo humor. I know you wish you discovered it sooner. Now we're celebrating life well off in the future, together even if just through the computer. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Once a ninja, always a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Fuck you, I'm just a ninja. Once a ninja, always a ninja.
Who are you? It's the Grim Reaper, dude. How's it hanging, Death?
You may challenge me to a contest, but if you lose, you will remain here in the afterlife forever.
What if we win?
No one has ever won.
You wanna know what it's like when you die? We'll get to that, don't get ahead of the track. You have nothing but time. Get the answer to your question at the end of the road. Death consumes us all, tell me something I didn't know. Faced with challenges since we were savages. Seems like yesterday, that's how bad it is. Staring at the hourglass, tripping on the fallen sand. One vicious cycle after another for the common man. BSTMSTR, survival of the fittest. Other end of the spectrums when the Reaper visits. But I'm confident I'm gonna die, there's no stopping it. And I could feel a hard drive with all my thoughts on it. Just like how they say every day we're dying since our birth. Time may have a deadline, but it's my time that I spend on Earth. Under closer inspection, self-analysis and contemplation. Open mind, blind faith in karma. Journey versus destination. And there's no Top Gun instructor to prepare you for this. You got to wing it on your one-way trip down the river Styx. Don't wander aimlessly through life like a cold machine. Grab some fucking focus and tackle your wildest dreams. Searching for the ultimate prize for your entire lives. Family, fortune, freedom, or fame. Fucking pie in the sky. Rather be happy and healthy than rotten and filthy. Yo, I'm going to Shangri-La even if it kills me.
This is for the few.
Countless close encounters with massive amounts of hardships and hard knocks, but slow and steady progress keeps our species out the tar pits. And each and every one of us can feel it in our stomachs. Death is hovering above us, so there ain't no need to rush it. Yo, I'm not immortal, though I'd love to be, if not just for the fact that I've got unaccomplished goals to hit. So count on me to keep the pedal to the metal, never settle for the second best of what potentially's coming to me before my death. We all know our days are numbered, and some more than others wonder what it takes to make or break efforts to cross through pearly gates. Probably not what I envisioned, something someone else predicted. If they reach enlightenment or simply wicked visions, vivid catalyst for better living. On an even playing field, praying forgiveness for our sinning. Ultimately could be the big difference between you and me. Takes every bit of energy I have to keep my sanity. Maybe you're aging gracefully or wasting your youth away. There's always a price to pay when it comes to Judgment Day. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Brownie points for living longer. But everybody dies, that's right, even if you die harder. When I get to Shangri-La, assume the sail. I'll see you there drinking blue ribbon beer out of the Holy Grail. Never die alone, say goodbye to anxiety. Unparalleled camaraderie for an eternity. And free speech in every sense of the word. And rhino skin for everyone so no one's feelings get hurt. And no one needs a ghetto pass. In fact, ghettos be a thing of the past, as well as first class at last. Something to look forward to. Life sucks and then you die, laughing so hard that you cry. Don't let it pass you by.
I'm not gonna sit up here and explain what every Joker's card is and what it means, because you guys already know that. And by me sitting up here at the Juggalo gathering and trying to do that would be like insulting y'all. And if there's somebody in the room that don't know what it means, you're in the wrong fucking place.
When I get to Shangri-La, the atmosphere will give me chills, while my consciousness absorbs a plethora of ninja skills. When I get to Shangri-La, I'ma bask in all the glory of my brand new custom-made Corvette, that mobile waiting for me. When I get to Shangri-La, I'ma rig the lottery and watch the fortunes fall into the laps of friends and family. When I get to Shangri-La, I'ma look up Randy Rhodes, take some private guitar lessons, then break all Da Vinci's codes. When I get to Shangri-La, my nirvana in the sky, reunited with my dog and finally meet the butterfly. When I get to Shangri-La, all theories will be confirmed, like being born with the knowledge took me my whole life to learn. When I get to Shangri-La, I'll be thinking, damn, I knew it, at my welcome party thrown by everyone who beat me to it. When I get to Shangri-La, I'm a freestyle in the sky on a custom hoverboard, just like my man Marty McFly.
This is for the few. 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 The race exhibit of Shangri-La.
Evoking faith within the path from the get-go. Feeling fear and death, so now I can let go. Evoking faith within the path from the get-go. Feeling fear and death. Proud to be a juggler, the hero of the lotus, the era of the tempest. There's a buzz in the air like the Boston Hempfest. Wicked and growing like the ground under you and me, spreading like infection in the days of alchemy. Obscure references and blatant giveaways right under our noses, even in the early days. The dark carnival, the mythology, the simplicity, the complexity, the way it all makes so much sense to me, and yet somehow cloaked with suspense. You see, it piques my interest, builds my impulse, pulls the string. Yeah, there's a reason for everything. Evoking within the path from the get-go. Feeling fear and death, so now I can let go. Evoking within the path from the get-go. Feeling fear and death. Proud to be a judge, dedicated to the butterfly. What's it all about? He just says 17 again, figure it out. But that was then, this is now, we're still holding it down. All eyes on the underground, some fucking how. Representing family with pride and passion, as if psychopathic were World Series champions. The wicked shit, good at pushing our buttons, constantly cutting edge and keeping it scrubbing. You could be Juggalo OG or newbie, it doesn't really matter if you're down for infinity. You hear me? I say the more the merrier. The more diverse we are, the fucking scarier. Within the path from the get-go. Fear and death, so proud to be a juggalo. Within the path from the get-go. Fear and death, proud to be a juggalo. The overwhelming elation Absolutely, you can go and be cynical, but the dark carnival keeps me invincible. What is a poser, hound dog, or Juggalo? Haters and demon faces, is that the way it goes? Unwanted drama needs a Kool-Aid punch. You can't let a rotten apple or two ruin the bunch. For the rest of us, my Juggalo family, close homies and those who barely know me, wet behind the ears or set in your ways. Those down with the clown before they coin the phrase. Some dwell on the negative and thrive on explicit shit. Others find peace of mind within the depths of it. Maybe you're stuck in the middle, making the best of it, along for the ride and all the twists and turns in it. We all caught on to the same phenomenon. We throw a lotus up and get our wicked on. Evoking faith within the back from the get-go. Juggling fear and death, so proud to be a Juggalo. Within the back from the get-go. Juggling fear and death, proud to be a Juggalo. Within the back from the get-go. Juggling fear and death, so proud to be a Juggalo. Proud to be a Juggalo. Within the back from the get-go. Juggalo, Juggalo, Juggalo. Proud to be a Juggalo.
Hey, guess what? I'm Shaggy Kudo, and I'm the other guy. And we want you to remember where to go for the greatest podcast right on Carnival Spirits. It's a YouTube channel, and you'll get right to it.
Hello, creeps. It's me, John Kassir, the voice of the Crypt Keeper. Sending a shout out to the BeastMaster and the Juggalo family at Spirits of the Dark Carnival. And you can find them dead or alive at Carnival Spirits. They're dying to see you there.
Shout out to Carnival Spirits.
Yo, it's your boy Trey Pound. Shout out to the fucking Carnival Spirits up in this bitch, you know what I'm saying? Trey Pound in this bitch, chop chop.
The gathering was peaceful, although one marcher did engage in some extremely ugly hate speech against the Bureau. But who can blame them?
What up, Juggalos? Grab my Faygo and we'll get this show on the road.
We got BeastMaster coming up next.
Honestly, this is crazy because I didn't know BeastMaster rapped like that. I thought it was dope, man. He kind of creates that immersive world, kind of like storytelling universe. It was dope. That's one of the ones you got to sit back and just absorb the message and shit. It was dope. I loved it.
This is BeastMaster.
Woo!
Carnival Spirits.
With your own eyes.
Son of a bitch. We got Carnival Spirits.
Carnival Spirits, hey!
Off the grill.
Let's go. Let's get it.
You're watching Carnival Spirits.
Subscribe! Subscribe! Know what I'm saying?
Holy shit. Is it real? Are we back? Yes, we are. What the fuck is up, Juggalos? It's BeastMaster back here on Carnival Spirits, live in full effect in 2022. And we are going to make it happen tonight. It is Saturday Night Live, and I am back up in this motherfucker. How you doing? Thank you for joining me. I see you guys in the chat, and I appreciate y'all. If you are tuning in live, get excited for another mystery special guest, special announcements, and all sorts of tomfoolery on the BeastMaster show tonight. And if you're watching this on the playback because you're sleeping on me, that's okay. It's okay because we are dual streaming on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and we're also, for the first time ever, streaming on Twitter. Hello, Twitter. I know most of you thought that Carnival Spirits was dead on Twitter because we never use it. that is facts. We never use Twitter, but I figured out how to hook up the StreamYard to the Twitter, and we are now, in fact, live on Twitter. So, surprise, unfollow if need be. Otherwise, let's get it cracking. And by the way, let's just stop. Hold on a second. Reel it back. All right. It's been a minute. So, welcome back. It's kind of hard to know where to pick up when you've had a 4-month hiatus. That's how long it's been, right? You guys are the shit, though, for coming back to the debut of season 2. You know what I'm saying? That's probably what this is, even though I've called it episode 48. 48 technically. Have we had more episodes than 48? No, we haven't, because we're numbering them in numerological order. So episode 48 came after episode 47. It just so happens that episode 47 was 4 goddamn months ago. We had Siren Von Wicked on, and we chopped it up. It was fresh. Look, I've done a handful of episodes this year. It was never my intention to do this show this year anyways. So in a nutshell, I guess we're all just lucky to be here with each other, because I wasn't even supposed to be here today. That's right. Plans change, and I'm going to catch you up on some of the new plans. We're also going to do a little catch up in the past 4 months of things that have happened that are worth talking about. And of course, we're going to chop it up with our mystery special guest, who's already backstage ready to go. So I might even just skip the bullshit and jump right into that, because I'm excited. It's the whole reason why I do this show. The platform is I bring on one ninja and we chop it up. And this one is fucking dope. This guest feature is dope, because and it's funny because this person said to me, I don't think most people are going to know who I am. And I thought to myself, I didn't even say this, but I thought to myself, anybody who says, I don't even fucking know who this guy is, let me ask you this. How many people know who you are? I would argue that more people know who this guy is than people know who you are. Unless you're a rapper, okay? But if you put out music, then you're just begging for attention. And you probably got it in this attention-seeking, attention-given climate called social media that we live in today. So, but this guy has been on hiatus longer than me. So, it's exciting. It's exciting. So let me pull something up here. I got to get let's see. No, did that work? Hold on. That didn't work either. Okay, hold on. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. Good grief. Too many bells and whistles on this bitch. Oh shit, look at that. And without any fucking I just revealed the shit. All right, fine. Let's bring him on. I got Mitch from the Murder Mayhem show right here.
What up? Whoop whoop.
What
You
up?
hearing
I'm
me
sorry.
okay? Seeing everything all good and shit?
I apologize, man. That was the worst introduction I've ever done. I was supposed to bring up the question mark first and then smoothly introduce you. Sorry for the herky-jerky intro.
It all seemed good to me. I think you pretty much hit on all the salient points there. What's up, man? How's it going? I see you chilling there up in the beach.
Yeah. I got I mean, look, for the dumbest person in the room, this is a green screen. All right. I'm not trying to trick anybody. All right.
Right.
But I was in the Millennium Falcon for the first few episodes of the year. And it's summertime. I had to get out of the ship. Sometimes you got to crawl out of the spaceship and enjoy, weather.
I'm still here up against the same old plain white wall that people used to make fun of me for. So
Yeah, you look like you haven't
not
gone
much.
anywhere. You've been gone, but you look like you've been just chilling. You haven't gotten any sun or nothing.
Fuck no, sun. I only get sun one time a year, and that time is coming up here in about a month.
Ooh, yes. Talking about the gathering of the Juggalos.
Even when I'm there, I don't stop with the sunscreen. I'm trying to stay pasty white.
We met at the gathering, and
for sure, yeah, we have pictures together.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of you gathering, and you got a towel over your head. You're smart. I do the same thing. It's not uncommon to see me walking around the gathering with a wet towel over my head because I don't give a fuck what it looks like. It feels good.
I'm usually just wearing a plain white T-shirt and just basketball shorts with a hat and trying to just stay as cool as humanly possible. Some years are easier than others. I live in Oklahoma, and that Oklahoma gathering was fucking everybody knows. I mean, still to this day, I have to hear it. Fuck Oklahoma. It's like a Juggalo catchphrase. And part of the reason is because it was so oppressively fucking hot.
We didn't know that. We didn't know it was fuck Oklahoma until holy shit. Pardon me. I actually hear someone mowing the lawn in Yum Yum's garden behind me. Let me shut the window. Jesus Christ.
Cool. Yeah, I've got the Yum Yum drip here from that was last year. That was last year's gathering, right?
This is some bullshit. I absolutely oppose to lawnscaping during live stream time. I mean, for crying out loud, it's the evening.
Yeah. I'm 2 hours ahead of you, so.
All right. Yeah, exactly. So, check it out. Let's I want to talk about the gathering with you. I do, but we have to kind of reel it back and I want to introduce you just for people who aren't familiar with you, just so they know and put it in some context. You're a Juggalo like myself, and I believe I stumbled across your YouTube channel and I watched some videos of yours. Maybe that's how everybody knows you, but you're the host of the Murder Mayhem show.
Yeah, the host. I mean, like you said in the intro, I haven't done a show since Halloween in 2019. I remember distinctly that was the last episode that I did.
Right.
And yeah.
Okay, so it's been 3 years, but in my mind, that doesn't really write you off, because I've been doing this for over 10 years and I've seen people disappear and come back in longer time spans than 3 years, right? It's really just a drop in the bucket in the big scheme of things. The fact that you're willing to come on here and chop it up with me is just dope because a lot of people miss you. It's been 3 years since they've seen you.
Yeah, people ask a lot, and I used to, even when I wasn't podcasting so much, I was still tweeting for a long time.
Right. I knew that.
I don't hardly even mess with that anymore. But I would have people asking me, "When's the show? When are you going to come back and stuff?" I mean, I still have people asking me, and I don't know. I don't have any real immediate plans for it, but being a guest on other people's shows seems a lot easier than.
Absolutely. Yeah. You get the opportunity to come here, show your face, speak some opinions, and I'm doing all the heavy lifting. I'm controlling behind the scenes and, making it go. And really, this is probably going to be much like the first episode of the BeastMasteR show. I have not much to show you guys because we're so excited about things that we had to get going before I had time to prepare stuff. So, but we're going to have more episodes. And the way I do this is once you've been a special guest on my show, you're welcome back again. So Mitch, if you are inclined, you're welcome back to jump in, share your thoughts on subjects that we cover in the future. But today I actually had a request. I wanted to know what you think about the music of the era of Yum Yum Flower. And so there's been a few releases, right? I mean, there's been the House Party Peep Show EP. There's been Yum Yum's Lore. There's been Yum Yum Bedlam, and there's been Wicked Vic, and so I haven't really properly reviewed any of these albums. And I actually have thought about this recently. I don't think this is going to be the actual review either, but this is our opportunity to pick your brain, and I want to talk about all of it with you. So we're going to get into that. We're going to actually talk about all the new music coming out of well, where's ICP recording nowadays? Are you even out of touch with the Juggalo scene, or are you just out of touch with social media?
I'm mostly in touch with ICP and almost exclusively ICP. Like, I haven't listened to a new album from anyone besides ICP probably since in about as long as I've taken a break from podcasting or whatever. Like,
okay, so you're saying that in the past 3 years you've been keeping up with ICP's music, but you haven't been keeping
pretty
up
much.
with
I think like around. I never heard Twisted's Revelation album or Blaze's Casket Maker album or whatever it's called. Not Casket Factory, but whatever Blaze's album was. I forgot what it's called now.
I don't know what it's called either. The new one.
Or Ouija Mac. I never heard his Wasteland album. So I'm pretty much behind on literally everything except ICP.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so it has nothing to do with any beef or loyalty. You're not like playing favorites. You're just not listening to music. You know what I mean? Whether it's psychopathic.
I mean, pretty much. I'm like. That is pretty much it. Although I can't lie, I probably would be keeping up with all that Magic Ninja stuff if I liked it.
Okay, same. But at the same time, I have famously been boycotting Twisted back after 2017 in the March. For 3 years, I didn't listen to anything they put out, like the whole label, right? And then I guess I just had a change of heart. I decided, hey, I'll listen to it. I'll just listen to it. I'm not going to support them, but I'll listen. And I did. And I have mixed feelings about like the stuff Twisted's doing now. I like it less and less. And it's funny because I actually gave it an honest try, and I'm not feeling what they're doing now. And I find it incredibly ironic that I'm not feeling it, because I'll be honest with you, Generation Nightmare was dope.
Okay. I thought Generation Nightmare sucked. That was one of the albums that made me start drifting away from Magic Ninja.
Well, that was the one I boycotted. So when I finally checked it out, I was like, oh, this doesn't suck, but it sounds bitter as fuck. The whole thing sounds like it's crying about ICP subliminally. That was my opinion.
Yeah, there's definitely some of that in there.
Anyway, I don't want to focus on that, but that was I needed to know. People want to know like where you stand, and
yeah, and I've heard, so I mean, I do have a lot of problems with the politics of Magic Ninja moves and stuff, but I probably will get around to listening to Revelation one day. People tell me it's good. I've heard it's kind of more of a return to the rap sound, which is what I like. So maybe I'll get around to listening to it. It's just keeping up with new music is just, it never stops. Or like Tech Nine. I'm a big Tech Nine fan, but he's put out probably an album or two that I haven't heard at this point. Okay, I'm a big Eminem fan. I haven't heard his last album or two when he was putting those mixtapes out. It's just too much.
Mixtapes out? Who is that?
Eminem. He put out those that double album a few years ago. It's like,
oh, the Murder something.
Yeah. I feel like I've heard all the music I cared. I have enough of a backlog. I mean, I have a Spotify playlist of like 3,000 songs. It's like, why don't I just enjoy the songs I already know that I like?
Right? Well, I do that, but I don't know. How old are you? I'm curious, like where you're at on your, in your journey.
Yeah, I'm 37.
Okay, so, cool. Right on. Like, so you've been around, you've seen some things, I want to know, like, what was your earliest ICP show? Just like seeing ICP.
Yeah, earliest ICP show. It should have been the Bazaar tour. It wasn't. Right. I regret that I missed it to this day. But first ICP show was the Shangri-La tour in 2003. I did go to the Mirror Mirror tour, Twisted's tour, about a year before that. So my first Juggalo concert was Twisted Mirror Mirror, and then first ICP show was Shangri-La.
So you got to see them live like at a really good time, you know.
I got in there just in time. I feel like as far as old school experience goes.
You know what? I'm gonna be devil's advocate, okay? And I'm gonna say that you were just in time for something, but you also just missed something. You know what I mean? Like, cause that was such a, man, like shows before 2002, right. Shows before 2002 were fucking insane. There were never any barriers in between the stage and the crowd, and there was
I can see that. And I've been a Juggalo since '99, so I still, even though I didn't go to a show until years later, I still at least got to experience like the mystique around the Six Jokers card and that kind of stuff, and that's a really great experience that can't really be duplicated. I mean, yeah, we had the second deck and all, but you can't recapture that mystery of wondering what the sixth was, what it was going to look like, what it was going to sound like, what was going to happen after it came out and all that shit. So I'm glad I got in there at least in time for that.
That's what I mean. You got there just in time. You did.
Yeah, as far as shows go, though, yeah, I didn't actually make it until
there's a couple boxes I need to check in this conversation, because Scotty Balls was just talking about this on Facebook, and he's really nostalgic, and he was recalling like the hype and the mystery and the anticipation of the sixth, and how that dominated the Juggalo minds.
That's all there was. I mean, that was like, what else is there? But
right.
Thinking about the six, speculating on the six, and talking about it. I mean,
right. So right now,
homies and shit that we listened to ICP every day, and that was all we wanted to know. And since it was 1999, I didn't have to wait that long. I mean,
you know, the 90s was dope. I really enjoy the content that I discovered in the 90s to this day. Like, a lot of it I still love. I haven't grown out of it. Not just ICP. I mean, really, the music that I fell in love with as a kid and in my teens and stuff is my shit today, you know, and it always will be. I feel I almost feel like I can relate now with, I don't know, generations behind me, like, you know, the old guy on the porch listening to his Neil Young or something, or fucking, you know, just the people that grew up with a different generation of music, and they always like listen to their own music. You know, I got my records and I got my Dylan, or I
just went to a Ice Cube and Snoop Dogg concert like a month ago, and that shit was fucking awesome. Because that's the kind of shit that I was growing up on, you know. So that was really cool to see. And then a couple of weeks ago, I saw Bone Thugs, and that was cool too. So yeah, it is kind of to this point where it's like that stuff's considered old, but it's still the shit.
Okay, my mind's going in a million different places. Without detouring too much, just on that point, you know, Snoop Dogg is great in my opinion. I would say that nowadays, you know, with me being in my 40s, and, you know, people who weren't even alive yet when I started repping Juggalo, and they are like, you know, full repping Juggalo, like having kids of their own right now. Like, it's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, so there really is generations of Juggalo out there that they have different experiences with how they perceive and and how they interact and all that, you know. So the community is thriving. Like right now, today, there are more Juggalo YouTube channels, podcasts, and all sorts of dope content providers that they weren't doing it 10 years ago. 20 years ago, think about like Faygo Lovers today is still going, but think about, there were so many fucking websites.
I used to go to all those websites. I've been going to Faygo Lovers since it was FaygoLovers.com and the sixth.com and Juggalo New or RealJuggalos.com, which became Juggalo News, which I think now is back to Real Juggalos. But yeah, I used to go to all that shit.
I only bring that up because, you know, with Scotty reminiscing on, you know, the hype for the sixth, I actually have been posting throwbacks from 2002. Okay, so this is 20 years ago.
I've seen you and Scotty posting those old, you know, 2001 gathering pics and stuff. So yeah,
Scotty D posted this picture of himself at the 2002 gathering, standing in front of his Faygo Lovers booth, right? And he talked about carrying his computer and how it was like 50 pounds. And I know I had a computer as well, same looking one. Thing was heavy. So the fact that he lugged that into the convention center and has it all set up like so he can go on the Faygo Lovers website like at the gathering and do what? I'm not sure, but it's just dope as a prop, you know?
Just yeah, man, that dude has done probably more for the Juggalo community than half the artists out there. You know, he's been like pushing it so long and so consistently, and has been the #1 source for Juggalo news, in my opinion, you know, since the beginning. And now he's got a whole computer tech business that he operates. I'm pretty sure that his don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure that Scotty's company is hosts the Gathering website. So it's like that just kind of shows you how far he's taken this and all that. So
that right there is something I did not know, and I won't quote you.
I believe that's accurate.
That's fine. That's dope, and it's purely speculation, but it's fucking dope if it's true. And so I give props to Scotty D. You know, that's an old school ninja that, you know, is still proud to be a juggalo. Like I see him at shows, wilding out, having fun with his wife and all his friends, and I do the same.
There. And you know, I'm in Oklahoma and he's in Texas, so sometimes I go down to Dallas for shows if that's the closest stop, and he's always there. You know, he's juggaloing it up hard all this time. You know, he's never held back on that. So
well, you know what, like he said in his post, like 2002, he said was the first time he was ever comped. So that means he didn't have to pay to gather because he was like working, and he's basically been an employee, like working. I mean, you know, like actually with a crew shirt on. And there have been times when I seen Scotty at the gathering and he was too busy to talk to me. No hard feelings. Like I know it was no hard feelings on his side, but he was like visibly stressed out, busy, like couldn't even say hi. You know what I mean? And I felt bad for him because I was like, I get it. I'm here on vacation. You're working, and juggalos are demanding.
Yeah, he works hard. He's all like by day he'll be, you know, handing out bracelets or doing whatever, and then by night he's out there partying. So.
That's what I mean. And some of the other ninjas I know that you know pull shifts at the gathering, you know, all credit to them. I think it's cool. I know ninjas that have helped you know, break down and build the stages. You know, like you said, slapping wristbands. You know, hosting events. I mean. We're going to talk more gathering, okay? But I'm still on this.
We sucked his digging up.
Well, you know, I had to give him props because he triggered core memories. He triggered core memories. When I saw that picture, I was like, "Fuck, I have pictures." So, like I said, I'm not prepared today with visuals, but everybody can go check out my Facebook or Instagram. That's where the pictures are. Okay. Go to BeastMasteR Facebook, Instagram, and check out my 2002 Gathering of the Juggalos pics. I got a shot from the crowd when they're coming out on stage and they got the towels on their heads. And right before they rap, I got a shot of when they actually show us the images of the Wraith for the first time before they did it in the big auditorium for the DVD. They did it in a smaller room.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, and you know, they're never sorry when they trick us, but they told us that the first seminar was going to be included on the DVD of the Wraith. And so I attended that shit. There was probably like 400 ninjas in that room. And then the next day they did the seminar a second time in the bigger arena for and obviously that take was superior. And I
didn't realize that, because of course I've seen that DVD 1,000 times, but
yeah, and you know what? I kicked myself because I didn't even attend that seminar. You know why? Because I attended it the day prior, and I actually already got the fucking tea.
Yeah, you got the better deal because you got to see the real thing, and plus you can see on the DVD what you missed, so you didn't really miss anything. You saw the important part. Yeah.
Even though the initial response was "fuck," the one I was at isn't included. Like I was a little salty at first, but ultimately that second seminar was the better seminar, and it was so dope the way it was shown, and super proud of just the way it came out. I don't care I wasn't in that room. I remember hearing like intercom, like Hall C, is about to begin or something, and I'm like, yeah, oh yeah, they're all going to see the Wraith right now. They're going to love
it. Speaking of old school experiences and shit, I didn't ever go to a gathering until 2011. So by the time I started gathering, everything was way different. I never experienced the pandemonium of the indoor gatherings or anything like that.
Well, I think you got it backwards. I think the pandemonium definitely started at the indoor gatherings. There were, scuffles with police, horses getting punched.
Different kind of pandemonium.
But I think the real chaos started happening in 2003 when they became camping 24-hour, outdoor events. And I didn't attend any outdoor gatherings until 2007. So I actually had a pretty long hiatus right there, because 2002 was there was so much going on in my life back then. Again, I implore you, check out my pictures. They're dope. But I'm gonna share more of them, and in the upcoming episodes of the BeastMasteR show, we will have other guests, and we're going to be talking about this at length. So, but I just want to say, like 2002 was such a good year, and maybe it's because the world was going to shit. I mean, I'm just saying, like 9/11 kind of put a kink in our slinky. So while I don't know where everybody else was mentally in 2002, Juggalos were kind of preoccupied and living it up, and probably living our best lives at a time when we all needed it,
Yeah, and I remember during that era how Jay and Shaggy had like disappeared for like 8 months or something while they were recording the Wraith, so nobody had seen them at all, right. And they debuted with that paint, that new Shangri-La paint shit.
That paint, yeah. I was like,
and Jay smoking weed all of a sudden. We never saw that before. Yeah.
I was. See, the thing is that I actually respected ICP for not perpetuating potheads and like that was a breath of fresh air. The way ICP didn't rap about what other people rapped about. They didn't.
It was awesome for me because that was right around the time that I started smoking weed too. So it was kind of like me and Violet J were getting into smoking weed at around the same time. So it was like, sweet, right. Now I can get high and watch him get high, and
right. And it's like you're getting high together.
Sure.
But I really actually respected ICP for having a lane and staying in it, and and there were little nods to potheads, like or little references. Shaggy every once in a while would drop a bar about smoking a spliff or something. You know what I mean? Like there would be a couple references here or there, and then famously Juggalos like have discovered everything they need to discover about ICP. And I remember when discovering that Shaggy doesn't actually smoke was like a thing. And
sure. Yeah, he talks about. I've been watching a lot of the Palcast lately, and they have their own weed strain
Yeah,
And
yeah.
He'll take
Oh,
a hit
my
off it, like just to, because it's his product, and he's coughing and shit, and he's clearly not like a weed smoker.
Well, his honesty about it and his reason for it is like, because motherfuckers be having whack weed. That's don't quote me. That's not verbatim. Shaggy speaks in his vernacular, but he's like, because motherfuckers weed sucks and you can't get good shit. So fuck it. Like he doesn't like having migraine headache highs. Like
I know he said before that he thinks that the pot culture is just incredibly fucking lame because like people that smoke pot, it's all they want to do is talk about smoking pot and where's the weed and this is good weed. He finds that whole shit just to be lame.
So anyways, I appreciate that ICP's music was not like that, but like yourself, or like a lot of juggalos, I was a weed smoker. So when Jay started smoking, it was like, dope, welcome to the club, buddy. Like
Yeah, the music never really got into that territory. I mean, like Wizard of the Hood does, weed, of course, and Jay's solo stuff. Sometimes he'll drop, or if he's like doing a feature on a Twisted or a Blaze or ABK song, he would drop a line about it or something. But ICP music never really got into that area.
Well, no, because ICP's music is laser focused on subject matter that he doesn't. So you know what I mean? Like he won't interject smoke weed every day, like to make a song sound cool or catchy. Like that's not in the wheelhouse of the subject matter. Like he's a better writer than that.
And that's also like we're having Twisted on the label was part of what made it so awesome to have them there, because it's like they completed that kind of thing. It's like if you wanted weed music, Twisted's got a lot of great weed music. So and Blaze
you hit the nail on the head, man. You hit the nail on the head, because a lot of juggalos were here for the anthems and the smoking and Twisted. All even back 20 years ago, the questions at their seminar were, when are you gonna have your own Twisted rolling papers? Like we were demanding that shit immediately.
Yeah,
and it happened, and it's happened. Everything has happened. Weed is legal.
Yeah, who would have guessed that Shaggy would have his own weed strain for Twisted? Yeah.
So that's the thing, is like ICP, they've done it all, and they're going to continue to innovate and do it all probably. And there's so much that you could speculate on what they're gonna do or what they could have done. But I will use this opportunity to highlight the title of this video. I found it clever that the alliteration really is the motivation for it. But Murder Mayhem Multiverse. In my mind, that is okay. So check it out, because we're going to be talking about the new music, okay? And I have no doubt that you're a fan and you probably think highly of a lot of it, but there's no doubt in my mind that you probably don't like everything, and your harsh opinions may clash with mine. And I hope that together you and I can, basically display like proof that you don't have to agree in order to get along. I feel like a lot of juggalos out here, they die on hills they don't need to about shit that doesn't matter. And a lot of people, maybe they feel so strongly about music that they lose their attitude about it. And I might be a little guilty. Like, I don't give a fuck what people like or what they don't like, but for some reason, I have a knee-jerk reaction to people that hate on ICP because they're so dope. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying this as like a disclaimer. Anything that you don't like, I welcome your truth, and that's fine with me. But I will be the contrarian if I feel it necessary, and I will tell you when I think something is fresh. And again, this is all for shits and giggles. It's not serious at all. But I'm coming correct here. You know what I mean? Because I feel strongly that ICP is actually doing well. And they haven't always been. Sometimes maybe they earn their criticisms, but right now I think they've actually got something. They've got something happening right now, like a little momentum, and maybe that's because the next Joker's card is the 2nd 6th. And even though Scotty says no one is talking about it, he's right, but I'm thinking about it. He got me thinking 20 years ago how I was and how I thought and how I followed and digested music, you know. Nowadays, you know, I got Spotify and YouTube, and I don't even own a fucking CD player. So again, if I buy your CD, you know, it's because I support you, and I can't even fucking use your CD. It's basically me supporting you, and you know, buying a fucking collector's item of your shit because I don't even own the CD player right now. Okay. So so, you know, rappers, musicians, everybody's got to think on their feet how to make it happen because people don't buy music the way they used to. My CD collection is mammoth, but I actually threw away a lot of them because I moved, and I was like, dude, I can just listen to this on Spotify in an instant. I don't need the plastic, and so I threw away like half my CDs, and I only kept, you know, the Juggalo shit.
Yeah, I mostly I'll buy just about every ICP CD I can come across. I do have a few others like random, like Tech Nine shit. I mean, I have just about every Psychopathic CD, mainstream one that you can imagine. Like there's some like rare EPs and shit that I don't have, but as far as like all the main commercial Psychopathic albums, I think I have probably at least 90% of them.
So you wouldn't consider yourself a collector because just owning ICP's music doesn't make you a collector because that's music to consume. A collector is someone who buys like bonus, like multiple copies to get the bonus tracks. They buy the special edition, the one-offs, the Halloween.
Yeah, no, I'm not like Romebone with his like 900 CDs, like every variant and everything. I'll buy one variant usually, depending on what the variants are. I'll buy one variant. Lately, I've been buying doubles just to keep like one sealed and stuff. But no, I'm not a collector compared to what you see on like Psychopathic Museum, where people are like buying Japanese imports and stuff.
Well, okay, that's on another level. I think. All right, maybe I should specify. I don't mean a collector like a professional, like trading and selling and living on Psychopathic Museum and eBay. I mean, I guess a collector like because I don't do any of that. Okay, maybe I'm not a collector actually, but what I do is I hoard Juggalo shit, and I have a massive collection. I call it the BeastMaster's Archives, Juggalo Archives, because I've archived things for the past 26 years.
Well, for like the first like 10 years of my being in Juggalo, I didn't buy shit. I was downloading everything from Napster and Kazaa and LimeWire and everything. I didn't buy shit for like 10 years. And then once I got old enough to like have a job and money and stuff, I started to feel bad for like stealing so much money from these artists that I'm claiming to support, yet I'm stealing everything that they own. So I started like buying up as much of the shit that I could. So that was kind of my impetus for buying the shit, just to support them. And I'd buy it and open it and look through the packaging and stuff. I wasn't like keeping them sealed or anything. I was buying them.
So you purchased ICP's music out of guilt for loving it so much.
Now I'm glad that I did, because now you can't hardly find a lot of that shit. I mean, a lot of the stuff that was easy to find 10 years ago is now completely out of print. So I'm glad that I did buy most of that stuff. I mean, a lot of that stuff goes for like, even opened will go for like $50 on.
Right. Yeah, no, I get you. You know, I do realize that I am sitting on my retirement fund, because if that's the case, when the time comes like that, I'm late with a rent payment, or, you know, I need to bail myself out of jail. Like, I could just take my, you know, alternative press dirtball single that came with the fucking magazine and, you know, sell that for fucking $665 and
yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't have anything.
I don't mean now. I mean in the future when it's actually worth that, because it just seems like this shit's getting more and more valuable. Like any ancient artifact of the Dark Carnival would be. I mean, and the older, the rarer, right? The more pristine. You got cassette tapes. I like the music, so I like collecting cassettes. I don't collect cassettes.
That's like all I collect is the audio. I don't really get too much into. I don't have hardly any of the action figures and things like that. I have a
There's not
handful
too many of that to get. It's not like they put out a lot of action figures, but they do put out a lot of vinyl. I actually started collecting the vinyl. And anytime they make something available on cassette, I buy it. And I love that. I love the cassettes because that's really how that right there triggers the best core memories of listening to music as a kid with a boombox and a cassette tape and making copies and making mixes, and that shit is awesome. So I remember when Dog Beats came out on cassette, I snatched that up. Fucking love that.
Yeah, I don't have that. I have the Dog Beats CD, but like I said, that's just like the mainstream pressing.
Right, but Dog Beats, was their first shit, and then they made it available in 2001. So that's when I bought it. So my Dog Beats is from 2001. They made it available again later after that.
Oh, I thought you meant the recent cassette tape. Do you mean the recent?
Yeah,
cassette?
no, that's what I'm saying. Recently, like a couple of years ago, they re-released Dog Beats again. Yeah, so I own the CD from 2001, and now all these years later, I got the cassette, and I'm like, fucking sweet.
Yeah, that's good shit.
But anyways, the last thing I'll say about 2002, and the anticipation of the Wraith. One of the cool pictures is this chick who had a t-shirt with a silhouette of the Wraith. The way that they hyped it was they showed the silhouette I guess it was at the end of the 2001 gathering in Toledo, Ohio. Their intention was to show that silhouette all big at the end of the show, like dramatically in the climax of the show. They were going to show that silhouette, probably with some dope music. But that was the year that Juggalos rushed the stage, like 3 songs in. The show ended early, prematurely. They lost electricity. There was like sparks flying. Juggalos destroyed the set, stole all the cool, bizarre props. I mean, it was a shit show. And the anticlimactic inability to debut that silhouette was probably, if they didn't already have it planned, that definitely solidified the plan to make the very next thing they do, the Hatchet Rising tour, where they go city to city and show the silhouette at the end of every fucking show with Dark Lotus playing. You know what I mean? And that's what they did. So everybody got to see that silhouette on the Hatchet Rising tour when we were supposed to see it at the gathering. And then in 2002, they showed us the real fucking images of the Wraith. And that chick had that silhouette on her t-shirt, So I got a pic with her. I don't even know who she is, but
I saw that picture. I noticed the silhouette looks different from what the Wraith actually ended up looking like.
Yeah, it's a little different. Like you can't see where the hands would be, so it really is maybe like a prototype, or it was because they really did flash it quickly at the end of every show. I drew a picture of it like on a piece of paper as soon as I got in the car that night, when I was at Worcester and I saw the Hatchet Rising tour. Jay takes off his mask and he shows his real face, and everyone starts chanting Joe Bruce. And he did that at the end of every fucking show. He showed his face. They showed the Wraith silhouette. I drew it on a piece of paper, and I still to this day have my little sketch of, and it's kind of like the one on that chick's t-shirt, is like, the hints are there, but I didn't quite know what I was drawing. I was like, is this a donkey? I mean, I'm like, what's going on here? Like,
yeah.
Anyway, that's what I wanted to say, because before you know it, the era of Yum Yum is going to be over, and we're all going to be talking about the 6th again. And I'm not really in a rush for that because there is still more to come in the Yum Yum era. I believe they've kicked back the release of the second seed of Yum Yum, right? So the Ugly Pug EP is not releasing at the Gathering. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay. So, if everybody watching has strong opinions about that, if you're a Juggalo, you probably do. I don't really care personally.
I don't care.
Yeah, I know. I feel like I'm pretty laid back about release dates and pushbacks because as an artist, I know how that goes. But ultimately, I'm just a super patient ninja, and once it comes out, it'll be out forever. So I'm not tripping about that.
This is just the norm for ICP now, and I don't even mean that in a shitty way. It's just a matter of fact. They don't put shit out.
No one's surprised.
They said in the post when they said it was delayed that Violent J has been in the hospital for a few weeks with pneumonia.
Oh yeah, so there's serious.
That's why they said it wasn't ready. So it's like if it's a reason like that, then who gives a shit? Put it off for another year if you have to.
Let's not get carried away there, Mitch.
Maybe they'll have it ready by Ball of Wicked or something.
I need my medicine, but still, I'm not mad. All I'm saying is that I'm not mad about it. I think no one's surprised. It's just some people are mad all the time because I don't know because they love it so much, probably. But look, the new music is it's different. The era of Yum Yum has different production than prior. Well, actually. Fearless Fred Fury brought some different producers.
That's kind of been the trend for this whole second deck, I think. Every card has been pretty different sounding, at least from Missing Link to Fred Fury to Yum Yum. Those three albums sound completely different from anything ICP's ever done before. With Bang Bow Boom and Death Pop, you obviously have the Mike Clark influence, so it is kind of in the same zone as other ICP shit, but yeah, a lot of the more recent stuff has been super experimental.
Right. I think patterns and trends and familiarity is something that Juggalos pick up on. So if Mikey Clark does something for that when he didn't produce the Wraith, that was just completely mind-boggling.
I mean, to be honest, it still bothers me. I think Mikey Clark could have done a better job, and it would have been a better album with him. But
you know what? I don't know if that's a popular or unpopular opinion. I'm sorry for not reading the chat because I'm having this conversation, but I am curious how other people feel. Like 20 years later, this is the question specifically: do you think the Wraith would have been better if Mikey Clark produced it? And I would say yes. But I also don't dislike the Wraith because I think Mike P schooled it on the Wraith. But Mike P's production is hit or miss with me sometimes. It's just the Wraith. It's all hits for me. But I'm talking about other things that he does. Is sometimes like, yeah, that's Mike P all day. But
I've butted some heads against people before about the Wraith because to me, Shangri-La is the weakest of the first 6 Joker's cards and one of the weaker ICP CDs, period. I don't think it's that great. I like it for what it is, like symbolically and everything, but musically, it's just not what I generally prefer to get down to. I like the Wicked shit. I like Hell's Pit better than Shangri-La, and I like them both, but it's just like, to me, Carnival, Carnage, Ringmaster, let's just say all 90s ICP. All 90s ICP from the LPs to the EPs to the Forgotten Freshnesses to the Hall of Wicked singles, whatever. Those are all 10 out of 10. And then to me, the Wraith is like, Shangri-La is like a 7. So it's like, it's not like it sucks, but to me, it's a notable decline or whatever compared to the other shit.
All right. So, because I know people that feel the other way around, like that the Wraith is superior. Hell's Pit is like the beginning of the end. It's like the precursor to the second deck, and not even a Joker's card because let's face it, the Wraith Shangri-La is the 6th. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's both. I mean, I consider it both the 6, but I like Hell's Pit. I like it better. I think it has more good songs that I like to listen into the rotate. You have to really be in the Shangri-La mood for those kind of songs to land.
No, but listen, you don't have to second guess your opinion. Like if you feel about the Wraith the way you feel about
I don't second guess my opinion at all. I felt quite strongly about this for the last 10 years, 20 years now.
This is what I'm sorry for talking over you. I'm excited about this conversation. This is why I called it the multiverse, because just imagine like all the critiques that Juggalos have about ICP's music, and what if everybody got what they wanted? Like, what if there was a universe where Violent J didn't smoke weed, or if Dark Lotus didn't break up, or if Mars didn't get kicked out, or what would have happened if Twisted came out with their black magic, or you know what I mean? If I don't know, like if back I was reading the liner, I was reading the Faygo lovers posts about like Twisted seminar at Camp Zool 2, and they're like talking about back in the day shit, and they're like, we met Mikey Clark when we recorded Pumpkin Carver, and Cottonmouth Kings were out back in the backyard, and someone slashed Jamie's tires, and they thought it, and I'm like, holy shit, like I remember Twisted was like dissing KMK in songs, like in Psychopathics from Outer Space Part 2, they bleeped out KMK disses, and I'm like, that goes all the way back to when they met Mikey Clark, and they totally thought that Cottonmouth Kings fucking flattened Jamie's tires, and they like they were like enemies from the start.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't really think about that, but yeah, it all ties together.
So funny. But imagine if there was a universe where instead of that happening, they hit it off, clicked, became BFFs.
I mean, they did for a while. They got it together for a while there, and
right. Or what if Misery? What if Misery and Blaze and Twisted never had a fight, at the gathering, and Misery never left the label? Like, what if Misery was a part of the Diamonds reigning era? I'm just saying, in the multiverse,
all that stuff is interesting to think about, but ultimately I don't really give a shit, because all I really care about is ICP and what they've done. And ICP has done so much more than I could ever think possible. It's like they could put out an album of complete garbage and I wouldn't give a shit. Who cares? They've done enough. How much more do they need to do? They've done enough. They've done more than enough. So it's like I can't ask for anything more, or even really think about what if something was different.
Okay, well, fair enough. And again, like, this was just my thought process when we're talking about the music. A lot of people sometimes will basically feel that the album will suffer, or the album is suffering because of this or that, or the album is great except for, and if they had it their way, they would lose this production, or this song,
definitely. I mean, I do that all the time. I mean, yeah, you can't not think about that a little bit, but
right.
What I would have done, and this is maybe another hot take that people have also disagreed with me on. I think a perfect ending would have been to take the best tracks off Bizarre and Bizarre, put them together, tie it together with some kind of theme, and call that the Six Jokers card. And that would have been just as good as any other Jokers card to me. And I've said that before, and people tell me, well, Bizarre doesn't have a concept, it's just like a collection of songs, so it wouldn't really work as a Joker's card. But I don't know. All you got to do is slap some stupid character on that and record an intro and an outro, and it's as good as a Joker's card to me.
This is the perfect example of me biting my tongue and not biting your head off, and basically just saying, all right, but I disagree.
I mean, I've gotten pushback on everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I would be triggered by that. If I read that comment, I would be like, you motherfucker. Like, because
I agree that thematically,
let me tell you something, motherfucker.
it doesn't really work as an ending, but the songs are just better. Like, come on, let's go all the way, Tilt-A-Whirl, and I mean, I don't even have to go on. Everyone knows that how good those albums are.
All right,
I think
I'll say this. This is probably unpopular to say, but this is the only way. This is the closest to agreeing with you that I can get. Okay, I personally feel like the Great Malenko is the greatest Joker's card ever. You know, that's my favorite. Okay, so therefore, because that is my favorite, the first album to be a letdown was the Amazing Jekyll Brothers, because that came after the Great Malenko, and in my opinion is not better than the Great Malenko. So therefore, it is the first album to be inferior. And they're, you know, regardless of where they go, up and down, they never got higher than the Great Malenko. Therefore, Jekyll Brothers, by definition, is a disappointment in comparison.
I can understand that point of view. However, to me, Jekyll Brothers is the number one, but also that's the one that I came in with. So there is that connection there. But to me, Jekyll Brothers is my favorite ICP album.
Interesting. I got in with Malenko like that. I mean, literally,
if I'm being more objective and I say, okay, not what is my favorite, but what is the best ICP album, I'd probably say Riddlebox. I think if you're being to be as objective as I can, Riddlebox is probably the best album they've ever done. But for my own personal tastes, I like the aggression of Jekyll Brothers and stuff. But that's like, to me. So like for me, the next album to come out, next Joker's card anyway, after I started listening to ICP was Shangri-La. So that to me is what you're saying about Jekyll Brothers. Like, to me, that's like the step down of like, oh, this isn't.
Well, yeah. I'll tell you this: the way that this community is so brutally honest and hard to please and really super picky about ICP's music. It has been that is how it's been the entire time I've been a Juggalo. I've heard complaints from Juggalos about the music the entire time I've been a Juggalo. From the days of Riddlebox, I caught wind of Juggalos that actually bitched about the songs on Tunnel of Love, like the soft songs, like literally there were Juggalos that were like, yo, fuck this whack shit, like another love song. Or I mean, I'm just saying, like, maybe they're unpopular opinions because those songs are mad popular now, but the changes that ICP made didn't sit well with some of those old school fans. And literally, like you said, the Wraith, Hell's Pit, I mean, goddamn, the Calm, the Tempest, like Juggalos made sure that everyone knew where these albums belonged in the hierarchy, or, you know, in the Hall of Fame. So it's like, it's just hard to hear it. I really didn't give a fuck because, like I said, it's all been downhill since Malenko. So what the fuck we complaining about?
And there's no doubt Juggalos that have been out since Riddlebox that think Malenko is the sellout point. So it just depends on.
Yeah.
Your
well, I mean, sellout point. Look, just because something's mainstream,
I don't consider that. I think Malenko is fucking amazing.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, just because something's mainstream doesn't mean it's bad music. Come on,
there's a reason that Malenko is so fucking popular, and it's because it's a great album. Perfect. It's a 10 out of 10.
I feel like Juggalos have confliction because back in the day, it used to be this call to arms to fight back against like the mainstream, and you know, ICP is the world's most hated band, and especially the Jekyll Brother era, which was, you know, like you said, the angriest album, and a lot of backlash from the way that they were treated during Malenko, and you know, with the Hollywood records, and just basically dealing with that. A lot of the fuckery and fake shit that the industry has to offer. A lot of that comes out in Jekyll Brothers, you know, fuck the world and shit. And
it's awesome. I think they kind of got back to that with Fred Fury. I thought Fred Fury was a great album. Like on the second deck, I think my opinions are really inverted. Like a lot of the stuff that people really love about the second deck, I don't like that much. And other way around. A lot of the stuff that I really like, other people don't seem to like that much.
Yeah, no, I feel you because
I thought and still think that the Mighty Death Pop is almost as good as the first deck. And now it's starting to get a little more respect because now it's old, so now it's okay to like it. But when it came out, everybody was hating on the Mighty Death Pop like it was the biggest piece of shit. And I didn't and still don't understand because to me it's that classic Mikey Clark, wicked Dark Carnival clown shit.
You know, I think that my problem is that I, for my own mental health, stay away from comment sections, and I actually like if something bothers me and I get triggered by something, I don't seek it out. I actually avoid things that disrupt my peace. And so Juggalo's bitching about the music has not actually been my favorite thing to fucking dive into rabbit holes for. And even watching reviews of people talking about the music, like I don't know if I would even watch this video of us talking about this music. I don't know if I would watch that, but I love talking about it with people. Except, you know, it's like, all right, what you said about the Wraith, we're moving on from that. I don't agree with you. The Wraith is fucking amazing. So, but let's talk about the second deck.
I'll go as far as to agree that the Wraith is amazing. I just don't think it's as amazing as the previous Joker's cards.
No, but see,
it's still amazing.
But I agree with you on that. See how it's so difficult to know how to place things, because people hold you to your word, and I mean not you, but all of us. Everyone gets held to their word. So people throw out just, you know, on a whim. They're like, I'm feeling this, I'm not feeling this, and today I'm feeling it, and tomorrow I'm not. But for me, I will always look back on those albums like a lot of people do, and the music today has not gotten stale. Like I still enjoy that music. But what you said about the Mighty Death Pop, like for me, it's a different experience. All right. The Mighty Death Pop came out 2012. That was the first Joker's card to drop while Carnival Spirits was a thing. And so we were following that shit as a channel, and they were broadcasting like studio sessions with a black and white camera, like a security camera, showing us the making of the album with Legs Diamond and Sugar Slam and like fucking, you know what I mean? That was fucking awesome. Like to watch them make that album like that was fucking awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah,
and I love the album. Like who the fuck doesn't like the Mighty Mighty Death Pop? Come on. The 4 albums of Fresh, maybe the Ho Flow, the hour-long Ho Flow is the only one that I've only listened to one time. Everything else,
you can't really just sit and listen to that unless you're on some kind of a road trip or something. But I mean, we could, and I gladly would talk about this all day because there's a lot to unpack there. But like,
right, and you know what? I've got my own show, so you know we can come back and pick up anywhere. I'm not in a rush to cover everying because
this is the kind of shit I like talking about. When the Tempest came out, I did, and I like the Tempest. It's a good album. But it was kind of a thing of like, well, this isn't a Joker's card, so why should I give a shit, you know? And so as much as I think that's like a collection of good songs, it didn't quite grab me the way the Joker's card did. And then when Bang Pow Boom came out, it wasn't, I'm sure you'll remember, it wasn't originally supposed to be a new set of 6 Joker's cards. It was just like, here's another album. And it again was still kind of like, well, now that the 6 Joker's cards are done, these songs might be good, but it just doesn't capture my imagination the way that it did before. But then when they started saying it was Joker's cards again, I was on board. And I know a lot of Juggalos now will say like, well, the second deck isn't real Joker's cards. But to me, to me, the Joker's cards is what makes it cool. Once they said it was Joker's cards again, I was locked into like, wanting to know what the Death Pop is going to look like and going to sound like and what it's going to mean. And that's the way I've been from then on with this second deck, because it's just cooler and more interesting when it's Joker's cards, when it's about something.
You're right, because the spike of popularity went up up for Bang Pow Boom, and it was the 10-year anniversary of the gathering, and that was a huge like boom, a Juggalo boom. And then the following year, and when Mighty Death Pop dropped, that hype for the return of the Dark Carnival had plateaued, and it was like just the Juggalos again. So I think that there was a lot of looky-loos and you know, people that had that initial like, yeah, this is what we want, but they're really not in it for the long haul, and they're kind of like fair weather fans. So when Mighty Death Pop dropped, the support, albeit small, for Mighty Death Pop was like the actual true fans, the loyal Juggalos.
Well, I mean, but there's also true loyal Juggalos that hated it too, just because there's no accounting for what Juggalos are gonna like. Some Juggalos really love some shit.
Yeah, that's true. But do you hear what I'm saying? Do you hear what I'm saying? The volume of people that show up when ICP is popular, and then the way that everybody disappears when all of a sudden ICP sucks. Fine, rep Juggalo, fine, rep Juggalo. But I'm just saying, not everyone really is a Juggalo. People actually flip-flop. They change their mind. I've actually watched people on YouTube do it. They're like, I don't call myself a Juggalo. I was a kid when I was into that shit 20 years ago. I am mature now. I am a Twizzler. No, I'm just kidding. But what I'm saying is that there is more going on here, that people get drawn to it when they need it. ICP is there for them when they need it, and ICP is for them what they need them to be, you know? And a lot of people lean on that shit, and they love it, and they depend on it, and it's like fucking therapy. And some people, I'm not mad about it. I'm just saying that, you know, when ICP is hot, and the people come flocking, it's crazy hype. But then when it's a little bit like, you know, tame, it actually becomes more intimate and fun, because like literally, I just mean like diehard fans that don't check the weather. They come out rain or shine, and they fucking have a blast. And so there's that bass. And then when ICP is on top of their game and they draw a crowd, you could look at that as a badge of honor, like, well done, sirs. Like, look at you pulling in all these randoms and selling your T-shirts. You know what I mean? Like, they just got the hustle locked down, and it's respect, because everyone else is trying to do it. Everyone's trying to chase the fucking 800-pound gorilla. And today there are so many fucking camps and rappers and labels and people that have found their lane, you know, but you don't have to be a player hater in order to participate. Like, hate the game, not the player. Isn't that how it's said? Or
and then there's also, I think there's also people that will say something is good, even if it's kind of opposite of what there's the people like you're just talking about who kind of like back off when it's not as hot. But I think, and then there's also people that will say that something is good, even if they don't like it, because they think they're supposed to. Like, if they feel like that if they don't say everything is great, then they're going to be outcast or something, which anyone that ever followed my shit knows that I'll call out when I think something's awesome, and I'll call out when I think something's not that good. So we'll definitely be getting both ends of that spectrum when we start getting into the yum stuff.
Yeah, we'll get into that real quick. But to that point, that is why I don't spend much time in the comment section, because you know, everybody knows that the easiest way to misunderstand someone or be misunderstood is to send a text message, right? So when you're reading comments, you are literally reading posts from people, and their intent is a mystery. You don't know if it's sarcastic. You don't know if it's, you know, an 11-year-old, or if this is like somebody's friggin' Tale of Two Cities where they fucking spell checked and they're like, you know, super proud of the emojis they picked. Like, all I'm saying is you don't know if someone's being sincere, or if it's just a fucking troll, or if it's just a street teamer whose job it is to throw thumbs at you and fucking, you know, run that comments up, you know, and they're just trying to help. So, you know, there is a type of like grassroots, like, you know, guerrilla marketing type of social media pandering. But that doesn't mean it still doesn't mean that, like, if you're in a community and you want to celebrate the music you love, is anyone actually going to spend a lot of time, like, you know, making graphics and little like Instagram posts and making memes about shit that they don't really like?
Like,
Yeah.
I would argue that it's more prevalent that people who are talking shit and act like they don't like it are really secretly low key listening
That
to
shit
it.
drives
and
me
trying
crazy
to figure
with
out if
all
they like
the-
it or not.
You see that a lot now with like the Twisted stuff where people just cannot shut the fuck up about Twisted. It's like, dude, if you hate them so much, just ignore them.
Oh,
I would
that's
extend that same advice even to ICP themselves sometimes, where it's like, all right, I don't give a shit about Twisted. I don't want to hear about them. I don't care.
But that's true. I feel that way about both sides. I don't necessarily hear ICP talk about Twisted too much, and I don't.
They do it in this fucking CD. in the liner notes, and they're like, in the liner notes of this CD, it's like, to everyone that betrayed us, you're all gonna burn in hell and stuff. And it's just like, all right, you've said your point about this enough times.
Okay. Look, that's it. We're officially talking Yum Yum now, because that
Sure.
right there, look, that right there is fucking. That's history now. That's in the liner notes forever. So
yeah,
maybe for all of us who know the backstory, I fucking love that in the liner notes, because that right there is just proof positive that
well,
they're
yeah.
not.
Just for some context here, it says, to the long list of people who betrayed us, y'all can suck a fat shitty dick till the nuts pop. You slithering ass serpents, fuck off and die already. Y'all doing nothing but pollute the earth. We loved y'all. We gave y'all a career. We cared for y'all, and y'all tried to slit our fucking throats in return. But all y'all obviously did was slit your own nut guzzling throats. You backstabbing bitches. Enjoy the flames. You've earned them. God, that is so intense. That is so intense.
Yeah. And
I mean, shit. What do you think this whole album's about? Even
we'll
loyalty and shit. Yeah.
We'll get into that. Yeah. The clown dripping video has that line.
Yes.
Where they talk about
Yes.
fake Juffa hose
Yeah.
front for a living. And
for a living.
on the screen, there's actually and it's blurred out a little bit, but it's little graphics.
Yeah, you can tell what it is.
Most tasteless era Twisted graphics with and I think it even says like Juffaho on the screen or something.
There's no question. Yeah, it's clearly the Twisted picture back there.
But look, if I actually listened to Twisted more, I'd be able to tell you all the instances that they brought it up, but I can't.
They do that shit all the fucking time too, on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter. And
so is it safe to say that Juggalos are going to perpetuate this longer than the artists are? Because that's how it was with Eminem. I feel like Juggalos perpetuated Eminem ICP beef for a decade past, even when ICP and Eminem had hard feelings anymore, you know?
ICP has been driving the shit out of this like beef, and every time they talk about from the first time they addressed it at like the Gathering 2017 or whatever, right when all that shit really started hitting the fan.
Yep.
They said this is the only time we're ever going to talk about it. After this, we're never talking about Twisted again. We're not going to work with them ever again. It's never going to happen. So this is the last we're ever going to talk about them. And that was 5 years ago. And they continually bring it up. And I get it. I mean,
no, look, man, hold on, slow down. Look, when they said that they couldn't have known the events, and look, Jay says something, I'm never going to do something, he does it. Jay says he's never going to do something, he does it. So don't be that guy that, is holding him to that word, because you know that's not how it works.
It would be one thing if it was 1 or 2 or 3 or even 4 or 5 times, but it's constantly all the time.
No, they are never going to work with Twisted again. That was the point. All right, he's embellishing. I'll never talk about it again, but they're never going to work with them again. That's the take home.
And good. I hope I wouldn't give a fuck if they didn't. A lot of people they talk about the lineup for the Gathering and stuff, and for the most part, most people don't give a shit about the lineup. But every now and then, you find the person that's like, "It'd be a whole lot better if Twisted was there," and it's like, who gives a shit if Twisted's there?
A lot of
I'm over all that shit completely. But
look,
Anyway.
Mitch, the thing is that on my show, on YouTube, in this community, what I have learned is that my personal feelings about Twisted, like, don't serve me in this arena. Because if I just constantly shit on Twisted, I'm alienating half of my own fans. You know what I mean? And so, like, I've basically wrestled with my feelings enough where I actually am quite comfortable with not being upset at Twisted anymore. Like, I've been hella mad at Twisted. So the fact that I've gotten past that is huge for me. The fact that I'm even willing to speak about them on my show is a big change, because I don't normally do that. Okay. And I feel like because of the history and the memories, and I want to be able to touch on memories and speak on things and not get my jimmies rustled over something that happened 5 years ago that I'm actually over already. You know what I mean? So I can't contradict myself, and I can't live in the headspace of fuck those dudes, because, like, it's kind of, I'm over it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's no reason to even think about them. I mean, I have all kinds of thoughts about, obviously every Juggalo does, really, especially
I know.
Especially the kind of Juggalos like us that dissect and analyze everything. I could go on about all that shit, but why?
And I know, but we're trying to talk about Yum Yum, not Twisted.
Yeah,
so
yeah. You want to get into that stuff then?
Yeah, but that's why I just wanted to put that out there, because
Yeah.
as harsh as I am with them, like I have to reconcile with the fact that that, you know, that we can't make them do anything. They're doing what they're gonna, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care, and I'm not upset. Like, the shots that get fired are for our entertainment, and so I will accept it as entertainment. And you know what I mean? I no longer have a horse in the race. The Juggalo march is over.
And their music sucks now. Just to be fucking blatant about it, I really don't have a stake in it when the music sucks. Twisted's music sucks now. Blaze's music sucks now. Every artist who's left Psychopathic has only gotten worse since leaving. So,
ouch.
I mean, is there Boondocks, A and B? Everybody that leaves Psychopathic immediately starts going downhill. So,
oh man, that sucks for them. I'm sorry, guys, but
I would have hung in there more and to defend them if I thought the music was good. But now it's like, what am I defending?
That's
music
all right.
that I don't even like from people that I think.
I gotta ask you, is this basically what the Murder Mayhem show was, or did you just focus on?
Not at all. I'm much saltier now. I was a bigger defender of them at the time. You'll probably not find me saying anything negative about Twisted on any of those. But now I'm just like, I'm so over it that I don't give a shit.
Right. Okay. Well, look, you're in good company, because I could probably talk shit all day, but I'm not trying to do that. You know what I mean? Like I'm wearing my Dark Lotus t-shirt on purpose, man.
And now you have Light. Now Light's the next little MNE Junior over there doing his shit with them.
No, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Light has his own fucking label, Monstar Records.
So. I hate to get too real in a recorded medium. But
you don't have to. Just hold on.
Light would not be where he is right now if he weren't on Psychopathic for those 5 minutes. Being on Psychopathic is what?
Who's arguing that? Who's arguing that? No one said that he.
Well, he's saying he has his own shit, and it's like nobody's listening to Light because they're a hardcore Monstar fan. Everyone that's listening to Light right now is listening to him for that one Psychopathic EP.
No,
that was enough to put him on for the next 5 years.
I don't agree with you, because look, the fact is that he has fans, man. Like, some of these other rappers actually have fans. Like, it's not. I get where you're coming from, because I also am a mark for ICP, but FYI, some of these other artists have fans, bro. Light has a fucking fan base. They may have been introduced to him through Psychopathic.
Whose faces are on the flyer for his big show coming up? All former Psychopathic artists?
Yeah. Exactly.
Other people that nobody would have given a shit about if they weren't ever on Psychopathic.
Yeah, but that's a show, and it's Lights Out 5, right? So isn't that the point of a dope roster, to get a bunch of names, like, to sell tickets? Like, that's the hustle, bro. Have you seen the lineup for Lethal Weekend 5? It's fucking redonkulous. I mean,
I'm
even
just pointing out that he's embracing the fact that he wouldn't be shit if it weren't for Psychopathic.
All right, well,
you're talking
about something. Look, all right, look, you're talking about the post that he made, which, if out of context, I mean, I would like to. If you want to talk about that, we're never going to get to Yum Yum.
All right.
Because look, I actually feel like if we talk about it, we need to explain it. Like, what are we talking about? You know what I mean? Light put out that post. That's a whole fucking can of worms, man. Talking about all of that. If you want to go down that rabbit hole, we can.
None of these artists, except maybe Twisted, would have been shit if they weren't on Psychopathic. And I love Blaze's music on Psychopathic. I was a big Blaze fan, but he wouldn't have been shit if he weren't on Psychopathic. I guess this is kind of a digression.
You're not telling
Boondocks from the ground up, and now he's still out there with the Boondocks paint and the Boondocks name, all shit that was given to him. But whatever.
Right,
I mean, I'll give a rebuttal, and then we should really get into the Yum Yum stuff.
I don't have a rebuttal, man. The thing is that you're preaching to the choir. It's just I don't know why you're mad about it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, I haven't been podcasting in like 3 years, so I guess that was a lot to like.
All right, you had to get that off your chest.
A lot of stuff that's been like percolating in my head that I haven't really got put out there. But
Mitch, I actually don't mind. I mean, I'm actually here for it because, like, that was the whole point to get you on here. Is I want to hear what you have to say, and so I don't mean to cut you off and brush that off, and that is my toxic trait where I'm just trying to steer the conversation, but at the same time, I hear what you're saying, bro. It's just like Carnival Spirits started in 2011, like months before Twisted left the label. And so, you know what I mean? Like, all our plans went sideways because we were going to and so, you know what I mean? So, okay. So now there's a new, so they're splitting. So, okay, what are we going to rep? Are we going to rep everybody? Like, I'm just saying in general, like everything changed when they left the label, but it never became a fucking problem until it became a problem. You know, so we actually didn't care that they left Psychopathic Records. We supporting Magic Ninja, going to shows, New Year's Evil 5. I was all about it until the Juggalo March. But I'm just saying 5 years has passed since the Juggalo March. And what I am trying to do here on Carnival Spirits is not be that guy who is hating on everyone else. Like, I'm actually here to talk about ICP. So but as my guest, I am, inviting you here to give us your thoughts, and you are completely in the safe space to fucking shit on M&E if you want to. It's just I can't promise you that the audience is on board. Like, even though I personally agree, like the channel, it's like all comments on Carnival Spirits do not, what's that disclaimer? Like, opinions do not represent all members of Carnival Spirits. Like, yeah, we get it because we all have.
Tie it up in Twisted's defense. I'll tell this anecdote, which is that, after I guess this would be 2017, Twisted and ICP were both touring, and I went to Twisted because I was supporting Twisted for years after the March. It's only been over the last few years that I stopped giving a shit about them, but I went to the Twisted VIP with Mud, Water, Air, and Blood CD, and knowing that there was like tension between them and ICP, but I went to their VIP with that CD, and I asked them, I said, do you feel like weird about signing this? And they were like, well, this is a whole other story now. But I was like, do you feel weird about signing this? And they were like, why not? We're 3/5 of this album. And that's what they said. And then whenever I took it to the ICP meet and greet, I was like, do you feel weird? And it had Twisted signature already on there. And I was like, are you all right to sign this? And they were like, well, why not? It is our album. So it's like both sides are like taking ownership. But that's not even what I wanted to say. That's awesome. That's awesome. What I wanted to say was that I told Twisted at the time, I said, by the way, I do this podcast, and just so you know, whenever somebody makes a move that I don't agree with, I do talk about it, and sometimes that comes up, or whatever. And they were like, and that's totally cool, as long as you can have your opinion and you're entitled to that, and we'll, even if we don't agree with whatever you're talking about, we support everyone's right to say whatever they feel, whatever. And then I went to the ICP meet and greet a few weeks later, and I told them the same thing, and I said, so I do this podcast, and sometimes I say things about stuff that I don't agree with. And Violent J was like, why? What did you say? And I was like, oh, shit. I didn't mean it like that. But it was like, I thought that was kind of a telling, way, the way these two sides are looking at this. It's like you have one side being like, yeah, that's cool. Say whatever you think. If that's your opinion, then just speak your truth. And the other side's like, why? Are you talking shit about us? What's the deal? But anyway.
Well, I mean, the way you pose that question is going to elicit a response, and maybe Twisted. They're actually really good at interacting with their fans. They put up a facade where they could literally stand there and talk and bullshit with fans all fucking night. They would literally fucking chop it up with fans and be way more interactive with the fans than ICP are. So when it comes to meeting my favorite artists and stuff, there's an expression like don't meet your heroes, because but so I have had interactions with both Twisted and ICP that maybe confirm or muddle my opinions of them, because my interaction is different than other people's interaction. Like for example, I have an ex-girlfriend who every time she met Jay was a dick to her, and it's like, so that's her truth, and that's her experience. But I've met Jay and presented him with cool artifacts that he was all excited to see. And so it was a different, first of all, it was a different decade, and it was different, time. And, but you know what I mean? So, but then if you meet Jay in a different atmosphere.
I mean, I've done VIP a bunch of times with everybody, and I've had great experiences every time. So
I mean before and during VIPs, but let me try to think here. So the one thing that we said about Mighty Death Pop, that shit was being recorded. We got to kind of eavesdrop on the recording. When they dropped that shit, maybe it didn't pop as much as they wanted it to, but I felt like it was an effort. The next effort was The Missing Link, and I think that one was definitely a decline. I think it's a unanimous agreement amongst jugglers.
It pretty much is.
Yeah.
I think so. You'd be hard pressed to find someone who says that's the best album.
Right. And so then you got Fearless Fred Fury, which I think anything that came after Marvelous Missing Link was going to be a breath of fresh air, and it was. So the real question is, with Yum Yum being the fifth Joker's card of the second deck, and we're coming to the second sixth here, like I wanted to know your opinions on the Yum Yum era, like the Yum Yum flower music, and I guess starting with the House Party EPs, because that technically is part of this era. And maybe it's not. Maybe it's the tail end.
I'll count it. And I have a lot to say about all these albums. Well,
that's good. I'm glad. So let's officially call this, Yum Yum Flower talk, because, so like I said, the House Party Peep Show EP, I have a copy sealed. Wouldn't be able to play it anyway. I don't have a CD player, but I listened to it on YouTube to refresh my memory. And goddamn, we were talking about it, and you were like the fact that we have to refresh our memories probably lets you know. But you're kind of right. You're kind of right, because I would listen to it more if I liked them more. But these songs are fucking crazy dope for a reason. So I'm gonna let you start. Give me your.
Okay, well. The first three tracks, are from the You Produce thing on the Patreon. Did you watch the Patreon?
I did. I actually watched all of those episodes, and so I actually was one of the producers voting.
Yeah, me too. I voted on that shit. Now, at the time that they were doing it, Violent J was like, "This is dope," because we would have never made these decisions on our own. So you guys are the best producers we ever had. We should make a whole album like this. And then after it came out, they were like, man, making those songs was way harder than we thought it would be. Because they were like, when you're in the studio and you want to take something in a different direction, you can. But with these songs, they were already locked into what had been voted on. And I think that really comes across because I think that those you produced songs are a fucking mess in the most entertaining way, in the sense that it's our fault. We did this. So it's like, it's an interesting experience, but as far as those three songs,
it's the first three. What is it? The first four or the first?
No,
three?
It's the first three. It's the Blob. What's the second one?
The second one's called My Forehead.
Oh God, yeah, that's the craziest one of all. And then the third one is the Cartoon Goon. But I remember for the My Forehead, the things to vote on were like, do you want the song to have high-pitched vocals, a feature from Ouija Mac, a skit in the middle, or a verse from Shaggy or something like that?
Right.
And I remember that in the middle of the voting, Jumpsteady was like, all those choices are so dope. I think we should just have an option to vote for all four of them.
I remember.
I remember watching this like, you're totally undermining and ruining the point of having a vote. You can't have an option for all of the above because obviously that's what everyone's going to pick, and that is what won. And man, does it come across, because that song is a fucking mess to me.
Yeah, I thank you for reminding me of that, because I do recall getting a little annoyed at Jumpsteady during those productions.
He wanted to produce the thing himself. He kept basically telling everyone what to vote on.
No, but it's not that he was telling them. It's just that every time Jumpsteady uttered an opinion, the fucking chat fucking piled on to that opinion.
For
and
sure.
So literally everything he said is just make it so.
Everything he said is what pretty much came across. And in that one, he was like, you should just have an option for all of the above. And that song is too ridiculous.
No, look, I actually really agree with you, because they would speak on, everyone would kind of chime in. And every time Jumpsteady chimed in, I was like, no, that's not the decision I would go with. But the chat always kind of hopped on it. Yeah, every time.
Yeah, and that was a Mike Clark beat as well, which was kind of an interesting thing, because you hadn't had a Mike Clark beat in a while. But
yeah,
I mean, that could, if you would have, the Ouija Mac feature is maybe too much. The high pitched vocals is maybe too much. It's kind of a silly concept of a song to begin with in the first place. So,
we voted for the topic. We voted for the beat. Everything. And you know, I saw comments in the chat, like as it was happening, of ninjas that were not pleased with the popular opinions. Like, man, you guys don't know hip hop. Like, I just saw a lot of
some of them were kind of fucked up. I would have made some different choices on some of them, but. That's the way it goes. That was why it was an interesting thing to watch and see.
And that's why it's interesting to listen to him, because when I listened to it, I was like, oh my God, like yeah, the specific style that they're rapping was one of the choices. So it's like they didn't have a say in it. They got to do wild style, or on this one, they got to do the high pitched cartoon voice skits, and you know, this one's got mad skits in it. This one has
in the Cartoon Goon. I remember that. The oddball flow is what won, and you can hear it. I mean, that's what Shaggy's doing. It's almost like Old Dirty Bastard type of flow, and you can tell that like he's trying to make it work. And to me, those three songs, they're not anything I would ever want to listen to regularly, but that's not the point. The point was like, here's a crazy idea. There's a crazy new experimental way of producing a song. Let's see what happens. So for that reason, I think they're interesting, but I don't think they're things I'm going to bump regularly.
You know what these are? These are future forgotten freshness tracks. Yeah?
Yeah, that's pretty much.
Yeah. And I hope they do end up on a future forgotten freshness. And, you know, I'll say this. I like the production, you know, the Mikey Clark beat, the Devereaux beat, and The only thing I wrote down that I would add that you haven't already said is maybe the first song, The Blob, could have been called ABKB, because the way the hook is they're like the anybody killing blob.
Oh,
I thought that was kind of cool and actually kind of catchy.
That song's not bad. It's not really about. I thought it would be about like a blob like taking over the city, but it's really not really about that. Really,
it's actually about the people that the blob is.
It's really only about one guy, which is it's fine. I mean, I get it. That was probably just the type of situation where Violent J sat down intending to write one type of song, and it wasn't quite working. And so he just kind of massaged the concept into something that works.
It's because we told him how to rap it, and we told him that we wanted to have like skits and sound effects. So the way that he can tell a story that involves like other characters interjecting their voices is by telling a story about, you know what I mean? So he just does it the way he does it to make it work.
That one. The Blob would probably be the best, I think, of those first three. But and then there's
as far as the song goes, it has more playback value.
And then the next three are the Mighty Moat and the Ceremonies and Live Dead Forever.
Let me say about Mighty Moat that these kind of like revenge fantasies take me back to Beverly Hills and like, you know, but the lyrical, like this one kind of like threw me off at first, but it's totally just a story about like a kind of like abstract, like magical remote control, you know, like that movie Click or something, where you just erase and delete and rewind the world, and like basically some fucking magic shit or something.
And I wonder if maybe these were like from the Yum Yum sessions, because they were just thrown on the CD, you know, for with no explanation or anything. So I wonder if these were maybe recorded for Yum Yum, and then they already knew they weren't gonna make it. So
that's why we're talking about it, because, you know, this is the precursor to Yum Yum's lore, and really Mighty Moat Metals and Live Dead Forever are like these three new songs that live on this obscure, you know, sideshow EP that most ninjas have, because most people were watching. At least that first run, you know, people were watching. I don't even know if they do it. Are they even doing it anymore? Did ICP Network fold already?
They had been doing the Twitch for a while, but then I think they stopped mysteriously, and then now we know that Violent J was in the hospital or whatever. Right. So I think that's slowed it down. But
Shaggy and the Creep Show is still going strong. I just watched
that shit rules.
The other day.
That Ceremony song is good because of the concept, but I don't really know that it's one that I'm going to be bumping repeatedly, just because musically I don't love it musically. I like the concept of the song. I like to hear Violent J talking about that kind of stuff. It's interesting. So for that reason, I can see why people like it. I think that's considered one of the favorites on that EP.
It is, because it's slower, and it's like one of those like I would compare this to the vibes of like We Kept Hustling, you know what I mean, and stuff like that, where they're breaking the fourth wall and they're actually rapping about themselves. This is an appreciation track for Shaggy, Rude Boy, Billy Bill, Jump Steady. Violent J is giving medals to the people that he cherishes most. I fucking love this song. Like, this is the best song.
Interesting. I had no way of noticing this when the EP first came out, but when I was re-listening to it, Violent J mentions his heart problem in that song.
He does.
Yeah.
He does.
It's like, damn, now knowing what we know now, that's like crazy. It was right there. He told us already.
He acknowledges his mortality. He actually like says that his middle age was long ago, and his heart is weak in that song.
Yeah, it just flew under the radar. No one really thought about it at the time, but now, and that was, you know, that came out in like that was Halloween. For the October Patreon, so that was a good 7 months before at least before the gathering when they announced that officially. So he must have known about that for a long time.
You're correct, and to that effect, like when I think about things like that, when the Mighty Death Pop came out, and we finally heard all the songs, and we see like songs like Dog Catcher, where he's like dissing Dog the Bounty Hunter, and then if you think back when they were recording the Mighty Death Pop, Violent J actually had like a piece of paper, and he would like hold it up in front of the black and white cameras, and it was like "fuck Dog the Bounty Hunter." He was like egging him on, and he actually sent tweets out fucking dissing him, and that had to have been like while they were recording the song. He's probably like laying down vocals for that track and then trolling him on Twitter and fucking with him in the cameras. And then we find out after the fact, like, oh shit, they did a whole diss track to him. Like,
yeah, I like that song too. I think other people have said like, there's no point, there's no reason to have a dog diss track on a Joker's card, but I like that song. It's funny, and I like the beat, and fuck that guy. So
anyway, I just kind of thought that is what it reminds me of.
Yeah.
Because when you look back and you're like, oh shit, in those Patreons, like we were watching them, and Jay probably had like a doctor's appointment with his physician like a week before they started those things, and he knew the whole time, and that he shouldn't be sweating and needs to fucking not fucking make his heart race, and he's got like a fucking wishbone in there keeping it stable. I don't know what the fuck.
He seems all right. I mean, I guess we would have no way of knowing, but it's been this long, and he seems all right. So hopefully
we'll get to it in a little bit, but there's a song I love off of Yum Yum Bedlam called "Bitch I'm Fine" that kind of wraps that up.
Yeah, we'll get to that. And then the last song on that EP is "Live Dead Forever," which I think is a good idea. It's a good song. It kind of sounds like a Hollow Wicked type of vibe to me, but the flows are a little weird. That's the only reason I can't really vibe to it too hard. Like it's just like rushed. It's like that style where like all the syllables are like rushed. But I mean, it's like a minor complaint, I guess. But that's pretty cool.
I guess what I like about that one is, this is ICP choosing their own topic. Like before, we were the ones picking the songs. We wanted
the second half of that EP is way better than the first half. There's no question that all three of those songs are much better than the first three.
I'm just saying, like this is a cool EP because if you look at it and deconstruct it for what it is, the first three songs were chosen by us, like a choose your own adventure, and then the second half are the songs that they came up with the Mighty Moat and their magic remote control fucking revenge fantasies, and the appreciation track where Jay gives props to the people that have helped him throughout these years. Like I hear him say shit in these songs that really kind of remind me of the brotherhood that we all celebrated back in the Diamonds Reigning era, where we were all about Rude Boy and Tom Dubb and Jump Steady and just fucking Nate the Mac, and it's like the family era blossomed, and of course Twisted and Blaze and the rappers, yes, but before there were the roster, it was ICP and their fucking boys. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I'm just saying, like this right here, this track, Medals, I fucking love it. Live Dead Forever, name dropping all the celebrities. I mean, that's just like a guilty pleasure. Cool. I love hearing Violent J talk about all the dead celebrities. Like, yeah, they're all dead. And then in the last verse, he name drops all these living celebrities. Like, all of y'all think you're the shit. You're all fucking sitting pretty. But guess what? Everyone's going to die, and it's a reset button, and you ain't shit better than me once we enter that phase of eternity forever. You piece of shit, you're not better than me in this fucking dirtball. Like, I fucking love the attitude of the song.
Yeah, it's pretty cool sound. So,
all right, that's it.
The lore.
I'm going to have to pull up the track list for this one because I don't have it in front of me. But yeah, what's your hot take on Yum Yum's lore?
Let me pull up the track list too. We can go in order here.
It starts with Bewitching. I'll tell you.
Yeah, intro. That's basically just an intro, so I don't really have any feelings about that. Okay, I would say, okay, there's 2 tracks on here that I like a lot and listen to in my normal rotation. And then the rest are kind of forgettable and I don't really need them. But
okay,
my point of view is usually like, if an album has even one good song that I can bump over and over again, that's good enough for me. Like, I consider that a win if I can take something away from it. So,
you know,
I prefer it to the House Party, which, even though some of those songs are kind of interesting, I never listened to them after the first time, and I don't really plan on listening to them again anytime soon.
Yeah, I agree. I wasn't.
Or there's a few that I go back to. So
I told you that if it was on Spotify, I'd probably have at least the last 2 tracks in my playlist rotation. But because it's not, I just don't listen to them because I usually listen to Spotify. I listen the fuck out of Spotify, and but yeah. So Bewitching is the intro of Yum Yum's lore, and really, it's in my opinion, like this intro was good enough to be the Joker's card intro in its description of what.
Yeah, I imagine that it sounds like it probably was at one time. Like maybe they were going to use that as the intro, but then they just had to. And then you remember that Yum Yum's lore came out when Yum Yum Bedlam was supposed to come out, right? Like, it was supposed to be Bedlam, but it got delayed, so they put out the lore instead. So I imagine that all these tracks are just things that they had ready for that didn't make the cut. But
you're not off. Like my train of thought is that every era has a packaged plan for music, and last time we got Fearless Fred Fury with an EP of Flip the Rat.
Mm-hmm.
Before that there was Lost and Found with outtakes, and then the Phantom EP. Before that, Mighty Death Pop had 3 colors, had 3 sister albums, and so on and so forth. But might as well include Bang Pow Boom, 3 different intros, 3 different bonus tracks, and then we got the Nuclear Edition with additional tracks that were dope as fuck. That you could argue some of those bonus tracks, like It's All Over, and the video was far superior to anything on the Joker's card. But I digress, because I don't think it really matters where the better songs come out, as long as they come out. And in retrospect, does it really change anything? All it is they dole it out to us in different packages. So you get the EP, then you get the album, then you get the follow-up EP. And that's what I'm talking about with Yum Yum's Flower.
Yes, in the case of Missing Link, I think they spread themselves too thin, in that you could have taken those 4 albums, Lost, Found, and the outtakes, and the Phantom, and you could have had a really fucking awesome Joker's card if you took the best of those 4. I think they kind of spread it a little thin on that one. For the Yum Yum release, I think they did it a lot better. For the most part, I wouldn't do too much swapping, but like I said,
I love it, man. Your opinion is valid, and because I don't agree with you, I have to acknowledge the multiverse, bro. Because imagine if that happened in another universe, that would have been a far superior Joker's card. Maybe Juggalos would have a different attitude about the second deck if they liked it more.
Maybe. I mean, I think that would have been one of the best. That would have been maybe. I mean, but of course, when you say that, you say you take the 4 Missing Link era albums and put them together to make one good one. Then, of course, everybody disagrees on what songs those are. So you're still.
I would make mine, like, I've seen people do this. They make their there's a word for this, like the quintessential, maybe, or the essential Missing Link playlist, where it's like, these are the songs that are worth the shit. And I would make my own. Like, I think I don't want to talk about Missing Link too long, but I'm just saying, like, that's a great example of, I don't give a fuck what album it came on, as long, because now it's out, and now I just listen to what I want to listen to anyway, regardless of what like, I will listen to shit from Forgotten Freshness volumes 1 and 2 without any discrimination over a track from a Joker's card. Like, give me a fucking break, guys. Like, I've got all this music at my fingertips. I just listen to what I fucking want to. But when they delve out music at the slow and pace that they do, and they package it the way they package it, and they sell it the way they sell it, that is their prerogative and that is their business plan. And I swear to fucking God, if we could all access the multiverse and everyone could go leave this existence and go into a different dimension and just go live in the dimension where your ideal Joker's cards were fucking made just for you in a custom way, like, because you found the multiverse where Jay, you know, didn't do this or did, you know what I mean? So, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. I actually just take it for what it is, enjoy it, and I'm really not that fucking upset when I don't like a track. But for me personally, Yum Yum's lore was dope, and the first track, Loyalty, was incredible to me. So like everything after that was kind of like, okay, but that first track blew me away, and I was immediately down with it from Loyalty. You know, I really felt that track.
Yeah, I was gonna say earlier that like I said, there's I wouldn't do too much substitutions, like as far as you know, making the perfect Yum Yum CD, except there's two songs I like a lot on Lure, and it's probably not the two songs that other people like. So for me, my two top picks of this album are Smell of Rain and Candyman.
Okay. You not a fan of Afraid of Life and Alien Ant Farm?
No, I'm not. I don't like, I usually don't really like a gimmicky flow. Like, I like a straight, kind of like more of a rap flow. Not like where you're just like rapping to the flow of the you're just kind of like imitating the beat with your vocals. You know how the flow on that song is like dun, 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 dun. I like more of just like a regular rap cadence. So, and I also don't really like Alien Ant Farm on the hook there. So you just described like the sound of like some Tempest song. So I can tell you don't like that style. Yeah. Yeah, they do that on the Tempest. I mean, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It just kind of depends. But I don't like them overdoing it, and I think that one's a little too adheres to that a little too much.
Okay, but, so I don't want to like harp on any other song unnecessarily, but the last thing I'll say about Loyalty is that you know, that song could have been on the album probably. Like,
yeah, I imagine at one time probably all of these were recorded, you know, before they even intended on putting out an EP.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying is I think everyone has an idea. They think they know how things were figured out. Violent J just has his way of letting inspiration wash over him, you know, whereas you might think that tracks off of Bizarre Bizarre would have made good 6 Joker's card tracks. Jay is on record saying that he didn't feel it was time for the 6th.
Well, and
therefore they just put out. Look, I heard rumors that Bizarre Bizarre was like heavily tracks that were meant to be Violent J solo album, and you know what I mean. And you can tell, like,
as far as I know, that's true. It was going to be one Violent J solo album and one Shaggy solo album. But Shaggy never really got around to recording enough tracks for his anyway. And they wanted to get out of their contract with Island, and they still owed them a certain number of CDs. So that's why they put those out.
So the 6 was always going to be something else, man. And I think that's where you're getting the kickback, is because people know when Jay is writing for the 6 and when he isn't. So the writing sessions for Yum Yum Flower era music, I actually think that they made way more songs than they've released. I assume that they've made twice as much music as what they've released, and they have conscious decisions to say, hey, we'll put these 3 tracks at the end of the house party thing. All right, we're going to release these tracks, like 7 of them, as a EP prior to Yum Yum Bedlam, and then we're going to fucking drop the seeds of Yum Yum, boom, 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 Wicked Vic,
But
Ugly Puck.
Yum Yum's lore was never in the plans. It was supposed to be Yum Yum Bedlam coming out in whatever December. It was supposed to come out on Christmas. Remember, Yum Yum Bedlam was supposed to come out on Christmas, but it got delayed, so they put out lore instead. So it's like, that's why I think they probably just took what they had. But also, speaking to that point, I'll say this about another track on here. Ding Ding Doll, when they put that out as the first single from Yum Yum's Yum Yum Bedlam, I was like, man, this CD's gonna fucking suck, because I hate that song. I think Ding Ding Doll is one of the worst ICP songs they've ever done. And whenever they put it on Yum Yum's lore, I was like, oh, awesome. That means it probably won't be on the main album. And if it was on Yum Yum Bedlam, it would be the worst song on that album.
You know, it's funny. I remember people saying or thinking or just being confident that Ding Ding Doll was going to be on Yum Yum Bedlam, and I didn't understand why people thought that, because
it could have been. I mean, it happens sometimes. You know,
I guess I just didn't. I don't understand how people's leap of logic is like, oh yeah, this song they came out already is going to come out twice, y'all. Like, no,
it happens though. Like Dead Body Man is on Terror Wheel and Riddlebox.
Yeah. So it happened. It happened 25 years ago.
I'm just saying it's not unprecedented. It has happened. It wouldn't be out.
It happened 25 years ago. It could happen again. All right, so you actually said that Smell of Rain is one of your favorites, and then Ding Ding Doll is your least favorite.
Yeah.
They're both produced by Shaggy the Airhead, so I know that you're not picking on him. Okay?
Yeah, not at all. He has some of my favorite songs on Bedlam, so we'll definitely get into that later.
I would actually
the beats. I don't even have, it's not even the beat on Ding Ding Doll's not bad. I hate the hook. I think like nothing kills a song to me like a annoying hook. Like you can have a fat beat and a good flow and a good concept, and then an annoying hook just ruins it for me. And Ding Ding Doll is kind of a case of that.
You guys watching at home, everybody in the live chat, everybody on the playback, you know, this is the line drawn in the sand. I'm just kidding. All right, I'm being facetious. I'm just fucking joking right now. But you know, that is basically what it all boils down to. You know, is a song fresh or not, and are you whack for liking something that's fucking fresh or not? Like, I don't give a fuck what songs people like or don't like. Not really concerned, but your opinion is valid, man. I love Ding Ding Doll, and I actually didn't love it as much when it first came out. It grew on me. It grew on me much the same way that like Mr. Happy grew on me, or Mad Professor grew, because when these songs first came out, they were so different that I was like hearing something that it wasn't. It grew on me. It just, you know, the more I heard it, the more I was like, oh my God, like this is a masterpiece. And you know, once your brain can anticipate the next verse and you know the song, I followed Ding Ding Doll like word for word, and I've determined that Violent J is a genius storyteller in this song specifically. The way that he rhymes every fucking step of the way, and the way that it's and I'm not telling you this because I'm trying to be a contrarian. I'm just saying that in the multiverse where you would be happy, I would be disappointed to lose this song, because this song is such a carefully woven. It's almost like Play With Me, except the toy doesn't feel bad for being neglected. The toy is literally like, yo, this dumb motherfucker has no clue that I'm a possessed fucking, you know, soul of a dead child, and like I don't burn, you can't get rid of me. I'm like the fucking you know what I mean, like you throw me outside, like that screwdriver you got rid of, I grabbed it and I'm gonna kill you with it. Like you know, it's a fucking awesome.
The concept and the only note I would give them if I were there in the studio would be to change that hook. Like really, that's the only thing that's killing it for me. I like
what they could do is they could do a remix. If they did a fucking dope ass remix to that song and you know, changed the hook, or you know, made it so it was a high, you know, like gave it the chicken hunt and slaughterhouse mix. You know, give it that treatment, right? Because the difference between Chicken Hunting original and Slaughterhouse Mix is night and day as far as like listenability and like, you know, the energy level.
Totally different.
The energy level is a little low. So you got to appreciate all the like woo, 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 ding dong. It's like
there's a lot of that shit in that song. And, another one I wanted to talk about was the clown heads, because obviously those clown heads that was supposed to be a thing that was actually going to come out, which
all right, well, I was all about the clown heads. I wanted to get them. I wanted Pick a Forest Dirt. I was hyped for it. So it is what it is. I don't necessarily think it's not going to happen. Maybe they'll surprise us at the gathering with some clown heads. Maybe
there is such a long list of things that ICP has announced that are just probably never going to come out. There's stuff in the Fearless Fred Fury booklet that is probably never come out. There's an acoustic album, an ad for an acoustic album in the Fred Fury booklet. Never heard about that again.
That's okay. Look, ICP at one point we're talking about we're going to put out mixes and it's going to be like all the weed smoking songs and all the
never did
songs and all the, you know, they would be dope if they actually did put out like sideshows or, you know, like all the Carnival Attraction album where it had Tilt-A-Whirl and, you know, fucking House of Mirrors, you know what I'm saying? Like all those tracks in it. Juggalos make these mixes themselves. I've been doing that shit forever. I had 4 80-minute CDs that I made a Dark Carnival playlist back in the day. It was all the songs that ICP like mentioned something Dark Carnival related. It's the dopest mix. I should try to find that and recreate it on Spotify and share it with you guys, because it basically was like, it's the reason why it never bothered me when a song sucked, because I would just omit it from the list and listen to the fucking bangers, you know, there's bangers for days. So Clown Heads is a banger.
I like the song, even without the clown, even without the paintings, it still works as like a creepy, weird song.
I feel like the announcement of the Clown Heads for real, and just the fact that we know that that was their intention, that right there makes the song doper, because there's a story behind the song. I mean, the story behind the song Candyman is really just like, you know, okay, we're pushers, you know, we're going to sell you that's a concept track. It's completely different kind of rap, but very fucking well executed. The rhyme schemes, and Shaggy is just on fire right now in general. I don't want to say Jay isn't, because Jay is also on fire, but I'm just giving Shaggy props specifically right here.
I agree, and especially on that song. But I will point out that Violent J mentioned writing that song at one point on the Patreon. He said something about like, I wrote this song called Candyman or whatever. So I think Violent J actually wrote that song, and then Shaggy just did the vocals. Either way, it works. It's good.
You're probably you're what am I trying to say? You're talking about something that we've talked about for years, man. Like, I've always suspected that Violent J has written lyrics that he has shared with Shaggy.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Violent J wrote the fucking magnets, how do they work? And that's Shaggy is the one that says it in the song. But in all the interviews about it, Violent J is always explaining how he came up with that lyric and stuff. So we know there's some
and also it's like, it's kind of a no-brainer that a lot of their songs, they're sharing parts, they're doing hooks. So you'll hear Jay on a hook or Shaggy, you know, vice versa. You'll hear Shaggy on the hook. You know, just because Shaggy's on the hook doesn't mean Jay didn't write that hook. And sometimes I've seen some interviews where where Shaggy has actually commented on writing a verse. Like, for example, Juggalo Island. You know, Shaggy talked about how he really wasn't feeling it at first, but then he wrote his verse, but if you listen to Shaggy's verse on Juggalo Island, oh my God, like, if Jay didn't ghostwrite that for him, I'm just gonna say it. Shaggy and Jay are like fucking, like, they are so in tune with each other, and they got the fucking right stuff. They always have. What the fuck?
Yeah, because I remember what you're talking about when Shaggy said that about that song, and I thought about that when I listened to that song. Like, damn, this is how Shaggy writes for a song that he doesn't like. You know, it's like he still came up with something that good for a song.
Like, oh, I'm not really feeling this song, but here, let me
Let
write
me
the
just
dopest
shit
verse
out
ever
something
for it.
awesome. Yeah. So anyway, I guess that kind of sums up that album. Unless you had more to say,
well,
I don't really have anything. I've had it worse. Is not bad, but I don't listen to it a lot really.
You're not feeling that one. I like that song in its message because it's almost like it's like, oh, you're gonna bitch and complain and tell me how bad your life is, motherfucker. Like fuck you. Walk a mile in my shoes. I got it worse. Like that right there is a dope song. I can't deny it.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's all right. So let's move on from Yum Yum's lore into the actual big
Yum Yum, the most important part, and
Yum
by
Yum,
far the best album to be discussed so far.
Where are we at here? Let me pull up the track list. Yum Yum Bedlam dropped on Halloween last year.
Yeah, already. Yeah.
So I'll tell you this. Fucking A, man. When this album dropped, I was actually in the middle of moving across the country. And so I was at a hotel in the middle of, I think I was in like somewhere in the middle of the country. And Halloween night, I went to my car and I listened to Yum Yum Bedlam on full blast from beginning to end, you know, just because I had to hear it, man. And oh, fuck. Like, so this album has just been a part of this next chapter in my life because I moved and, you know, I've really listened to this album a lot. I got to say that my initial, I think you guys, if you guys fuck with me in my show, you've heard me talk about my initial reaction. It was positive. And I'll say right now that over time, I feel just as strong about the songs I like. Maybe a couple of them I actually like just have been skipping. So I'll be honest with you which ones I've been skipping, but I don't think, you know, the proof is in the pudding. I listen to the songs over and over again that I want to, and I don't others. It's not because I don't like them. It's just that I'm not feeling them the same way. So therefore I am skipping them, you know?
Well, here's my hot take that is probably going to get some pushback, but I'm here to explain myself.
Oh, you better explain yourself.
I'm going to. All right. So I would say the Yum Yum Bedlam is a hot take. You ready?
I'm
the
ready.
Worst Joker's card they've ever done.
Did you just say it's the worst Joker's card they've ever done?
I do think it's the weakest Joker's card ICP has ever done.
Weaker than the Missing Link? We
I
just
do. I put it under the Missing Link. Missing Link was the bottom of my list, and currently Yum Yum is the bottom of my list. However, I do not think that it's shitty. I think that it has enough really good stuff on it that it still justifies its own existence. I think the highs of Yum Yum are very high, but the lows are some of the weakest ICP songs that they've ever done. Now,
oh man, all right, you gotta give me time. You gotta give me a little time to fucking process what you.
I need to restate this
in
another way, just to make sure that it's clear.
No, listen, it's
I
cool.
would
But
take Yum Yum Bedlam over any fucking Taylor Swift album or Justin Bieber album or Lady Gaga album 100 times out of 100. It's a good album. If someone said this is the only thing you're allowed to listen to for the rest of your life, I would be happy with it. But to me, it's just not as good as the other Joker's cards, which are all amazing to me.
All right. So you know what? The way you say it, it really isn't that shocking because if everything's been downhill since Great Malenko, like who the fuck cares?
Probably the most shocking part about my assessment is that I put it under the Missing Link. My justification for that is that Lost and Found together, if you combine them, have more songs that I really like a lot.
Well, you know what? This This is a work in progress.
If you combine those two albums, then you're talking 28 tracks compared to the 17 tracks on this.
Yeah.
So to that end, maybe it's not really a fair comparison
because it's not complete. Because it's not complete, and you still got like a dozen more songs to add to this era before you can properly put them toe to toe.
Oh well, when we get into Wicked Vic, I guess we can get into some more.
You've already see, that's the thing. All right, let's not get hung up on your opinion. Let's state it and move on. You know what I mean? Because I really am here for it. Because I actually think this is a strong Joker's card. So if you
I think most people do. Here's the thing though.
Yeah, but you got to accept that even my opinion is different than someone in the chat. So if you've got one extreme opinion, I got a different. Someone's opinion may live somewhere in the middle, and it's really kind of triggering for others. But I am going to completely give everybody a pass and say it's all right if you don't like a track. I still want to go through them.
I'm glad that other people really like this album a lot, because I really like Fearless Fred Fury a lot, and I don't know. I feel like other people weren't digging it that much. I didn't feel like people were appreciating Fred Fury as much as I thought they should have, because I thought it was really great. And so for me, it's like, well, that one was for me, and this one is for everyone else.
That makes sense.
Other people, I already got what I needed out of that album. So if this is giving people what they need out of this album, then we're all getting something. It's important to do a lot of different things so that there's something for everybody. And I feel like I already got what I needed out of Fred Fury, that it doesn't upset me or anything that this one is to me not as good, but it's still pretty good. So I still want to get into like individual tracks here.
You actually, you got my respect, man, because the fact that you're willing to talk about this with me is huge. Because I asked you to do it, and so I'm I'm asking for it, and I'm not gonna judge you by your opinion, man.
And everybody that ever followed my stuff, I think, always really appreciated the fact that I would talk about when I didn't like something. So
look, I'll even tell you this: I've seen some of the stuff you post in like the Juggalo Gathering Facebook group, and it fucking has me laughing my ass off. Like you're a pretty good troll sometimes, and like
sometimes I want to make just like a troll account, but I haven't gone that far yet. But
oh god, like if you did, you have the ability to really get under people's skin sometimes.
Yeah,
like,
but it's like
it's
like a morbid fantasy, because I don't want to stir the pot, but sometimes I think of pretty funny shit that I would like to put out there. But
yeah, I mean, like in the gathering Facebook post, there's a lot of fuckery in there, and because we're friends on Facebook, your comments are always like top in. Like right there, every time I see a post, so I see that.
Yeah, I still get likes and stuff on some of the shit I post on there still, but
oh man, all right. So
I have a feeling that the songs, just like the rest of this deck, I have a feeling. In fact, I know for a fact that some of the songs I don't like on Yum Yum Bedlam are some of people's all-time favorite ICP songs. So I don't know how that happens, but starting with the first song, Here Comes the Carnival, I don't like it. Everybody loves it. It's a favorite on the album. It's just too bouncy. It's too, I mean, it's not, I don't hate all the positive shit across the board. I like the Found album, but I want the wicked shit. That's what I like about Fred Fury. It's all wicked shit from top to bottom. That's what I want. That's what I like.
Kind of like how Jekyll Brothers is all anger and aggression from beginning to end.
But to go back a little bit, I do really like the intro a lot, for whatever that's worth, because I feel like everybody knows somebody like that in the intro. That really resonated with me.
Well, all right. I'd like to say this, since this is the official Joker's card, and we did mention that the intro to Yum Yum's lore, possibly part of the studio sessions. Yeah. Maybe it was at one point considered to be the real intro for the Joker's card, but the way that they open up this Joker's card is they've got the female voice, and so there is like a verse and a hook, and then another verse, but it starts off with the "Oh come love me," and then the second verse they go right into the flip the script, and it's like now it's like a narration of where you're watching like a an animal nature documentary where it's like, and now the flower opens its jowls and eats its prey, and it goes, it's like, so it's a really good it's an awesome introduction to this entity of the Dark Carnival, the first female Joker's card, and there's no confusion after this intro of what the fuck Yum Yum Flower is,
Yeah, and like I said, I feel like we all know people like that. They're just like attention vampires that are just like act exactly. It hits too close in a way that I like though, because it makes me feel like other people are like, I'm not crazy. Like other people are experiencing this type of bullshit too, because I damn sure have experienced that type of bullshit.
Yeah, no, I think it's super common, and I think I heard someone once question what loyalty had to do with anything, and honestly, I feel like it has everything to do with everything, because we're talking about relationships, we're talking about battle of the sexes, and we're talking about loyalty is huge, with interpersonal skills and defense mechanisms, and I don't know, just basically succumbing to temptation, and there's a whole lot of implications with Yum Yum Bedlam, and the songs that touch on it are really dope. Like when we get into Don't Touch the Flower, I'll talk about it. But as far as the intro goes, man, I'll say this song is it is for everyone else. Like you said, Fearless Fred Fury was for you. Well, Here Comes the Carnival is for everyone else who isn't here for the wicked shit. They're here for the uplifting.
Yeah, because people love that song. And I remember before the album came out, Violent J was like, I wrote we have an anthem so dope on the next album. It could be on Ringmaster. And I hear that and I'm like, this doesn't fucking sound like Ringmaster. That's what I was expecting. This doesn't sound like Murder Go Round.
Are you sure that's the song he was talking about, though?
Yeah, that's what he said. Here Comes the Carnival. He dropped the name by name.
Well, look, we can't argue forever, but just because you're not into stuff that isn't the wicked shit doesn't like say anything about what the song is. Okay, it isn't wicked, but for what it is a fucking dope song. Like, it's a high octane song. It's the type of song that you would expect to hear from ICP, even if you were a second decker and were introduced to them.
I think In Your Face is like a much better version, like kind of going for the same thing, but for me done a lot better. But I get why people like it, so I'm the fucking asshole on that one. I understand.
You don't have to feel like an asshole for not liking it.
I don't actually.
You do seem like, look, I gotta say, man, you do seem like a party pooper, because all I'm hearing you say is it's not wicked. I don't like it. And all right, fine. We'll move on to the next one, which is literally the wicked song. It's called Wretched.
Yeah, and that song fucking rules, and is by far one of the best songs on this album. And when that came out as the single, I was like, this album's gonna fucking rock. Which I wish the whole album, if the whole album sounded like that, it might be too much for most people. I would think it was awesome, because that song is the shit. Yeah, it's like, that's like some of the best wicked shit ICP has done in the last 10 years.
You like the video?
Yeah, video was awesome.
This is hilarious to me, because quite literally my least favorite song on the album, and that just goes to show. That just goes to show. That just goes to show that it's there's no accounting for taste. Because I like it, but it's the weakest effort, in my opinion. They put that single out, and then the whole album. Look, for you to hear that song and then be disappointed for the album, I heard that song and then I was impressed with the album after that song. I was like,
man,
everything is better than that song. This is fucking awesome. That's the difference.
That would be if I, after all the 6 of this deck have come out, and if I were to put together like the top 17 in the second depth, I'd probably make the cut, I think.
I like it.
So I guess we're
every song is better. Although you do gotta love that piano play, the off, key.
Yes.
I do like it.
I like the lyrics and the flow and the beat and the hook. If you can get those 4 things aligned to me, then that's like a great song. So.
Look, Jay's wordplay lyrically, I love hearing those words come out of his mouth. You're not wrong as far as wickedness. They're hitting every fucking checkbox that you need to check. I mean, it's like Chris Benoit was a really dope track for what it was. When they say that, oh, we got a song that could have been on Ringmaster, that's bullshit, right? Because Here Comes the Carnival is like a sonic song that you would never hear back in the
mid-90s. It's big. It's much bigger than
it's like the stuff you would hear post Wraith when they started working with Kuma and stuff, like
if Here Comes the Carnival were on the Wraith Shangri-La, in that context, I think I might like it more, because then I would be in like the zone of like, okay, well, this is what this is.
I mean, look, in the second deck, haven't they just been pulling from their toolbox and kind of giving us a slice of every type of
pretty much. And then on top, and speaking of that, that's a good segue into the next song, because the other thing that they do is drastically different styles, which I think Clown Drippin' is a good example of a song that's drastically different from anything they've ever done before. And I think it's fat. I like that song too. And I think it was a good choice for a single. It's like it sounds like a very current, in a good way, rap song.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
I agree. I agree because, maybe ICP isn't giving credit for, having the best rap flows or whatnot, but you have to give them credit for evolving with the times, like still, because they evolved with the times from the 90s to the 2000s in the rock rap, and they really
all of it
took it and ran with it.
Every album is kind of like a product of its time. I feel like this song is like saying like, we can do this shit too if we want to.
And if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong, but they signed Ouija Mac, and Ouija Mac was working with producers like Shaggy the Airhead and Devereaux. And so if they were introduced to these new producers through Ouija Mac,
I definitely think the Ouija Mac influence is all over.
Yeah. Well, look, it's not necessarily Ouija Mac's influence, but the current rap climate has got a lot of different sounds and styles, and ICP just kind of like showed us that they can hang, and they've been doing that little by little. They like, I don't know, maybe people don't like it when they experiment, but I love it when they experiment. So sometimes it's hit or miss. Like, remember that type cover? Remember Jay did that song, that No Type cover. Look, I don't care what people think. That song is fresh to me because I don't even fucking know who the original song is, and I hear it, and then I listen to the original. I'm like, that's dope that Jay is like basically flexing. He's practicing, like he's getting, you know what I mean? He's experimenting. He's experimenting, and then
I don't mind that song.
Then they come out with Clown Drippin', and it's like, I don't know. I feel like they've they found a way to stay relevant. Even if you don't like it, you can't deny that this is a new sound and a new style, current sound.
Yeah, it's one of those songs where like, after I listen to the CD for the first time, it's like a hook that would pop into my head throughout the day, just like driving around and just thinking like drip, 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 drip.
Very catchy. How do you like Gangsta Code?
Gangsta Code rules. I would say that's one of my top 3 on the album.
Yeah,
I have there's 3 that I really like a lot. One of them is Wretched, and one of them is Gangsta Code. We'll get to the next one when we get to it. But
okay, keep me in suspense because we finally agree on something. Gangsta Code is one of the strongest songs on the album. But look, Jay schools this beat apparently this beat was a Boondocks beat that he's taking.
Yes, I recognized it immediately.
Did you? I didn't, because I really don't listen to Boondocks as much, so I didn't know from hearing
song
it.
is good too, but this song is better.
Look, I have a need to just say all the things. The things need to be said. Like, for example, even if you didn't know that Boondocks used that beat, Jay says it in the beginning of the fucking song. So it's like he lets you know from the jump, I'm taking my beat back.
Yeah, I like it because it also that kind of makes it feel like almost like a Psychopathic Rider song to me. It's no different from that, and that shit is fat too. And it's like thematically, it's kind of the same as a Rider's song in that way. So.
Oh yeah, the gangsta theme and
it's a great story. That's like a great storytelling song.
I love it because in a way it's like ICP's style of wicked shit, because Jay's definition of wicked shit is, rapping about what you want to rap about. And, after all the hoopla with the Juggalo March and the lawsuits and everything that we have gone through with being, the stigma of the gang assessment list and all that, to do this song, which is like, coming from a perspective of real gangsterism and the loyalty and the fucking the world of shit that it gets you in, and the irony of the hook of y'all are gonna follow me. Like, it's just, it's almost like it's real like subtle, but it's not glamorizing it, y'all. So you know what I mean? Like, I love this kind of song.
More of a warning. It's more of a warning, like, don't do this.
It's called a cautionary tale.
Yes, cautionary tale. Yeah, definitely.
I fucking love that about it though, because it's such a beautiful hook, and it's just so it's such an awesome song, but like, it's kind of sad. Like, if that's you, if you identify with that, that
yeah, it's got some, it's like the more you listen to it, the more you pick up on like the stuff that he's saying in the verses, when he's just like, the way y'all are crying over this one dead busta make me think he must have blew a mean dick or whatever. And then, of course, the reveal is that he's talking about himself. It's like,
well, I mean, look, I take those lines because before he reveals that it's himself, he's got this real callous attitude about the repercussions of the lifestyle that he's living. And, I'm sorry if
like there's no excuse.
I'm overanalyzing it, but it is what it is. Like, these guys are like, oh, what's fucking better than fucking slugs flying, kids dying? It's like, yo, you are a dickhead. You are a fucking asshole. You know what I mean? Like, in other words, he is playing the role of not a good guy. I mean, I'm just saying it's sad because it's pathetic. It's like, you don't want to be that guy,
But like, until you get to the reveal, you're almost kind of like right on, like agreeing with what he's saying, Yeah. And then it gets to the end and it's like, oh shit.
Like, these songs put you in the headspace. They put you in the headspace of the storyteller so well that I appreciate it the same way I appreciate, I don't know, like, I'll just pick a random song out of a hat. You got like Dead Ends, where Jay, Shaggy, and Ice-T all are rapping from the perspective of an inmate on death row, and they're all going to get killed in a different mechanism. And it's like, you can really, they paint the picture so well. In this song, Jay just fucking slaughters the beat with this story from the perspective of the gangsta code, and it's fucking ill. It's ill.
Yeah, that's a great one. So it looks like we agree on that one.
All right. So what are you feeling about Queens? The Queens was a music video they dropped.
I categorize this one as unlistenable. I don't like it. It's annoying. It's too cutesy.
Yeah.
I don't like the singing and stuff. I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, the verses are way too simple.
Right.
It's just like a few bars, and then Queens over and over and over again. It's
I mean, that's the
so I don't like the beat. I don't like the hook. I don't like the flow. It's like it misses on every cylinder to me. What do you think? I like the premise. I like a song about hyping up the women and shit, but yeah, it didn't really land for me.
All right. Well, it's not my favorite song on the album, but if I'm being honest, it was the first song that got stuck in my head. when I was listening to it, back in November 2021.
It's really the pre-chorus that annoys me the most. The part that's like, she's shiny. I don't like that stuff.
Yeah, no, that part wears a little bit on me too. It's not a song I listen to on repeat. This is not on my it's not on my short list of top songs. So I can't. But it is catchy as fuck. There are some songs that are catchy, but not because they're bangers. They're just catchy because they're earworms, and like I get jingles stuck in my head, fucking commercials singing shit that, and it's like, God damn, these advertisers, like, they're so good. They got me singing their goddamn slogans.
Yeah,
I might have been in the Queen song, but
the actual hook part, it's like all the flowers that she planted in the backyard. I don't mind that part. That should have just been the hook on its own without the part before it.
I think I'm right there with you, though. I think the part that you're not fond of is also the part I'm not fond of, which might be the reason I don't listen to the song as much. But overall, like, that song, I feel like the song is necessary, and its place on this album is like,
the concept is definitely necessary. But I think musically they could have. I would have changed some things, but
all right. So it's not the hit, but they did. They did go out. They did go out to make the music video and to
the video is cool.
I have a need to say all the things that exist, the things that have to do with it. Queen's music video, Juggalos submitted pictures, and I say Juggalos because we all know a Juggalo.
It's Juggalos. All Juggalos.
I'm not splitting hairs here, but I'm old school enough to know that a lot of ladies in that video call themselves Juggalos.
It's all Juggalos to me as well. So
I'm not going to pander to woke, like, basically semantics. The let's get respect, and the Juggalos, the ninjas with nettins. They're getting their flowers here. Okay, this is their song. It's an appreciation track. It's actually like long overdue and kind of cool. The CICP.
Yeah, and we didn't really talk about this, but I do think that the card itself is the coolest looking one of this deck by far. It's awesome looking. When they revealed it on their Patreon, I was really hyped, and this other image is pretty awesome.
Hold that closer and still hold that up. I mean, that's so fucking dope. I love it as well. The image is great.
Yeah, so, I mean, that shit's fucking cool as hell looking to me. So it's definitely cool looking.
Tattoo worthy. All right. So
yeah, it is. I mean, I would run a shirt with this on it, even though I, don't think the album is the best. The picture is.
That's the best part about Juggalo subculture is you can rep the Joker's card and not even know the album, because like there's bitches with Riddlebox socks and they don't even know the album.
Well,
like,
I wouldn't rep it if I thought it was dog shit, but I did.
Right.
It's at least good enough to walk around with a shirt.
Yeah. Look, you can front like that. That would be you being guilty of what you said. Some people, they just support everything, whether it's good or bad. If you rep a Yum Yum image, you're basically saying like, hey, even though I don't like this music, I like this band, and I'm supporting them in their current endeavors.
I like it. I mean, I like it enough to represent it. Like, if I thought it really sucked ass, like if I thought it was terrible, I wouldn't wear it, no matter how cool it looked. But
I have a Yum Yum Bedlam t-shirt. I do not have a Missing Link t-shirt. And, I don't even, it only has, I don't think I have a, do I have I do have a Mighty Death Pop. But I don't have a Bang Pow Boom t-shirt. It's not like I'm out there trying to collect them all like Pokemons. I'm about the music. The merch is secondary, for real. Like, I don't give a fuck,
Yeah.
It's all embellishments. I fucking, it depends on how much money I got at the time and how impulsive I'm feeling, and how dope the design looks.
Yeah.
Perfect storm.
God, all the shit in this case barely fucking fits in here, by the way, which is very annoying when you're trying to take stuff out and look through it. Okay. The next track is Panic Attack, which is a little too rock for my tastes, which overall, a lot of this album is a little too much rock for my tastes, and this is one of them that is doesn't quite land for me that well. I like the concept is good, verses are good. It's all right. It's not shitty, but it's just not one that I really get hype about. What about you?
This song, I guess my opinion of it is that this one could have made its way onto an EP and I wouldn't have been mad, and the reason for that is because the way it's laid out is it slows down and you hear Shaggy like almost narrating, about panic attacks. And then when Jay comes in and raps, it's like a first perspective story. And then Shaggy is like the narrator. And then the hook, like you said, is super rock. So it almost simulates a panic attack. It calms down and it gets so fucking ruckus on the hook that by the time they're done with the hook, they actually make you feel as if the song is over. And then all of a sudden the guitar starts picking up, dun, 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 and then Shaggy starts saying, now you would think, and it's like, oh shit, it's not over. And then it comes back again. And I love that about the song because that it simulates how, oh my God, it's going to happen again. And I can't stop it. Like, it's a very clever way of almost like putting you in the shoes of, and the last thing I want to say is that I swear to God, I got deja vu listening to Shaggy talk about clenching his butt cheeks together.
I was just going to bring that part up.
Because he totally fucking said that on like Fuck Off Radio back in the day, or maybe it was Shaggy and the Creep. I don't know, but I've heard Shaggy talk about that on fucking.
I don't remember, but it made me laugh like the first 8 times I heard the song. It was one of those things where I kept forgetting about it, and so every time it was funny to me. You're just like, unclench your butt cheeks, and it's kind of that same thing that Shaggy does on Suicide Hotline and some other songs like Triplex or whatever on Fred Fury. So, yeah, that one's not bad. It's just a little bit too rock and roll for me, but it does have that Richard Cheese thing. It's good thing at the end, which is always a nice treat to.
Yeah, okay, we have to talk about that a little bit because I don't know who knows and who doesn't know, but Richard Cheese is like this lounge singer who covers like all types of music. Like he has his lounge singing version of Ozzy Osbourne's Crazy Train, so that's like his shtick. And so he's done the Fuck the World cover as a lounge song.
Yeah,
and it has on his album. I'm just saying that this has already been out for years. And
and it has his version has another verse on it too. So anybody that likes the skit should go and listen to the full song because it has more of it than what is on here.
I always figured that ICP doesn't really have a say in how the zeitgeist treats them. Like they can't make SNL do a skit or not do a skit or make a joke. They can't stop, or maybe they can agree to be a part of it, but cartoons are gonna make jokes and or like shows are gonna poke fun or reference Juggalo subculture when they do. ICP can partake and play along or not, but I bet they were mad honored when they found out that Richard Cheese.
They usually seem like they are, like when it's Saturday Night Live or anyone, like just to be mentioned as part of the conversation.
Because ICP wants to be included. Like they're not out here being like, leave us alone and write us. No, they want to be included in the big picture of things. So when they get included in stuff, they love it. And I'd say like on Bang Pow Boom, when they got the smooth, silky voiced announcer dude to list all the Faygos, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
Cool. That was cool because it's like, oh, I know that voice. That guy announces everything, and they got him fucking listing Faygo flavors off. Like that is so cool. This is kind of like that, where it's like, oh shit, they got Richard Cheese, and they threw his fucking cover on here, and that, of course, that's from the last fifth Joker's card. So there's a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah, definitely. That seems intentional also to.
All right, so enough about Richard Cheese. I just wanted to give him props because if you didn't know, he's got a lot of other cool songs. And I would say that, this is like a little homage that, I don't know, it's cool. It's like when Wicked Clowns from Outer Space or have those sound bites they put in the Wraith.
Yeah.
They clearly saved those for the Wraith because that movie came out in the 80s. And it's like they probably had those sound bites in the studio back in the day. And they're like, no, this is a great sound bite. We got to save this for the 6th, I speculate.
I'm not even sure what sound bites you're talking about. I know this movie.
No, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
it's in the beginning of Thy Staleness, where the cop
is
like
okay.
Mahoney or whatever. It's like clowns.
Oh,
Holy
I assumed that was from Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Killer Clowns from Outer Space. That's what I meant. All right, I'm sorry. I got.
Okay, all right.
I'm gonna fuck it up. I'm gonna fuck it up big time, and that was it right there. So,
Fuck Regret is a pretty awesome
fuck Regrets. It's appropriate, okay? Because I'm not sorry if I fucked up.
No, but Fuck Regret is a pretty good one. I like it.
Yeah, I would say that I have zero complaints about this song. I think it belongs on the Joker's card. I love everything about it. Message, listenability. It's a chill song. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a head nodder.
It reminds me of a Satellite from Fred Fury, which I also like. It's kind of the same ish.
So it's kind of safe to say that you're down with some of these positive, or the ones that are almost like nuggets of wisdom, morsels of
that's like, because Fred Fury does have a few of those. I mean, there's like a few uplifting. There's like 3 or 4 tracks on Fred Fury that like aren't so negative, and I think they're done well and they're good, and I don't mind them when I think they're good, but just sometimes they don't always land for me. Like I think Found, I think Found is a lot better to me than Lost, which I don't think. I don't know if there's a consensus on that or not, other than that they both suck according to most people. But it's not like I can get into like some of the positive stuff when I think it's I would argue that. Like for fun, I do this. I don't know if you would do this or you would care to do this, but if you actually went through all of the albums and just selected your favorites, and then look at each album and just count like a head count, like which album has the most favorites on it. I play these games. I'm always making lists of random.
I'm just saying that's why I'm bringing it up, man, because like I play these fun games where I just like look at my playlist and I'm like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm like, all right, this album has like 7 songs that I consider fucking play it again, Sam. You know what I mean? And that's like half the fucking album. And honestly, if you look at each Joker's card, I mean, for me, if I'm honest with myself and I pull out the ones that I put on replay, every single goddamn album has been acceptable and satisfactory to me. And that's the bottom line. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Of course, I don't feel every goddamn song, but again, I'm also patient and don't care if they release it late. So I'm just getting too old for this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't mind the delays and shit either.
But Fuck Regret is one of those songs that I feel ICP own that mentality. They live like that.
Yeah,
that right there is a truth track,
Yeah, definitely.
Because they do not give a fuck, man. They don't turn back. They don't remorse. Like they move forward and they really do leave the past behind. Violent J notoriously like forgives and forgets, and like I feel like really the beef with Twisted is like, that's why I feel like it really is for real, because I don't know. Like they normally would, like they tried over and over again to work with Twisted, and they're like, all right, finally, it's done. We're not doing it ever again. You know what I mean? But Jay was the one who was trying. He kept trying.
I have some opinions on that too.
I'm just saying, he's like, fuck regret. He's like, I'm sorry. What happened happened. Let's make moves. Remember when he tried to get TMK to reunite? He's like,
I think he kind of put it out there like he was trying, but one could argue it was just another manipulation tactic to keep Twisted under his thumb in a way. We don't need to open up this can of worms again and go back to that.
I mean, look, you're again, you know, and I know that every Juggalo has their mind made up. I'm not here to convince anyone of anything. I'm just saying that what has been said has been heard, and I heard them say that they got them to come to the gathering by giving them, fucking album, fucking royalties or whatever.
Give them the masters.
You know,
he throws such a pity party over it. Like, I had to give them a master, and it's like, you didn't have to give them shit. You've painted this picture of like they were like using it to like they took advantage of you or something, but it's just like
using it as leverage. Like, hey, we won't play the gathering unless you give us a master. That's what he said.
That you agreed to make. You can't go back and cry about it now that you made a deal that you're now saying was unfair. It's like, well, that was a deal that you made with them. So
yeah, but you're actually just, if they came out and said what happened, they don't have to be happy about it. It's not like they're complaining, but they're spilling the tea is what they're doing.
Yeah, I didn't see him as so much of a victim on that, but we're derailing again.
I wasn't accusing anyone of being a victim, man. All I'm saying is that
not you, but he was doing that to himself. He was putting it out there himself, like, I'm a victim. I think that was how he was putting it out there
in that interview from 2017, 5 years ago. Yeah, I love when Violent J does interviews. Like, every time he does an interview, I watch it and I read his body language and I pay fucking attention. Like, look, man, I get it. You have that opinion, and I'm not even going to argue that point. All I'm saying is that what am I saying? Fuck regret. I'm saying that ICP has notoriously moved on after something happens, and they don't give a fuck afterwards. Like, they fucking don't care anymore. Like, they are not complaining. You're saying he's bitching about it? Like, he just said what he said, and now they moved on. Like, I don't even think they fucking care. Like, they're not sorry anymore. They fucking cut ties, and they don't regret it.
Yeah, they only bitch about it all the time. But either way, it's a good message.
But when you say all the time, you mean like in the liner notes. So as long as those liner notes are in front of you, they're always bitching at you, right?
Yeah. But either way, I think the song is good. And ultimately, I think they have lived that type of life, like regret. But they're all human.
It's all in the hook, right? Mistakes, they make them.
Yeah,
something they celebrate. Like, that is the truth, man. Like, whether it's like a mistake maybe it was a mistake to work with Young Wicked, or it was a mistake to work with Mars, or it was a mistake to sign Misery, or it was a mistake to, like, I'm just throwing out hypotheticals. I'm not saying I agree with anything. I'm just saying, dude, in the multiverse, again, what if, okay? And I'm not even finishing that sentence. But that is what I'm tickled by. The idea of, well, goddamn, imagine if everybody got their way. Like, imagine if, I don't know, Players Lounge Crew won the fucking psychopathic underground psychos fucking contest. Like, I'm just saying, like, imagine how wildly different things would be if fucking Twisted's Abomination release didn't fucking have all those. There's a million different what ifs. And ICP is literally saying, fuck the would've, could've, should've, fuck all that. It's a parasite in your brain. It's an infection. It's like a disease. He is not burdened by regret. He just fucking doesn't care. And that's kind of a dope message, because I think a lot of people are crippled by it. And I'm going to experience that. If you're some sort of hard ass, some sort of badass that fucking has zero regret in your life, and you're blessed, motherfucker. Like, I know people that are fucking riddled with anxiety and depression, and people that have gone through like phases in their life where they were completely fucking douchebags, and now they are like kind of like, making up for it, or what I'm saying? Like, that's the whole premise of Alcoholics Anonymous, right? Like, I'm just saying, people that are bettering themselves, you have to reconcile with your old self. Like I definitely have. Like in my 40 plus years of life, I've had so many different I don't know, like ego deaths. You know what I mean? Like I'm a different person than I was 10 years ago. And I'm a different person than I was 20 years ago. Yeah, at the same time, I am the same person. But dude, I have regrets, man. So this song is, to me, it's like a pearl of wisdom. To don't let that shit bog you down. You know what I mean? Like, look at the future. Don't dwell on the past. There's other music just like this. I don't mean music like, I mean, there's other songs with messages like this that I dig. I dig 311. 311 has a lot of positive messages like this in their music. And it's like when you marry good music with a dope message, you know, that's what it's all about. So props to ICP. Fuck regret.
Yeah.
Awesome song. I feel like I'm making this out to be the best song, but guess what? Not even in my top list. Like
I would put it in the upper echelon of songs on this album. I'd probably give it a 7.
Isn't that funny though? It's like I swear to God, like I love this song, but I'm putting it in the lower half. Like it's in the half.
It's not one of my top 3 that I alluded to earlier, but it's still good.
If there can only be fucking 14 other songs if you're only putting top 3.
The next track is Insomnia. So I like the verses because they're so weird. I like the concept because I also have a problem with Insomnia. Hook kind of annoys me, so it's just that thing again where it's like, well, you've spoiled this with an annoying hook to me. Right. That song that I could have really liked a lot, but the hook just kind of annoyed me.
I feel like this song was placed dead center in the middle of the album on purpose because it actually feels like this would be the end of side 1. And it you know, it's track 9. There's 17 tracks. The next one, Heart and Soul, is a real pick me up, and it feels like it kind of like starts the second half of the album. In my opinion, Insomnia, the way that it splits at the end, it's like, and it slows down and it changes, and then it becomes a chance.
The second part more than the first part, really.
Right. Well, there you go. Same here. And you know, it's not a matter of liking it more than. It is one song, and then the song steps it up and changes, and it's like it becomes better. So yeah, I like the end better than the beginning.
Yeah, and the verses are funny and weird as fuck. Keeps talking about the Flintstones and shit, but that's the kind of weird, stupid shit you think about when you're not able to be sleeping.
Dude, Jay's got an awesome fucking train of
when he just gives off on whatever, like there is no concept, it's just write whatever. It gets real weird real fast.
I disagree. He is so on topic though. Like everything he says in this song.
Some of them are. Sometimes it is, but then sometimes it gets weird into like I said, the Flintstones and stuff that has really nothing to do with anything. Yes, but I like that stuff too. So.
I'm arguing with you on this, man, because I swear to God, like the lyrics that he is saying, they make sense. If I've listened to it over and over just to try to dissect what he's saying, and at first it felt like nonsense, but it's like nonsense on purpose. You know, like there's a very it's like the movie or the story Stephen King's It. And Pennywise the clown, the villain or the entity in that story isn't a clown. It's actually like this demon from another planet or something, and the clown is just one of its manifestations. It's actually like everybody's worst fears. You know what I mean? So Violent J is rapping about dreams and all this the stuff with Fred Flintstone and Wilma and Betty and all that, like. The wordplay and everything he's saying is so fucking dope, and then he's like
good
and stuff, and
it's just another one of those things where it's like the hook just kind of annoys me, but
yeah. Well, I'm just arguing that it's not random. It's not like that song from Eye of the Storm.
And I don't like that song at all because that song's taking it too far. Where it's like, well, now you're just. It almost seems like a cop-out, like to just rhyme anything with anything that rhymes. I don't know.
But so you don't like it. See, this is where I guess I have a hard time interacting with juggalos. And again, I welcome the conversation, but I fucking love it. And it's like, I guess we just have to agree to disagree, because the actual concept of writing bonkers bars that don't make sense, Jay just did it better than I've ever heard anyone do it. And then other songs where he's writing on topic, but the topic just happens to be dreams. It also happens to be the theme of the gathering this year, which makes this song particularly fresh in the era that it's in. It almost becomes one of the most relevant songs on the album because of the gathering of dreams.
Yeah, they should play it. They should do it at the gathering.
I don't know if it would be a good song.
And
maybe
Heart and Soul is like a interesting cover. I don't really feel good or bad about it one way or the other. I mean, I get what they're doing. They're covering a corny 80s song, so it's there's only so much they can do with that, but
it's pretty similar. It's pretty similar to Let's Go All the Way, which was also a cover. And
it is like that same area.
It's exactly the same, because they've taken a song and that's already known, and they've twisted the lyrics so that it's now their song and it has a different meaning. Like they've literally made it their own, and they're and Jay, just like Let's Go All the Way, talking about heaven, talking about the afterlife, talking about his soul. So this is completely ICP, doing what they do best. Regardless of how you like the song, it's well executed. I don't know who Vinny Dombrowski is, but it gives me the Zug Island vibes. It gives me like the with him singing on the hook and stuff.
Yeah, the only I think maybe his vocals are a little overpowering. I would maybe take his vocals down a notch whenever it's overlaying with the verse, like there's sections of the verses where his singing is playing under it, and it's like, to me, it's a little too loud, but that's kind of a nitpick. That's doesn't really bother me. It's just a nitpick.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would say that that as much as I appreciate and recognize, that this is ICP in their wheelhouse, this song isn't in my top list at all. It actually
I can take it or leave it. I don't hate it.
I'm trying to give you guys like truth, and I'm saying that this is probably the corniest song on the album, and you don't get that from me often. Like I don't often criticize. You guys got to take this when you can get it, okay? Because I do not often criticize ICP, but this song's a little corny.
Yeah, it is a little corny, but I see what they're going for.
You may never hear me say that about ICP. Like that's kind of unheard of. I don't often feel that way about ICP. You know what else was corny? The Mozart fucking Jack White.
Yeah, that's bad.
Like those songs were corny. This song's a little corny, and I think the guy who's singing, helps make it corny. Heart and soul. Like I get it. It's a little bit corny, but it's well executed. It's just
it's not bad. I like the beat part of it, the beat. So it doesn't bother me really. Next track is The Drunk in the Attic, and that's my favorite track on the album, and part of the illustrious top 3 I spoke over there. That's one of the best of this whole second deck as well. I think everything's hitting good. The verse, the beat is awesome, and the beat, I guess, is Devereaux and Shaggy the Airhead.
Yeah, because it says both their names in the tag in the beginning.
Yeah. Which, do you have any thoughts about those tags? Because a lot of people were weighing in on that. It seemed to bother some people, and other people seem fine with it. I don't care.
Yeah, people are easily bothered. Look, I don't know how to express this enough, but like I'm too old for this shit, man. Like, I mean, I really don't give a fuck. Like, I don't let those tags bother me. Okay,
I'm fine with anything that's different, really, where it's like, well, they've never done it before, so why not do it?
This album is different than the last, and it's going to be different than the next. So you might like speculate that they'll never do it again because no one liked it, or you might speculate that they did it this time and they are not going to do it again because they did it this time. And
which is
that's
usually how
what
it
was supposed
goes.
to be.
Like if they keep doing it, it might get played out. But for one album, it's like it's fine. It has its place.
I'm getting all riled up because that's like a hot button subject. Like people get so butthurt, but ultimately it doesn't. For me, it doesn't take away from it because honestly, when ICP enters the arena of rapping over these style beats and hitting these style flows and working with Ouija Mac and doing it with their spin, I love it. And I think it worked. They married it. They like, you're right. This is probably one of the best songs on the fucking album. And if Shaggy the Airhead and Devereaux both work together, that combination with ICP is fucking fire, which I'm all excited.
Yeah, they should do more
projects
like
now.
that.
Like, hell yeah.
Yeah, the verses are great. The hook is really awesome. The beat is really awesome.
Dude, The Drunk in the Attic is, for me.
And it's somewhat autobiographical, exaggerated maybe a little bit, but it's no secret that each of them have those problems.
Look, I feel like so far, we've already heard 10 songs now, and I'm just looking at it at a glimpse. All right, so for you, it would be Wretched. For me, it would be Here Comes the Carnival, but there's already a dope track in the beginning. Gangster Codes is fucking fire. Regardless of how you feel about Queens and Panic Attack, fuck Regret, Insomnia, I'd say that there's a balance. Like maybe a couple songs you like a little better than the other, but there's a balance. When you get to Heart and Soul, whether you love it or hate it, I already am liking about half of these tracks, and I'm loving a few of them. All right, so I've said this.
Like I said earlier, it's like I think I find the lows to be pretty low, but the highs are like really high. So
yeah, well, if you're telling me that The Drunk in the Attic is one of the best tracks on the second deck,
yeah.
Hey, I'm just saying, like, and if all it takes is one song for you to make an album worthy, it's funny that your least favorite Joker's card will have one of the best tracks of the second deck on it.
It's the same with Found also, which is like Missing Link. I would put is my second to the bottom, and Found the title track on Found, also a positive song, which is also against my wheelhouse, but I would say it's also one of the best tracks of the second deck.
That's fucking dope. So look, The Drunk in the Attic is I've said this before. When this song comes on, it just becomes like my favorite song on the album. And then from here, I feel very strongly about the whole second half of this album. I love, we're going to get to it track by track, but like, I just feel like the second half of this Joker's card is so good to me that by the time I get to the end, I've forgotten that I only really felt that strongly about one or two songs in the first half of the album. By the time I get to the end, I'm like, God damn, there are so many fucking fire tracks. So that's why I love this Joker's card, even though the first half only grabbed me a couple of times. The Drunk in the Attic has got me fucking sold on the Joker's card now. And then we get into Don't Touch That Flower, which is ultimately the theme of the Yum Yum.
It is. It's almost what would be the title track on another Joker's card.
Right.
Yeah.
And I love it. And I love it. So tell me why you hate it and tell me what's wrong with it.
Okay. This is the other one, along with Queens, that I categorize as unlistenable. And it sounds bad, like I'm picking on, because those songs are kind of thematically similar, but it's not the concept that bothers me. I just don't like the music. I don't like how it keeps going yum yum so many times. It's just like annoying to me, and they play it so many times. The flow is annoying. Do 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 do.
Don't like that. All right, look, I want to agree with you that on Queens, that part gets a little graining to me, but I don't feel that way about Touch That Flower. Don't Touch That Flower, to me, fucking bangs. And see, look, I just appreciate the theme of the Joker's card. If I could take a song from the Missing Link you know, I'm not sure what it would be, but it would probably be from Found. I mean, anyways, I don't want to keep going back to other Joker's cards, but this is the one. Okay, this is the one, the one that's on topic. That I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like the Mighty Death Pop had a song called the Mighty Death Pop. Okay, Bang Pow Boom had a song called Bang Pow Boom, but the fucking Yum Yum Bedlam has Don't Touch the Flower.
Yeah, I agree with that.
God damn, man,
really
like it satisfies me because visually they have painted the picture where between the intro and what was the other one, Bewitching, and now this, like they have solidified this Joker's card where we all have no fucking questions about it. We know it just as well as Ringmaster. We know what this shit is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So whether or not you like to talk about that shit, I feel like some people are too cool for it. I mean, look, we're podcasting, we're talking, we're just this isn't exactly what I talk about every day. I'm only bringing it up because we're breaking down the album, and you know, each Joker's card has a very
in the beat. I don't like the flow is just kind of annoying, and that's it though. I mean,
you don't like what you don't like. All right. I cannot say enough about it. Like it doesn't annoy me. So it really, for me, it kind of justifies everything that the title track or, you know, the theme of the album has a dope track.
If they would have named it a title track and made it like track 2 or something, I probably wouldn't even think twice about it because I would just write it off as like another intro.
They can't call it Yum Yum Bedlam because Yum Yum Bedlam isn't the name of the Joker's card. Remember, the name of the Joker's card is the Yum Yum Flower.
Since you brought that up, I'm gonna contest that actually because I know why you'd say that because that's what they said. However, if you actually look in the intro,
okay,
the last line of it says her name, which can be heard in ghostly whispers floating on the wind in the deepest, darkest woods of our world, is Yum Yum Bedlam. So I think somewhere along the line they retconned that and have now made that the name. I don't know.
That's possible.
Because we're all Juggalo nerds.
That's a nerdy thing for anyone to, you know, care about.
It's the kind of thing that only a nerd like me would look at and think about. So I don't know if that's canon, if you will, but
it's true. But again, like I am so like laid back about it that I don't care. My point is that this song is the song, and it's great. You know, and it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work if you call it. I'm just saying you wouldn't like it better if they called it the Yum Yum Bedlam. You know what I mean? Like, Don't Touch That Flower is the perfect title for that song, and it's just great. So, I really am not trying to convince anyone. I'm just making it damn well clear that BeastMaster approves, and it's got high re-listenability to me. As does the next song, Slap Nut.
Yeah, that's a good one. Now, what's weird about this, and since you don't have did you buy the CD or not?
I did. Of course I did. I do own the CD, and I know what you're about to say.
Yeah, so that's weird, but I think I don't think. Do you think that was intentional or a mistake? And then I have a follow up. But first, what do you think about that?
Sorry, I was just fidgeting with this fucking Juggalo watch I have, and I just kind of like broke it. Sorry. What? Okay, so you're asking me if I think it was on purpose? No, I don't. But then again, I actually do have a theory that maybe, like, and this is just a theory, that maybe all the typos on the back of Psychopathic Records releases over the years have been on purpose because they just No, it's just a fucking theory. I'm not dying on that hill. I'm just saying that it happens so fucking often that you got to wonder if like it's an inside joke, you know, because it just happens all the time. There's either a track out of order
when it comes to spelling and typos, but yeah, I think it was a mistake as well, but it couldn't have happened to a better song, like to make a mistake like that on, since the whole premise of the song is like, we're fucking with you, you know?
I honestly haven't really put that much thought into it, except the discrepancy is obvious. So everyone will speculate. Look, it
They
just
say Slapnut and they say Slapnut and the jokes does a bunch of times in the song.
that's
So
the
it
thing.
could
It's
be.
like that's the thing is that this fucking discrepancy is begging juggalos to fucking investigate and speculate, and that is what we do best. I've seen threads where people speculate what the song is about, just not just about the name discrepancy, but the song itself is kind of like a little edgelord, because it's I mean, if you even, the thing is, I don't know if people give a fuck about actually dissecting the lyrics and if they're capable of recognizing when sarcasm is being used and when it isn't. And I don't know if people are, I just don't know how on board, or it also depends on if you're an ICP juggalo or a Twizzler juggalo, or if you're, you know what I mean? Because this song can be interpreted in so many different ways, I feel. And then again, some people are like, yeah, you're looking into it too much. And I'm like, not arguing with you that I have looked into this song and I have determined that it is one of the greatest songs on this album.
They obviously know that they're making the connection to the Unveiling when they put "We're not sorry if we tricked you" in there. So that's no accident. So whenever they're saying in the song like everything we sold you on was fake, that's just like the ultimate troll. Because
right.
Yeah.
Right. And I like how they throw in that little voice, or is it?
Yeah, definitely. So they're even putting the nod in there of like, this is tongue in cheek.
Yeah. But okay, so aside from the meaning of the song, which is kind of fucking cool, the way that the song you know, escalates at the end, and then you hear Jay
that part is awesome.
Woo, 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 and it's like, it's almost like a Faygo Armageddon type.
That'd be a good one to do live.
Shit. I fucking love it. It's just so well executed. I would say that it's like the, you know, like I said, after the Drunk in the Attic and then Don't Touch the Flower, and then this, for me, I just feel like this album is just fucking killing it. And so if you're fine moving on to the next track, it would be no surprise that I am fucking loving the next song as well. I think Scotty Balls said he just looked surprised when I said that I love this song. Like maybe this song is not like a banger. Like I don't know if people are feeling the song the way I am, but I am feeling bitch on.
I put it in the upper tier also, but I always have the feeling when I'm listening to it, like I bet this is a song that I like that nobody else likes.
Yeah, you and me, bro.
There was a track on Fearless Fred Fury, Hothead, that everybody would always say, "Oh, the album's all right, but I don't like that song Hothead." And I'm like, man, that's like one of the best songs on the album to me. And this one kind of feels like that to me.
Maybe. I'll tell you a couple things I like about it. I love the verses, you know, running through all of their ailments and inflictions, and okay, and so quite frankly, you know, the recipe of a good song is like a catchy hook and something. So for me, like something about this song and the hook, and I'm gonna get my boogie on. Like I fucking love it. Like this song, I jam out to, and I guess it's kind of like I will vicariously feel good through this song because everyone's fighting their battles, you know, and I give them credit for not even using the fucking word COVID once in this song. Yeah. Like that is low hanging fruit, and they didn't even do it. And I almost admire them for that, because everyone else is looking for an excuse to say that shit in their song, and they literally mentioned every goddamn thing that could go wrong in your life except for COVID. It is so ill.
Yeah, it's got some good lines in it when he's like, I got these Crohn's in my bones, infected veins in my brains.
Dude, do you know what Crohn's is? I had a coworker with Crohn's. Dude, you don't want Crohn's. Dude, that's an invisible illness, man, and it sucks. It hurts. Like people are in pain, you know what I mean? And they just live in pain. It sucks.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. He also says something about having an egg dick, which I thought was pretty funny because I didn't catch that until I heard it a few times. But I thought that was a pretty funny thing to say.
Just like with like insomnia and clown, like a lot of these songs, they grew on me because I couldn't wrap my head around what they were saying at first.
Yeah, there's a lot of funny, weird little things in there.
Yeah, so like, you know, all that stuff that's kind of wacky that he says in Insomnia, like if you really try to follow what he says, there are like there is a visual going on there, and with this one, man, they paint a picture of and Jay mentions his heart, you know, so it feels a little bit like
Yeah.
he makes it semi-autobiographical.
Yeah,
I feel like the
probably.
whole point
And it's
is,
kind of in the vein of it like also falling apart on the missing link, which was also about like a metaphor for aging and just your body falling apart. It's kind of in that same vein.
Well, I
it's more optimistic than that song, but
no, you're saying aging, but if Jay was depressed about getting old, I do believe he has said that he wrote that song when he was feeling depressed, and he said that in an interview after it was already released, and I found that funny because, like, think about it, in the world of social media, anyone can go online and tell you how you're feeling right now. Like, even now, we all know Jay's like in the hospital, not doing well because there was a statement that was put out, but like ICP is a little more private. Like historically, they don't even fucking speak on things until they're interviewed about it later. Like, and the whole Juggalo world is buzzing, and like every time they try to promote something that they're doing, you see the comments and everyone's talking about the fucking thing that's happening right now, and like literally we want to know what you fucking need to say, and then like 2 months later there's a interview on Detroit Metro and Jay addresses things. They do it when they damn well please. They don't
You
know, they don't people are like jumping, they don't say how high, they go fuck off. We'll speak
sometimes there'll be something alluded to in an interview, and I'm wondering what he's talking about, and then I'll see another interview like 7 years later, and I'm like, oh, that's that thing he was talking about before.
Right.
Like you said, they just put it out there when they feel like it.
I'll give you a couple examples. You know, they go on the No Jumper podcast and, you know, open up about things that, I mean, it's, in other words, like they don't really just tell all. They do often go on some sort of media outlet and they do a professional interview where they get candid with somebody, whether it's Howard Stern or, you know, whoever it is that they you know, they got a few people that show them love. And, you know, I like even though I may have issues with No Jumper, you know, in the way that he was repping Juggalo, but it's cool that he's down and wants to give him a platform.
Yeah, I've heard mixed things about that guy. Man, speaking of playing it close to the vest, if you watch the Palcast, a lot of times people will ask them questions about like drama in the chat, and they'll be like, "Did you hear about, you know, what Twisted's doing or whatever?" And Shaggy is like so close to the vest of like just blowing past it. Like I was watching one today, and somebody was like, "Hey, do you have any good Tech Nine stories or any songs by Tech Nine that you like?" And Shaggy just goes, "Nope," and then moved on to the next question. It's like, wow, he kind of said it all without saying anything at all there. I think they kind of have a problem with Tech Nine, but that's
no. I'm gonna play devil's advocate. I'm sorry, but this is what everyone wants to see is us argue. I'm just kidding. But I will argue this. I don't mean argue like I'm fucking
like
you down.
Argue.
I mean argue like
making an argument. I understand.
I'm making an argument that ICP doesn't care as much about Tech Nine as a Juggalo fan of music who listens to ICP and listens to Tech Nine cares about Tech Nine.
And the same with Tech Nine. I don't think Tech Nine gives a fuck about ICP. Like, he's not listening to this shit. He doesn't give a fuck about what ICP puts out.
Right. So I'm just saying, like, whoever asked that question, I mean, there could be a kid who's like 17 years old right now. And he's like, dude, I like ICP and I like Ali Zuli Ul. And, I'm going to watch the Palcast. Hey, Shaggy, let me ask you a question about a group that isn't you. Because I'm a fan of it. You know, it's like Shaggy doesn't fucking pay attention to what you pay attention to, kid. Like,
pretty much ever since the March, really, and you know, because they wanted Tech Nine to be there and he wasn't. And I think that kind of
on that list. I forgot that Tech Nine was on that list.
on the song Seriously Hilarious on Fred Fury, which is clearly mostly about Tech Nine, in my opinion, because he fits everything they're talking about in that song like to a T.
And that actually is like a good point to make, because most people just make the leap to Twisted on that.
Twisted.
And I hear people debate, like, who's that song about? And I feel like they're playing coy. Like, we all know who that song is about. It's about every artist that didn't support the Juggalo March. That's what
it's almost a pointless question to ask because it applies to so many people. But Tech Nine, I would say, front at the top of the list of people that it can apply to.
Yeah, you're right. Tech Nine is on that list. By the way, nice T-shirt. And
yeah, part of the reason I wore the shirt was because I knew I was going to be talking down about some of the songs on here. And I just thought it was symbolic of, like, I fucking marched for the right to talk all the shit that I want, so I'll say whatever I want. I was there when it mattered, so I can say this song sucks if I want.
You know, Juggalos are gonna get you if they want to get you. Like some Juggalos say, if you don't gather, you don't matter. You know, some Juggalos will.
I'm not mad at that.
I'm just saying, Juggalos like to talk. Juggalos like to say. Juggalos like to talk shit. You know, and you know the importance of having a thick skin. If you're going to talk shit, if you're going to do a talk show, if you're going to troll, like you get it, you understand. And I love how you kind of unapologetically have your opinions. And then the backlash that comes at you, you're just like hurt, you know, it's like, fuck it. Like, you don't care. I like that about you.
Because of the way that I do it, I think, at least from what people have told me, it comes across genuine enough that usually people don't give me a hard time about it. Right. Usually people don't like tell me to go fuck myself because if they've actually, it depends on how close they're actually paying attention. When it's somebody that just steps in and sees one thing I said out of context, then they might tell me to fuck off or whatever. But anyone that's actually like hearing the context of what I'm talking about is usually fine with it, even if they disagree with me.
See, that's what I'm saying is I see stuff you write. Sometimes I get triggered and I keep my thoughts to myself about it though. Like, you know what I mean? Like I see a lot of things I don't agree with and I'm not the type to jump in and give my 2 cents every time. I actually have trained myself to not engage. Like I don't feel everything is worthy of a response. But then again, on my show, this is my platform to speak on those things, and I choose to do it this way. I find it much more enjoyable to share my opinions this way than to, live in the comment section of social media because I have other things to do besides, being on social media, and I toil with that. I try very hard not to kill all of my hours on social media. It's like, it's very hard to get things done if you're just fucking sitting on Facebook. So fuck that shit.
Yeah. With a lot of the YouTube community kind of gets too far into the weeds with that kind of shit.
Well, okay. And
I'm talking about each other or whatever dramas and stuff than they do actually talking about what we're talking about now, which is what actually matters.
That's right. But I do want to give props to the Juggalo YouTube community, because I think I said it earlier. Today, there are so many more channels and Juggalos that are doing the damn thing than there were 10 years ago. And I fucking love that. Like when I joined Carnival Spirits, I did it specifically because I didn't see enough real Juggalos on YouTube and it pissed me off. And I felt like there needed to be representation, and Scotty Balls was the most legit Juggalo I'd ever seen, and he was creating Carnival Spirits, so I was all about it. And but today there's all these other Juggalos that are fucking dope as fuck, and they're all talking and reporting on shit and hanging, and it's a way different scene now than it used to be. And I would argue that it's fucking a lot fresher now. And,
yeah, it's probably it was bad for a while, but I think it's like getting better now. It's starting to like pull up out of the bullshit.
It could go in any direction at any time, but if there was any silver lining to the pandemic, it's that the whole world got hip to Zoom calls and hangouts and streams. And so now where it's like it seems like there's a bit of an explosion of it. Whereas before it was super difficult. Like we tried to get people on interviews and we had to just like hold our phones up to the thing because they couldn't get Google Plus to sync with YouTube, and it was all fucking hard. Now it's easy as shit. to get people on screen. So everyone, it's awesome. Okay, I love it. And that being said, maybe I'm not a fan of everybody's like not everybody. Some people like to talk when they eat, or they drown the phone and they have a microphone, but they move away from the microphone, or they twirl like this the whole time that they're talking. And I actually get like a little woozy watching them, and I'm like, God damn, like sit still, don't talk with your mouth full, and speak up so I can hear you. And other than little qualms of like unprofessionalism, I fucking love the content. I like that Juggalos are talking about stuff, speculating, getting hype about the gathering. Like, I don't want to, nitpick where ultimately I see good stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
For a while,
that's how I feel about it.
there was a few years there, probably like post-March, pre-COVID, where like Juggalos were like getting into fist fights like all the fucking time, like way more than you would ever have thought possible before. Like, Violent J says it all the time, like there ain't no fights at Juggalo concerts. And there was a few years there where I was like, that is not true right now, because I've been seeing it with my own eyes way too much. But now it seems like that stuff is maybe for the most part kind of chilling out, depending on what circles you run in. I'm not saying it as much.
That right there is territory that it's a whole different conversation, because how are you going to control people? Like, I mean, people do, like, seriously, that's a whole nother conversation. Juggalos are all very unique. They hang around, and I got a lot of opinions, but they've changed. Like, as I've matured over years, I've maybe some of my hard opinions I've loosened up on. Like maybe some of the things that used to bug me about Juggalos don't bug me so much. But I'd say that ironically, one of the things that bugged me the most is when Juggalos would get bugged by other Juggalos, and then they would complain. And so even though their complaints were valid and I agreed with them, I still thought they were being stale for just like, complaining. Like,
right, they're still adding
so it's
to
like
the
Catch-22.
negativity.
It's like, hey dude, I agree with you, but how about shut the fuck up about it, or move on, or drop the hatchet? Even why you gotta?
It's
even
like when I see like there's like some entitlement for a lot of like old school Juggalos, who whatever you want to call an old school Juggalo, that will talk shit about the new Juggalos and stuff. And it's like, you're not helping. Like, if you have a problem with the new Juggalos, you're not helping by talking shit about them. You need to lead by example then, if you think they're so stupid.
Mitch, things have changed. Like, you've been to what, 8 gatherings?
This will be number 8.
Okay,
I've been to 7.
8th gathering. So it's not your first rodeo. I remember like 15 years ago, old school Juggalos being really ticked off at newbies that, were not around years prior, and their behavior, their pandering, the way, the whole fam kid thing became a thing because of the way that they were acting. The new generation wasn't respecting the old generation was feeling like, hey, we've been around forever. All these fucking young whippersnappers that weren't even fucking hip to the 6th, so it's like I feel like there was a real generation divide that has somehow in the past 15 years, that animosity is gone, and somehow we're kind of like living together, the old school and the new school, because people that were brand new 15 years ago are now, I mean, arguably just as OG as a Juggalo was in the era of the 6th.
What are they though?
During Riddlebox era, and that was 3-4 years before. You know what I mean? Like, how long?
15 years ago was Tempest era. So if you have these if you have a Tempest era Juggalo being like, man, fuck these new Juggalos, I'd be like, fuck you then. What the fuck do you think you are to me? And what do you think I am to a fucking someone that's been down since Ringmaster? It's like, it's all relative.
Well, but what you just said is not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that these new Juggalos were like, fuck the old school. That's not what they were saying. What I'm saying is the climate was, there was a lot of excited young Juggalos, and the OGs were like, look at these fucking noobs. Look at these, you know what I mean? Like there was.
Well, yeah,
they
but that's
weren't-
what I'm saying.
the
Like,
new
you're
kids-
having juggalos even from just like Tempest era and Bang Pow Boom era saying, "Look at these noobs," and it's like, well, you're a fucking noob.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. All I'm pointing out is that was the climate 15 years ago. Is that there was a fucking divide before there was a divide in the labels. There was a divide in the fan base where new juggalos
maybe a little bit, but the March, everything really started going crazy after the March and stuff, which is.
But you're talking about just to leave it. I'm talking about while everyone is on the same label, and I'm talking about young juggalos coming in, acting wild, and old juggalos feeling like they don't that they don't know their place. That they you know what I mean? Like they're I don't even
maybe
know.
a little bit, but it wasn't to the level of fist fights breaking out. At least not from what I saw, for the most part. Maybe little fights like you see anywhere else, but. For the most part, they didn't really start fracturing big time, at least from what I saw, until after the March.
It's probably a clash between people that absolutely want to rep it and love it, despite how good it is. So, like you said, they're just waving that flag and they're supporting it, even if it's whack. And then maybe a juggalo who does not care to fucking support something he doesn't like. And if he doesn't like the new shit, he doesn't like the new shit. Therefore, I could see how someone would feel like their scene is not their scene anymore because there's new music they're not feeling. There's new juggalos that weren't even around back in the day. And it's like, how do you live in this space where it's not even good music to your ears and all these fucking newbies, if you don't gel with them, I feel like somehow people that needed to fucking leave have left and people that just needed to learn how to, I don't know, adapt and coexist with the next generation. Like the next generation even filtered out, like all those new juggalos, finally there was a next generation of hatchet droppers,
Yeah, that was a good thing about Shangri-La was like how many people just left, after the unveiling, how many juggalos were like, fuck this. I'm hoping maybe that will happen again when the next 6 Jokers card comes out. You'll have a wave of people that are just like, I'm done, and leave. And
I think this is a good segue back into the track list because the next song is called Carnival of Lights, and it's like maybe the people who loved ICP before the Wraith and wanted nothing to do with it after the Wraith were the ones that were not happy with the unveiling, and ICP has dug their heels into their belief, and if anything, now that the unveiling has happened, there was no more backwards messages, and songs got a little more blatant. I mean, songs got a little bit more in your face. Jay got a little bit more, just honest with that shit, and stuff like The Missing Link was so on the nose. It's like about that Christian guy in the beginning of forget what song it is. But anyways, my point is that I can understand why someone would want nothing to do with that. I think religion and spirituality in and of itself is polarizing. So somebody may love it because of that, and someone may want nothing to do with it because of that. But it also was very strategic. It was done on purpose. They weren't sorry if they tricked us, and they're like, we don't care what happens now. And I love that about them. It's like straight up fuck regret since day one.
Yeah, everything is just a bonus now. It's like everything that they had to do has been done. We're in bonus time now. It's like
bonus
to get more good albums and good songs. That's just a bonus because the life's work has already been completed. Yeah, Carnival of Lights is one that everyone I hear talk about how much they love it that I just is too zippy and upbeat for me. But that's just me being.
You're no fun. You're no fun, Mitch. I get it. I like the wicked shit too. I'm wretched. I'm wretched.
I wish that was every song.
That song, I'm Wretched, is the worst song on the album, and I still love it. Carnival of Lights maybe that's that song that's like, hey everyone, it's one of those songs, it's all inclusive. There's some progressive bars in there, like it really, this is ICP in their most inclusive, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it is. That is an example of like lifting the veil a little bit, because I prefer the metaphor of the dark carnival, and this is almost the opposite of that. It's like Carnival of Lights, and it's like like Take Me Away on Bizarre. I think that maybe that would be the inverse of this song.
On Bizarre, I've said many times my favorite song is Juggalo Paradise.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Yeah, because it gets hype, and the message at the end of like, I just feel like this song is kind of similar. At the end, they start naming off all these like, scrubs and hoes and punks and losers and all these fucking, like, it's truly like the carnival, you know what I mean? Like every single traveling sideshow fucking freak, every outcast, every misfit, it's all inclusive, and it's Jay really just hammering the point home.
Yeah, it maybe should have been the closing song even, because I think it kind of sums up the album a little more than what we're going to get to. But it seems a little redundant with Here Comes the Carnival. It's like, do I need Here Comes the Carnival and Carnival of Lights?
You don't. No, you don't. You don't need both of them. You could do without that first one, couldn't you?
I don't need either one, but
all right, that's it. Off with your head, bro, because you gotta allow these songs to exist, man. Like, you don't have to like them, but they need to exist. These songs are fucking strong. These songs.
I agree, since apparently so many people love them. So it's like that's just the way this works.
Yeah, but in the bonus round, you feel like ICP doesn't need to release this shit. They could just release like ugly, fucking psycho, gross, wicked shit, and you would just like, you don't like the fucking positive stuff.
There's some of it that I do like. Like I don't hate all of it across the board. Like I like some of the stuff on Found. I like It Rains Diamonds on Shangri-La. I like Welcome to the Show and Walk into the Light, Shangri-La. I think those are good examples.
You're just not feeling these ones though. It's
I like Freedom on Fred Fury a lot. I think that's a good one. And
so it's not all of them. All right, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to pigeonhole you.
And even Fuck Regret. I mean, I would categorize that as a more positive song, and I think that's a good one, done well. But sometimes it's just too much for me.
I really like the beat though. Carnival of Lights with the do 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 do. It's fucking tight.
Yeah.
All right, Ain't No Time with Roadside Ghost. How you feeling about? They made a video for this and everything.
I think it's pretty good for a rock song. The rock songs are kind of in the same boat to me as the positive songs, where it's like I have to be in the right mood, and it also just has to be in the right mood, and it just has to be the right kind of sound and stuff. And I think this is a pretty good one. It's a pretty good rock song. It's not. I don't skip it. I like it. What do you think?
I like it. I think it's appropriate for the theme of the album with the whole because you got Queens.
It's very depressing.
Yeah, Queens is like the yin, and then this one's the yang, because it's a breakup song, or and I mean, I don't want to go bar by bar, but there are some lines in this song that I feel are just like Jay did a good job with I fucking hate her to death. Like, that's a great song.
Yeah.
And in the video also, the videos during Mighty Death Pop were high quality, but for this one, Ain't No Time, again, like Zug Island vibes, like they got a good fucking guitar, the hook is solid, but man, I'm telling you, like, you can feel Jay putting you in the place of having an estranged ex, or I love the way they say it. Like, how does the hook go? Sometimes I hope you turn up missing. Is that how it goes?
Yeah.
So I love that, because it's a different approach. Like usually when Jay is heartbroken, it turns into murder. Like on another love song, a head comes off.
Sure.
Let's die together.
Right.
On I Hate Her to Death. Like literally, he can't just hate her a little bit. He hates her to
Right.
death.
Sure.
On Ain't No Time, it's a little bit more restrained. Like it's
Yeah,
like
it's
I give Jay credit for once in his life not killing a bitch. Instead, he just wishes that you turn up missing. Like I don't know. Like I just wish you disappear. Like fucking be gone.
Lyrics
with
are very pointed at Sugar Slam specifically, right? We can agree that this is about her specifically because the lyrics are about.
Jay would not have been able to write this album before getting married, having kids, and getting divorced. Yeah, he had to live.
He's talking about. He's like, you went from marrying me to dreams of burying me. So it's like, well, that's obviously your ex-wife. And he talks about paying child support and stuff. So it's like, well, this can only be about one person.
Listen. I believe that he pulled from life experience for sure. I heard some people mention Blase Rose in question for some things. And I argued, well, what about that line about the marrying part? Because he didn't marry Blase. So I did argue that it was more about Sugar Slam than Blase, but also think that I give Jay credit to write something like semi-autobiographical, like loosely inspired by his feelings, but not technically. Like not every song is about him per se. Right. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'll give you an example. On Insomnia, he talks about like vicariously living through his neighbors through the wall and listening to them in his little apartment. Yeah. Jay don't fucking live in no apartment. So that ain't fucking real. Like I'm just saying, so you're gonna pick your battles here. Like you can't just tell me, oh yeah, this one's real, this one isn't. Like you don't even know that. Jay's a really clever writer.
This one seems very personal.
It's true. Well, are you kidding me? He drew from life experience. That is a given. But
he talks about
doesn't mean every bar is literally about Sugar Slam, is what I'm saying. I mean,
it's probably a mixture, but some of that stuff definitely is inspired at the very least. We'll say by her.
I would say. Look, I would say that Jay wouldn't put out a song attacking his baby mama. Okay. He wouldn't if he wanted to make a song that was attacking someone.
I think he probably thanked her in the notes. So
yeah,
can't be all bad.
Jay's way better of a writer than to accidentally, like it's all on purpose, and it's kind of anonymous. It's kind of, he does it in a way where you can put yourself in his shoes, and it's not. I don't think he technically is writing a song about himself, the superstar Violent J, and his blessed life, his charmed existence, but he is telling a story of the perspective of someone who just needs to get the fuck away from their ex, and he wishes that they just fucking.
And even if you do like love the person, you're always going to have those dark moments of being like, fuck you. He has. It says in the booklet. It says. I just had it. It said. Violent J shoutouts. Blah blah blah. And he says Michelle Sugar Slam always with my eternal love. So there is something. It's not all bad, but it does seem like he's drawing from some kind of dark place there to.
Well,
write that.
I know.
Yeah, it's relatable.
I know that Sugar Slam her voice is on the album a little bit, isn't it?
I don't know. I can't keep track of all of Jay's fucking girls anymore. Who the fuck knows?
Good call. We're so close to finishing this album, man. We're on the last track, Something to See. I don't think that you're a fan of it because I'm pretty sure you said you're not really feeling the rock songs on this album.
Yeah, this one's all right. It's a weird one to end on, but other than that, like usually you end on like a bigger song, but
no,
I don't mind it. It does seem kind of like filler.
I feel like it was an adequate ender. Final song. Look, it's by no means my favorite album closer, and I have a bit of a bias to that kind of music because I am a child of the 80s and I do enjoy I usually enjoy the cover songs, and this is another cover song. This is just like Mighty Death Pop. This is just like Heart and Soul. This is just, this is another song that they took and made their own.
What is it a cover of?
I don't know the name of the song. You know what I mean? But just like they always do, just like Cherry Pie. I Need a Freak.
I know those songs though. I didn't know this one was.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you now. I maybe the chat can fill you in, but I don't have that information at my disposal.
I never heard Heart and Soul until this. I never heard Let's Go All the Way until that. So right. I'm not doubting it. It's just
but I'm informing you. And a lot of times I'm not really familiar with the songs they cover either. Like I didn't know Let's Go All the Way, the original version, before I heard ICP's version. That was cool.
It was a very famous song. Heart and Soul, I heard recently at a Walmart, and I remember thinking like, wow, I've never heard this song in my life before. So either it was more popular than I realized, or maybe it's getting a little bit of a surge because ICP covered it.
You're just oblivious. That song was hella
probably
popular.
Okay. I never noticed it and I never heard it before, but I definitely heard it at a Walmart.
Look, there's so many songs that were like that were popping, and they just didn't like withstand the test of time, and like decades later they're not looked back at as maybe anything special, but at the time they got hella play. I heard that song a lot back in the day. I'm talking about the Heart and Soul song, not the Something to See. That one's a little more obscure, and but there is a song that they've
sorry to bitch about this again, but the shit does not close once you've taken all the crap out. I wonder I don't even remember what the ads are in here. Oh, there's an ad for Walking Home. I wonder if we're ever going to see the rest of that shit. I liked the first Walking Home, though. Monday was good.
I figure it makes sense for them to drop Walking Home Tuesday at the Gathering. I mean, it's pretty pathetic that we're going to get one day of the week per year, but hey.
It would be cool if they did, but I doubt it, or they would have hyped it up by now, I think.
No, you really don't think there's a whole month in between now and the Gathering? You think they're done giving us announcements?
I really don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I would argue that they still have bombs to drop, but we'll see.
Yeah, I couldn't even guess really, but well, I guess that's it for that album. And we haven't even talked about Wicked Vic yet.
No, because that's the EP that comes out during Juggalo weekend this year. I went to Juggalo weekend. It was in Arizona. It was the first time I ever attended a Juggalo weekend. I know, right?
I've never attended.
Look, that's almost like one of the few reoccurring events that was on my bucket list. I wanted to go to a Juggalo weekend, and I finally did, and it was great. But then again, I'm all about that metal shit, and they did that metal show was fucking incredible. You would have loved it. You would have fucking loved it.
I mean,
I don't know, man.
Would have enjoyed the spectacle.
Dude, they did. Man, they did so many songs, but with a backing rock band, and it was incredible. But I digress. I'm really into that shit. Hungry Like the Wolf. We'll get to that at the end of this album. I know you and me are gonna fucking go toe to toe on that one. But
yeah, maybe I'll spoiler alert. If you liked any of it, we're probably gonna not agree on it.
All right, so that's the grand finale, everybody. This whole stream is gonna end with Mitch and I clashing on Hungry Like the Wolf. So get ready for it.
If you like any of that LP or EP, then we're probably going to disagree because I think
okay, come on. You said if you like one song, it justifies the whole release. Which one do you like?
If I had to pick one to make it into the rotation, it would probably be Mutilator.
That's a good one. That's basically what I've heard is a lot of people's favorite off of this, I think.
Yeah, that would be the one that I would stick with, I think. I mean, Send in the Clowns and then the Clown Bounce are a little too weird. I mean, I get it though, because if you're going to do weird shit, an EP is the place to do it.
That's right.
I would rather they put it on that than on the main album, but
every song has its home. I mean, in the Murder Mayhem multiverse, they might have, released Missing Link as one dope album instead of parsing it out 4 different things.
Yeah.
And maybe the Yum Yum flower, you know, I'm just saying, like, they could have done it all different, but they didn't. They did it this way. And we still got 2 more EPs to go. So if this one's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tracks in an intro, I like the intro so much. Like,
yeah,
the
intro is pretty good. It kind of goes a little throwback to the Joker first Joker cards.
Wicked, Vic.
Yeah, the
Like,
beat
I
is
fucking
bad.
love
They
the
maybe
intro.
rapped over that beat, but yeah, that's a good.
Coulda,
intro.
shoulda. Fuck regrets, man. They don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like, look, man, they package these things. I look on the bright side and I take it for what it is. This EP has little sound bites and skits. Like, it really reminds me of a sideshow EP that they do, that they've been doing, going all the way back to like Terror Wheel, to Eye of the Storm, to Tunnel of Love, like out of order. But this is cool to me. I just love the fact that they're giving it to us in these bite-sized pieces with these little fucking seeds of yum yum. The gimmick is dope. If I was a little bit more impatient, I'd be losing my attitude that we're not going to get it by the gathering. But
I don't
at
care.
the end of the day, I've got more important things to worry about. And even if things go sideways and it all comes to an end before it's supposed to, we're going to get music released. That's the thing, is I really just want to appreciate stuff while we still have it, because as I get older, I'm more and more aware of my mortality. And I think about my friends and loved ones, people that are struggling with health. I think about people who are 10, 20 years older than me, and I'm already over the hill, and how everything is going to change in the future. And we all have to adapt. And quite honestly, like, these efforts that ICP are giving us are ballsy. They're bold, they're fucking fun. And even if they're not liked by everyone, it's impressive that this is a body of work. Like, I'm saying, if I rap, I make music, and maybe that's why I'm a little bit less critical, because I know that they're going to do a way better job than I can, and I'm still trying. And quite honestly, if people treated me the way they treat ICP, I might let myself get bullied off the internet, because everyone fucking you can't please everyone. And ICP is not trying to please well, actually, maybe they're trying to please everyone, because that's why they give us the happy, friendly shit, and the wicked shit, and the slow shit, and the clown bounce shit that somebody likes.
Yeah, I really liked the Hell's Cellar EP a lot, and I think a lot of people thought that was kind of not that good. So it just depends.
There is no accounting for taste. There really isn't. All right, send in the clowns. Clown bounce. I tell you what, because of the fact that you're not feeling these songs, I actually don't have much to say either, except Mutilator is maybe my favorite song, and I think Hyde Park Peddler is the sleeper hit, in my opinion. That one I wasn't feeling at first, but then the more I listened to it, the more I love that song. Like it is the dopest new like Mr. Rotten Treats, or like a story of a fucking creepy motherfucker that is stalking your park on a bicycle that he got from his mom when he was in 83, and he has a twin brother that died. So this dude's like, oh yeah, I'm this fucking lost girl driving around stalking people. He's got a whole backstory, and man, they just stay on topic. At the end of the song, Jay starts throwing out all these fucking slick bicycle rhymes.
Yeah, I remember
it's
that.
It's a cool song. Maybe the hook is not the best.
I felt like the premise was a little thin, where it's almost like a thing where it's like, how about a song about a bicycle? We haven't done that yet. Like, just like picking something just for the sake of doing something you haven't done before. But
that feels like you're writing it off. Where again, my argument statement is that when ICP writes a song, it's like they're writing a short Goosebumps book. Okay, and each book is going to be completely different, and each book is going to have a fucking moral.
Goosebumps book is definitely what I thought of when I thought of that when I was listening to it before, I was like, man, this is like a Goosebumps book where it's like,
but that's what I like about ICP. Some of these songs are just like, oh, guys, like and they've even admit, like they're so brave, they'll make a song, put it out, and be like, yo, this song sucks, we're putting it out anyway. Like, remember the Grump?
Like, oh yeah, that was horrible. And that Yukon Moose Dick was pretty stupid too.
Yeah, so it's like they don't even care, and and I really love that about them. And again, I'm not trying to convince anyone. Like, straight up, everybody can hate everything. I don't give a fuck. Like, go ahead and live your life. But man, it is so enjoyable following these guys, and I love how currently they've kind of opened up the doors more than they ever have. I love watching Shaggy. I actually watch Shaggy and the Creep a lot more than I used to. I didn't have time for it before, but I do now. And I really enjoy that shit. But it's like the stuff they were doing on their Patreon and Twitch, like when they went in the studio and made these songs like live in front of everybody real quick, like in like 40 minutes or whatever. You remember that?
Yeah.
Like, that is fucking dope. And the way that they did the house party peep show where we helped produce it, like just strictly as an exercise in hip hop and in a inclusive way to get your audience involved. And so we all know who was there and who helped vote, even if we're not happy with the outcome. That was a project. Like,
the Patreons were good. I remember like whenever people would complain about the Patreons, like starting late or having technical problems or whatever. I remember I tweeted something that was like, if this was 20 years ago, they would have sold each of these on a DVD, and we would all be talking about how great they are. But because it's so easily accessed, it's so easy to just be like, this sucks or whatever. But if that would have been like, I mean, that's like today's like Stranglemania, it's like, it's the same thing. The only difference is they're beaming it into your house instead of it being this thing that you have to go find, which somehow makes it cooler. But anyway.
Well, I think since we're almost done with this album, I don't want to go off on too many more tangents.
I'm pretty much done. I think I've said the Ain't No Time remix is not different enough from the original song to really register.
I agree, man. I think that I feel like maybe they slow it down or lower the voice or something. There's something very subtly different.
It's, like, a little bit different. It's not like Kuma's Chris Benoit remix. I think that song has just as much value as the original version. I listened to both. They're both good to me for different reasons. But this is like too similar to the original.
What I have never done is I've never played one and then played the other back to back to try to identify what I've never done that. So I don't, but I have noticed when I listen to the first album and then I listen to Wicked Vic after, like when I listen to the albums in order, which I've done, you hear Ain't No Time. And then 7 songs later, you hear it again. And to me, it just sounds like I'm hearing it again, but it's like a little bit more dramatic. It's like a little bit more dramatic. You know what I mean? Like,
and I think it would be cool if on each of these Seeds of Yum Yum, they remix a different song. I don't know if that's a plan, but I think that would be kind of interesting.
Well, yeah, I wonder if they will have just what you said. Yeah, if they remix a different song, that'd be dope. Hey, look, all right, I know you tried to skip over it, but I got to talk about Hungry Like the Wolf.
I didn't try to skip over it. Go on. I don't.
Look, there's so many things you could say, but for me, that song is dope. The cover is fun. It's a murder story. They sing off key on purpose. Like they don't give a fuck, man. Like, this song is completely fun, and I get if people don't like it, but again, my bias is that I grew up listening to the music of the 80s, and I'm a fan of Duran Duran, and for me, it just totally fucking made me smile. Like, there was nothing about it that was like, ugh. Like, even the hard to hear singing, like, all of it was hilarious to me. So as ICP being like kind of like a comedian, like a comedy slash group, like, this song right here was completely innocent, and I don't even know if people try to subscribe some sort of like malice because Twisted has also covered this song. I don't know if they're doing it as a joke or if they're trolling or if they're like, yo, fuck you. We were planning on doing this anyways. And
I think they honestly had no idea that Twisted even did it. I think that's how little attention they paid to that guy.
See, I figured that you were going to go right for that low hanging fruit because I've seen people talk about that. I don't actually really think that I don't see the proof, but I do acknowledge that maybe it was a conscious decision, like, oh, what, they covered it too? Fuck it, we don't care. We're doing it anyway. Like, I believe that might have been the sentiment.
I do think that if they did know about it, it wouldn't stop them. They wouldn't be like, oh, we're not going to do this because they did. They would be like,
I don't know how long ago it was. Twisted's version of Hungry Like the Wolf came out years ago. It was years ago, right?
Yeah.
It was a while ago.
I like the Twisted song. I think that it's different. It's not even remotely similar to ICP's, but I like the Twisted one.
I told you before I was boycotting Twisted, but when I finally stopped my boycott, I had a bunch of albums I needed to catch up on. It was like Generation Nightmare. It was like the what was that thing with Blaze?
Triple Threat.
Triple Threat. Yeah, I hadn't listened to Triple Threat, and and there was a couple EPs like some Sam Hain shit.
Yeah, they had a whole bunch of Halloween singles. Yeah.
Right. So, and that's the thing is like a lot of those singles.
Yeah, those bastards. They put out all those Halloween singles on the Halloween that Yum Yum Bedlam was supposed to come out the first time. And then they tweeted like new music as promised or whatever. Like obviously being fucking dickheads about it. That's the kind of shit that just drives me crazy. It's like,
what was it called? Mad Season. I think so. Whatever year that was, it was when Mad Season was brand new. That's when I decided to stop my Twisted boycott. And so I listened to everything up to Mad Season. And then I realized that I was listening to the singles. Mad Season was all those singles. Like they just, everything they released, it was like a compilation of all those singles. So now I realize, if I hadn't been boycotting Twisted, I would have heard all these songs on this album like already, except I didn't. I listened to them all at one time. I listened to all of it in one day, and I haven't listened to them since. So however long ago Mad Season was.
Pretty much my experience. I don't listen to Generation Nightmare, and I don't listen to the first few God, none of them are that good. They put out the very first thing they put out right after they left Psychopathic was an EP called A New Nightmare, and that's pretty good. And then they put out an EP called Get Twisted, and that's pretty good. And then they put out the Darkness LP, and that's not very good, but has some okay stuff on it.
But I feel like that's the Darkness is kind of like almost like a mixtape, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I think I to be fair, I think Darkness is like a cobbled together of mixtape quality shit,
Yeah. And then they put out the Continuous Evolution of Life's Questions, and that CD sucks. And then
that is like a real that is like a studio album where I feel like the Darkness wasn't considered a studio album per se, but more like like a Cryptic Collection or like.
I mean, it was like advertised as a studio album as like the first.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not the one dude. I haven't been paying attention to Twisted for years, so dude, I'm not even trying to fucking say anything. I'm just saying that I heard those albums and I agree they got worse.
The one really great album I would say that Magic Ninja has ever put out is the first All Azul Ilu CD, and that CD fucking kicks ass. And then I tried to listen to, I kept listening to All Azul Ilu, but it was never as good as that first CD. So
what can you name?
It's about as good as it ever got.
Okay, I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know what the album is. You say they're first, but can you just tell me what album it is?
Well, I say it's the first one on Magic Ninja. It's called The Almighty.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I didn't know which album you meant because they have a bunch of albums. I didn't know.
Sorry,
which one
that was a
first.
bad. Yeah. I meant The Almighty, and that CD is awesome.
Okay, I think I've heard it. I actually may not have heard all of it. I know I've listened to some of it.
That CD is great. I would. It's like I would label it at like a 9 or a 10, and it's all wicked shit from top to bottom. So it's right up my alley.
Yeah, because you definitely are not liking that happy friendly shit. So I can
There's
see like
none of that shit. It's all like it's almost like an Isham type of like devil worship type of thing.
Oh,
Pretty
you know,
ruthless.
I tell you what, like I probably you don't even have to say anymore, and I get why people like Axe, like Ali Zuli Ul. Like I get the appeal, and like I got nothing bad to say about them really, except I haven't given a lot of time to them. That's all. You know?
I would say only that one album is really, to me, the only thing that's really worth getting into.
Listen, I understand. As a channel where our audience has a wide variety of likes and dislikes, I cannot, with a good conscience, sit here and shit on Zool, where they're a force to be reckoned with, and like literally, we probably have more Zooligans that watch and love our shit because they're also juggalos. You know what I mean? So I'm not about to shit on anyone for no good reason. Like, especially when I haven't even heard their shit, you know? So I can't disparage them. They seem to be kicking ass, even though I don't know if I like their music.
They do that Camp Zool thing, which is basically, you know, their mini gathering or whatever. So they're making moves.
That's right. I mean,
undeniable
move.
But I forgot already, but I looked up the name of that Blaze CD, and now I've already forgotten what it was.
It was called Cadaver.
Yeah, Cadaver. That's pretty much like the first thing that came out after I stopped listening to new music. So I haven't heard that or Revelation or whatever. Or that fucking Writers, The Writers. Did you hear that one? That was a Magic Ninja bullshit album.
All right. Well, I mean, I did end my boycott, but maybe I haven't listened to that Writers album. I honestly, if I did, I already forgot. Like it was only one time, maybe.
It's just bullshit. I hate that kind of shit.
Look,
I could do a whole other hour just on this, but it's like.
Wait. You could do an hour just on what? That you don't like the Riders at all? Like,
well, no. On this, what I'm about to say. Ever since Twisted left, they keep trying to establish this thing of like, we did this on our own without ICP, which is already bullshit. Everybody knows that's bullshit, but that's kind of the persona that they're trying to reinvent themselves as. But and yet at the same time, all they fucking do is re-release their old albums over and over and over again because they know that those are the ones that people like.
Yeah,
I could give you a top 10 Magic Ninja Entertainment albums right now, and it would go like this: Most Tasteless re-release, Freak Show re-release, Mirror Mirror re-release, Green Book re-release, Wicked re-release, fucking Mutant re-release, Abominations re-release. They re-released all these fucking albums. It's just like, man, how are you going to try to get out of the shadow of your former selves while just putting out the same material over and over and over?
I only because of the fact that for the past 4 months I've been kind of in hibernation, and then knowing that I was coming back onto the show, I kind of did a little homework and I looked up the past 4 months in news in the underground, and so I played a little catch up, and I got informed, and I read I think I said this before. I read the Faygo lovers had described Camp Zool too, and they had like they had notes on what transpired.
Yeah.
And so there was. So I'm just going to say this real quick. Like I read the notes.
Yeah,
on the
me too.
Seminars, and I found it interesting. Like I wasn't even upset, but like everything you just said, like they keep. Like I know why you're saying that, but I was surprised because I just read this yesterday. The transcript of what transpired at Camp Zool. I was personally surprised at how much they talked about, ICP and their come up, and it was a Q&A. So people were asking them old school questions. They were giving them answers. And I was just surprised at some of what I read. And what I mean is I'm used to them being like how you described them, like kind of contradicting themselves, annoyingly downplaying ICP's role in their past. But it seems like at Camp Zool, they opened up and gave credit where it was due, and actually taught, and actually spoke on how they were helped and how they were, guided, or how they collaborated. They shared the story about meeting Mikey Clark and how they clashed with KMK. Again, I'm only reading the cliff notes that were given by Chad or Scotty or whoever did it,
Yeah, I read those notes too, but that's actually partly where I was drawing from when I said that, because part of those notes was like Twisted taking credit for starting the family chants, which is fucking horseshit, because Juggalos were saying family before Twisted was even on the label. Juggalos in the Shockumentary DVD or say family and stuff, and nobody gave a shit about Twisted then. So they're just trying to take credit for stuff that they have nothing to do with.
Damn, you just blew my mind, because when I read that part in the notes, they were like, I thought about that. It was like, no, we started that.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
I thought about that. Look, I'm just saying, when they left, you can go back and look on Carnival Spirits. I swear to God, that is what I said from the jump. I said they just hijacked the family from ICP. I said it, but at the end of the day, I was okay with them going on there. So initially it was like a hard pill to swallow, but I still wanted to support them, and ultimately, I'll tell you this. Ultimately, I'm glad that we are at where we're at. And I'm glad that Twisted is on their own and not a part of Psychopathic, for one reason and one reason alone. I would not be able to afford to support Twisted the way that I did the first 12 years of their career. No, seriously, the way that they sell their merch, they do their mystery bundles, they do their special, like everything they do has a price tag on it, and everything that Juggalos complained about Psychopathic being money hungry, Twisted has copied the blueprints and they have taken it to the next level. So I'm not even mad at them for doing it, because a cash grab is a cash grab and it's your career, but what I'm saying is that I can't afford to be a fan like that. Therefore, I'm not like upset about not partaking in the fandom of something that for real, like, I'm not a merchalo. I may have a lot of merch, but I actually don't give a fuck about it. It's all about the music, and I buy merch when I'm feeling the music, you know what I mean? So it's all it equates to. I don't need to have every fucking thing. And so where was I going with this? Twisted, they're doing their own thing, and that's fine. And I see everybody repping Twisted, and I'm like, you guys are just as guilty of squandering all of your hard money so that you can be a walking billboard for someone else. You know what I mean? Just like
they feel as passionately about Twisted. There's people out there that feel as strongly about Twisted as I do about ICP.
Right,
which
that's
is
what I'm saying.
Kind of hard for me to imagine, but if you genuinely feel that way in your heart, by all means, go to all their shit and do all their shit and do whatever you want.
The only reason we're talking about this is because you feel strongly about it, and I'm just saying that I have a lot of friends that are into Twisted, and we all kind of see each other at ICP shows, like, because my friends that like Twisted also go to ICP shows. I have some friends that are down with Twisted, and if they don't go to an ICP show, then I don't see them anymore. You know what I mean? Because I don't go to Twisted shows anymore, and therefore we're in a world right now where you can either accept that, respect my decision not to support, not to partake, but I feel like I have a responsibility not to be a shit talker just for the sake of keeping them down out of spite because I support the team that they beef with. That's not what I'm here to do. If anything, I'm trying to break that stigma and say, like, I'm actually here to appreciate what we have before it's gone, because once it's gone, it's going to be a whole different conversation. And I'm not ready to have a conversation like this shit's in the past when it isn't even in the past. So if you're here now, appreciate now, live in the moment, who gives a fuck about the past, and don't worry about the future. Let's enjoy right now while we have the time we have. And I swear to fucking God, that is all I care about. And that's where I'm coming from. So you can miss me with all of your nitpicks and about the music and everything, but at the same time, I totally respect your right to not vibe with anything. And really, like, if I want to fucking, get down with the song, and then another month later, I'm like, oh man, I totally played that song out. Like, I can't hear it anymore. It may never come back into rotation again, but there was a moment in time when I was fucking feeling it. ICP has basically been the soundtrack to my life, where I have like nostalgia over the music, even if I don't fucking listen to the music anymore. I think about movies I enjoy that I don't necessarily watch them, but man, I got fond memories of them, and I think about them a lot. Fucking things happen, and oh my God, a joke comes into my mind. This is just like that fucking movie, or this is just like that ICP song. And then I have something to say that, is clever. But, so as long as they keep peppering our fucking lives with this freshness, keep us on our toes, fucking creative expression, freedom of, just all this shit. Like, Jay's got more tricks up his sleeve, 665,
hopefully, God willing.
Yeah. Let's see if we get there, man. After the second sixth, we got 5
How
more. How
amazingly crazy would that be to see that body of work completed? Like, here's 17 fucking Joker's cards. It took us 50 years, but we did it, or however long it is.
Oh my God, that is what it would be, huh? 17 Joker's cards. This has been a lot of fun. I'm not even trying to wrap it up, but since we did finish talking about the music,
5 hours.
Yeah, look, man, it's been a lot of fun, and I really want to thank you for joining me and taking the time to bullshit with me and chop it up. I hope everybody had fun, and
nobody's gonna watch this entire 5-hour thing. We maybe have got a little overboard, but. For anyone that has stepped in,
you'd be surprised, but this is the typical length of the BeastMaster show.
Good. I didn't know if it was like way too long or anything.
No. Actually, the show ranges from about 2, 3, 4, 6 hours. So we're right on
good.
time.
Because I could talk about Juggalo shit for an unlimited amount of time. There would be no cap on it. I could be in the Guinness Book of Records for talking about it for 36 hours straight. We
that
talked
makes you a fantastic guest.
Mostly only about 4 CDs.
Oh man. Well, that's why it was really fun to have you, because it has been a long time since you've shown your face, and I was watching I was watching older videos by Joker's Gallery that he had done. Even so the 20 and 17, the Hallowicked documentary, the Juggalo Brothers documentary, right? I was watching them a few weeks ago, and I had forgotten that I actually contributed so I'm watching these documentaries, and all of a sudden I show up in it. I'm like, holy shit, I'm in this. Like, I'm such an idiot, man. I forgot I was in one of these documentaries.
I told you before that I did the Shangri-La one, and I look like a dickhead because everybody in that video is just talking about how great it is, and I'm the only one that's like analyzing song by song, like, well, I don't like this. I'm like pretty much what we just did with these, or I'm like nitpicking the minutia of every song, and then you go to the next person who's just like, this album changed my life and made me feel like a complete person again. It's just like, all right, well, I guess I'm just a fucking asshole then, but that's totally why people have me, I guess.
Now, were you on more than one, or is that the one
I think Shangri-La is the only one I remember doing.
Yeah, but you did it with Ronebone. It was you two talking about it together.
Oh, maybe I did do 2 of them.
See, because that's the one I'm talking about.
I'm on the Jekyll Brothers one with Ronebone. Yeah,
okay,
I forgot
that's the one I'm talking about. I haven't rewatched the Wraith one yet. Like, I watched a bunch of them. We're talking about Joker's Gallery. His documentaries are ill. They're on Faygo Lovers, but you should, if you haven't seen them, you got to see them.
Yeah, I forgot I did that too. I would have watched that Jekyll Brothers one and forgot I did that also. So that's good. I know I didn't have anything negative to say about that CD.
Well, dude, that's what I'm saying is, you know, that was about the last time people heard from you. And so when I got to your part in that documentary, I enjoyed that segment with you and Roanbone. And, you know, you were always on my list to be a guest on my show, bro. And this is episode 48. But you were on my list when I started doing this over a year ago. I knew that I needed to wait until after Yum Yum Bedlam dropped before I could even ask you to come on. And I did, you know, so as a whole year went by, you know, I just happened to be moving and I had to take a break for mental health. So the fact that you are my first guest as I bring the show back just means the world to me, because you are one of the first people that I thought of is like, when I do this show, I'm going to have different guests, juggalos, all different stripes and colors, and, you know, musicians, podcasters, artists, and my dude, like Murder Mayhem Show, you were on the list from the get-go. Like, I wanted to have you here and to talk about Yum Yum specifically. And this was back before the House Party EP even dropped. I knew I wanted to talk about the next Joker's card with Mitch. You know what I mean? So we finally did it. Like, this is mission accomplished.
I appreciate that. And it worked out good because I kept telling people I was going to come back when the next Joker's card comes out, which I didn't. I just totally lied because I just
made it happen for everyone who's waiting for
I
this.
guess I can say I did it.
Hell yeah. And I'm gonna basically, you know, I'm gonna come back each weekend as I do with a different guest all July long. And, you know, and I guess I said in the title of this video that there is a special announcement. So, you know, as we get to the top of the hour, I'm going to wrap this stream. I'm going to wrap this stream up at the top of the hour. So 15 minutes tops, maybe earlier. I need to eat. I got to take a leak. I need to stop talking. And, you know, my voice is going a little hoarse here. I've been hollering at you.
Yeah, I could talk about fucking everything. We didn't. I mean, I don't want to spoil anything, but I guess we'll be talking about the gathering at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's what I wanted to let everybody know is that it is my intention to fully cover the gathering in the next episode. Maybe not the next episode, but in a future episode of the BeastMasteR show, we are going to talk about the timeline. We're going to talk about the event. Like, we're going to have a gathering centric episode. Today was all about Mitch. It was all about the Murder Mayhem multiverse, the woulda, coulda, shouldas of the Yum Yum era. And I had a lot of fun talking about that with you. But we got that out of the way. And you, my man, are definitely welcome back to join in on gathering conversations this month. So I'll be in touch with you. I'll let you know when they're going down. I'm just saying, if you can make it, you're welcome.
I can talk about, I've been studying the timeline meticulously, planning what I'm going to do, which probably will not go according to plan, but
never does.
Thought is there. The thought is there. Yeah,
no doubt, man. And really, like, I have a lot to say about the gathering this year, so it'll be fun to dive into that. And I'm sure the cat is out of the bag. People have seen it. If you go to Carnival Spirits on social media, you will see the flyer is out there that there is a podcasting event at the gathering this year, and Carnival Spirits' name is attached to it. So, I mean, if I know that Don Chaos has already mentioned it on his live stream, but yeah, Carnival Spirits will be in full effect at the gathering, at the podcasting event at high noon on the first day, Wednesday, at the Shadowlands tent, and yours truly will be there in effect to bring you Carnival Spirits and most likely the gathering edition of the BeastMasteR show live at the gathering. And that isn't even the special announcement, but that is fucking happening. And this is the first time I've said it out loud. So maybe that is special and it is an announcement, but that's not even the special announcement.
I was alluding to when I said we'll be talking about the gathering later. So I
mean,
what your special announcement is, I guess.
That's not even the special announcement, but that is happening. It's facts, and I'm excited about it. And we're going to talk about it next week, and we're going to continue talking about that leading up to the gathering. So we have that to look forward to. I mean, fuck, that is the reason why I'm back. Because if it wasn't for this and the gathering and this event at the gathering, I wouldn't have had the motivation to bring the show back at this moment, because the whole reason I took time off from doing this show is because I have been focusing on other projects. And if anyone cares to know, other projects are going well. And without beating around the bush, I have been writing my album, and my album will be coming out this year. So I just won't kid you guys. It's not finished, but it's written. So after the gathering, you can expect to hear an announcement on a release date on that. But I won't even fucking front. It's not done, so I can't even pretend that I'm going to give you a release date that is totally, open to change anyways, because it'll get done when it's done. I'll tell you when it'll be done once I'm done with it,
and then next week is like, well, here's the announcement. Something really big's coming next week, and then the next week say, well, here's the really big message.
No, I mean, the thing is I haven't been around for 4 fucking months, and so there's so much that's happened in the past 4 months, and I want to talk about that stuff. So that is even to come on future episodes of the BeastMaster Show. We're going to talk about stuff that we missed, but I guess I can give you the special announcement now. Just let me see if I can share a screen. If I can share a screen.
Announcement with your CD is written and coming out this year.
No, that's not it either. That's not it either. No.
Well, yeah. You're just full of special announcements.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Am I giving you too much fresh new information where you think that? No, that's not even the special announcement. Nobody cares about my album, by the way. This is a passion project, and ain't nobody fucking holding their breath waiting for BeastMaster's sophomore album. But y'all are gonna get it, and I'm gonna love it. It's been 10 years in the making. Because that's how long it's been since my last album. But again, no one cares about that. Really, the special announcement is way fresher than my fucking album. Hold on. Let's see. Totally not prepared. And I know that 2 episodes ago, I was having issues sharing my screen when Roanbone was a guest. That was just on episode 46.
Yeah.
And so I actually don't know if I've fixed my connectivity problems, but I'm going to try. Okay. I'm going to try. If I can show you the screen, it'll make this announcement way fresher. All right. All right, here goes nothing. Without further ado, the special announcement that I claim to have is the fact that it's not working. God damn it. It's something to do with...
You fucked up.
Yeah, no, it did. It says Chrome has lost permission to capture your screen. To fix it, go to System Preferences. Changes may not be... Oh my God, this is a clusterfuck. All right. All right. Just because I can't show you doesn't mean I can't tell you. Okay. So this will be an anticlimactic visual announcement, but I am going to give you the words that you need to know to be in the know. So Scotty Balls and I have been working on this for a while. This isn't the first time we've done it, but we're back with the next Carnival Spirits merch store. We had merch back in the day, and like 5 years ago we had merch, and Lakeland Lunacy has been blessing us with the dopest illustrations. So we finally have put together a new merch shop, and you can get Carnival Spirits swag at this very moment. And the link is in the description, in the link tree at the very top. It's already there. It's the store frontier, and we've got well over 20 fucking designs, and there's much more to come. And that's the special announcement that I'd say that if anyone out there, I'm not doing any hard selling, but if anyone is interested in repping Carnival Spirits at the gathering this year, I'm pretty sure if you order a shirt now, you'll get it in time, because you got a whole month. So take a look, storefrontier.com/Carnival Spirits. and hook yourself up with some merch. That's it. Special announcement. We are now shilling.
Cool.
Yep. And that's it. Wait, we got 5 more minutes till the end of the
You gotta wrap up before I piss my pants.
Do you have any shout outs? Do you have any anything you want to say before we wrap this up, man? Mitchell, thank you so much for being here. But do you have any last words?
Thank you for having me on here. And I don't know. I mean, I guess that's it. I'm here. I'm still alive. In case anybody was wondering what I've been doing, I haven't been doing jack shit, but that's the way I like it. I hate working hard. I like sitting on my ass. And doing a podcast was just not working with my sitting on my ass lifestyle. But
right, it was interfering. Yeah, podcasting was interfering with your leisure time.
With sitting on my ass. Well, I mean, I say that, but really it's like going to work and then coming home and working on something was just too much. So
right.
I'm not really sitting on my ass. I'm, doing the daily grind of living, just fucking going to work, running errands, doing the dishes, doing the laundry, cleaning the house, fucking buying groceries, getting your oil changed, all the fucking bullshit of life every day. Doing all that on top of doing a podcast was just too much. So maybe I'll just scale back to being a guest and I'll be the the sit-in guy.
You're more than welcome to be a guest on my show. And so if moving forward you see more appearances from Mitchell, then you can thank me later, or you can troll him in the chat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
it's been a pleasure. Either way, so say whatever you want.
Love him or hate him, folks. Like that's basically the luck of a juggalo, right? And I feel the hate. I know that the views that I get on my show are way higher than the actual interaction. So there's got to be people hate watching me. All sorts of fucking mysterious, juggalos, and who knows? I have no idea who's watching. So I would say this: if you guys are with me, this is it right now. Let's not.
If anybody hate watched for 5 hours, then they are next level psychotic, because that is way too much time.
Yeah, you never know, man. I really honestly don't know, but honestly, I can't assume either way. All I can say is that I'm motivated. I'm here right now, and if you want to support me, a show of support right now would be welcomed, because later I may not be as willing to put in the time. Like Mitch said, it can be a little draining sometimes, and I needed to take a break. But right now, I've got a little bit of gumption here. So if you guys are down to rock with me, let's get ruckus and let's rock. Pick up a Carnival Spirit shirt, rep it at the gathering with me, show up at the podcasting event. We'll talk about it more next week. I don't have the ability to spin the wheel to do a random song, but I do have a song on the wheel that hasn't been played that I can play right now. So we're going to close out the episode with one more song. This one's it's actually off of my first album, but this is a version of it I recorded before I recorded the album. So this is like one of the first tracks ever recorded off of Rhinoglyphics. It's called Pigeonholed, and it's about being a rapper. And it's basically a song about rappers and how hard it is to be a rapper. It's tough out there for rappers. All right. It's really hard to get respect. It's really hard to rise. The grind is difficult. And God, isn't it just annoying when people just pigeonhole you and write you off? So I don't know. This is a song to make you think. And there's actually a music video to it. So I don't know. This song's like fucking 11, 12 years old. I got short hair, mad short hair. This is like early Carnival Spirits years. All right. Thank you, Mitchell. Everybody else, we'll see you next weekend, right here on Carnival Spirits or BeastMaster, wherever you're watching the show. Always remember to fuck the fuck off, motherfuckers. All right. Peace the fuck out.
If you want original, you getting pigeonholes. Excuses are useless. We got an overload of disposable music. Talking truth to stupid. So unoriginal, you getting pigeonholes. Excuses are useless, we got an overload of disposable music. Talking truth is stupid. 21st century American tale, a true story leading to an epic fail, where money-hungry bands play for money-burning fans and sleight of hand when it exchanges hands. The music industry's got a kink in its slinky. The flavor of the code is getting no credulity. Lack of focus, hoping no one will notice. How else do these posers keep up with the Joneses? Thugs still follow the footsteps of punks, and there's always hustlers mixed in with the chumps. And judging by the look of the low morale going round, lots of herbs BSing in the underground. Think a lot of people might be kidding themselves. Everybody get defensive all together now. I'm only joking cause I know my own music's as impactful as a jetty or an into the ocean. If you want original, you getting pigeonholes. Excuses are useless, we got an overload of disposable music. Talking truth is stupid, so unoriginal, you getting pigeonholes. Excuses are useless, we got an overload of disposable music. Talking truth is stupid. Entertainment business is up to mischief. Another gimmick, empty pockets at Christmas. And good looks if you chisel your masterpiece out of a rock and hard place you're stuck between. Killer delivery can cause elophilia, but fat chance when nobody's really feeling ya. Amateur rap, rock, hip-hop hopefuls, like illegal aliens by the boatloads, ready to bend, borrow, and steal your support. Have a natural talent is a last resort. Even the prizes looking plastic to perish. Your rap's obfuscation, don't do me any favors. All these knuckleheads phoning in a performance don't even know why they fucking with showbiz. Follow the lure of someone else's sauce. Just don't sell your soul to get your message across. If you want original, you getting pigeonholes. Excuses are useless, we got an overload of disposable music. Talking truth is stupid, so unoriginal, you getting pigeonholes. Excuses are useless, we got an overload of disposable music. Talking truth is stupid. Everybody and their cousin wants to find their niche, and nowadays everyone's a rapper trying to spit. Many seem overeager and miss the big picture. Let's see what being a fashion play gets you. Coming out the pocket for your own parade, in front of bystanders born yesterday, making everybody else remembers your name. Fitting the cliche, digging your own grave, claiming that you're paid when you're working for peanuts. What you smoking, homie, making you see stuff. Mooches on your case, fakes all in your face. Can't catch a break or any genuine accolades. Surrounded by an entourage of dealheads. Never let you all want your shit's derivative. All tapped out of creative juices. Just another loser making disposable music. If you want original, you getting pigeonholes. Excuses are useless, we got an overload of disposable music. Talking truth is stupid, so unoriginal, you getting pigeonholes. Excuses are useless, we got an overload of disposable music. Talking truth is stupid. If you want original, you getting pigeonholes. Excuses are useless, we got an overload of disposable music. Talking truth is stupid, so unoriginal, you getting pigeonholes. Excuses are useless, we got an overload of disposable music.